Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Last Tuesday evening, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities hosted their annual Sustainable Communities Conference in Victoria, British Columbia. Representatives from municipalities across Canada gathered to share ideas and best practices on how towns and cities from every province can become more sustainable. As part of the conference, the FCM Sustainable Community Awards were presented and offered national recognition for municipally led environmental projects that demonstrate leadership, innovation, and excellence. And I'm very proud to share with you that the City of Calgary received not one but two awards. Planet Calgary won in the category of planning, and the Calgary Public Building Renovation won in the category of buildings. These awards demonstrate the City of Calgary's ability to innovatively lead the country in municipal sustainability, from bricks and mortar initiatives to visionary planning and development over the next 60 years. Recognition at a national level amongst our municipal peers demonstrates our ability to think long-term and lead by example when it comes to sustainability. I'd like to invite Alderman Pincott to bring forward his remarks from the awards ceremony last week at which he received the awards on behalf of the city.
Well, thank you, Worship. It was indeed an absolute pleasure to be there and to receive the awards for the City of Calgary. You know, I think it's quite something when the work that we do as a city is recognized by our peers, and that is exactly what it was when at the Sustainable Communities Conference we received the awards, as you said, for Planet, and for the renovations that have happened at the public building. I think it says a lot. I mean, Planet Calgary is not just Planet Calgary, but it's all of the work that went in before it, Imagine Calgary. And as I look out at the Planet team sitting there, so many people on that team were involved with Imagine Calgary, which in and of itself was a leadership project, not just for Calgary and Canada, but ultimately for the world. So it was an absolute pleasure and an honor for me to be there, but it wasn't an award that I picked up for council. It wasn't ultimately an award that I picked up for the Planet team when it came to Planet Calgary. It was an award for Calgarians, because 6,000 Calgarians participated in Planet Calgary. 18,000 Calgarians participated in Imagine Calgary leading up to it. So this is an award from our peers across the country recognizing the work that we have done as a city, not just the City of Calgary, but as a city, all Calgarians. So I just wanted to recognize that, the team, but also all Calgarians for their work on that. We also received another award for the work that was done on renovating Calgary Public Building. And I think that this, to me, also is indicative of the value that we now place on our historic properties, our heritage properties, recognizing that they are an asset, a cultural asset for our city going years into the future. And the commitment and the investment that the city has put in, thanks to the support, the strong support by City Council, into making sure that as we looked at refurbishing the Calgary Public Building, we actually attained LEED Gold. And I'm told that we've applied for LEED Platinum, and that's a certainty, that we will get LEED Platinum for that building. That takes a strong commitment to our heritage, to our past, but also to our future. So thank you and congratulations to Corporate Properties and the team that worked on that as well. And it was a pleasure to receive those awards.
Wonderful.
We'll get.
And why doesn't the Imagine Calgary team come and join us for the photo? That Planet Calgary team, excuse me. Come and join us for the photo.
Do this one.
We'll do the ball running version first. So on behalf of City Council and all Calgarians, I really want to acknowledge and thank the following staff involved in these two projects whom you just got a chance to see. Glenn Radway, Denise Carbo, Kevin Froese, Zorana McDaniel, Pia Novello, Karen Holtz, Dick Eberson, Eric Monoton, Chris Blashuk, and the others who were parts of those teams. So thank you very much for all the work you do for the city and for the citizens of Calgary every day. These awards I hope you'll see as validation and proof of your work and of the fact that this city has positioned itself for the future as one of the most progressive urban municipalities in the country. Now we have a different presentation. Today, on behalf of City Council, I'm very pleased to recognize February 20th to the 26th as Freedom to Read Week. We have Allison Inglis, the Public Library representative of the Calgary Freedom to Read Week Committee, and committee members, here we are, Anne Jane, chair of the Freedom to Read Week Committee, and that's hard to say, and committee members Darlene Montgomery, Jansen Wenger King, and Jillian Yanni with us today to kick off Freedom to Read Week. Are. This is the 27th year that celebrations will be happening across Canada to celebrate Freedom to Read Week, and the 17th year for the Calgary Committee. This week affirms our rights as Canadians to decide for ourselves what we choose to read. Its purpose is to encourage Canadians to think about and reaffirm their commitment to intellectual freedom, guaranteed under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To commemorate Freedom to Read Week, the Calgary Freedom to Read Committee has joined us today to present the City of Calgary with a book that makes us think not only about our freedom to read, but also our freedom to express ourselves. I would like to now call upon Allison Inglis to say a few words.
Mayor Nenshi, aldermans, councillor, and fellow citizens, thank you for your time. I'm here today to speak about freedom, including the freedom to read. Democracy, ideas, imagining the unimaginable, choices, a voice for one, a voice that represents the people we serve. These are words that resonate with me as I speak to you about the freedom to read. Each year, the City of Calgary proclaims the nationally recognized Freedom to Read Week. For this, we thank you. The committee's work includes raising awareness of issues of books that have been challenged, the annual Freedom of Expression Award, a contest hosted by the Calgary Public Library, asking youth to answer the question, who chooses what you read? The student contest is intended to encourage discussion around issues of intellectual freedom. For today's presentation, the Freedom to Read Week Committee has selected a book that stands as a representative and a reminder of literature that is and continues to be challenged by authorities. Recently, Mark Twain's classic novel was reissued in a new edition that would replace the word nigger with the more palatable slave, and with Injun rather than Indian. The publisher defends their decision, stating that the inflammatory words has gradually diminished the potential audience of Twain's two masterpieces. Twain was drawing attention to slavery and to racism. Now, 130 years later, some in society feel that by merely replacing a word, that history can be made more palatable. The fact is, history is full of unpleasant words, disastrous choices, and tragic events. To brush these under the rug is no more than revisionist history. I'm proud to present a copy of the original text to City Council today. Finally, I invite all of you to attend the annual Freedom to Read Week event in Calgary, held on Thursday, February 24th at 7 p.m. at Sir Winston Churchill High School. Student work will be highlighted, the contest winners honored, and in addition, our very own Mayor Nenshi will be honored as the 2011 recipient of the Freedom of Expression Award, sponsored by Fast Forward magazine. The content of his views, his passion for freedom of speech, and the methods in which he engaged an entire community are seen as innovative, responsive, and responsible. It is for this that he has been chosen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Inglis. I know that the City of Calgary appreciates receiving this book, and I know that I personally appreciate it as well, raising the profile and awareness of this important week. Freedom to Read Week, why am I having so much trouble saying that? Reminds us that our freedom to read should never, ever be taken for granted. The freedom to read is the foundation of our democracy. People who lose this simple freedom lose the opportunity to explore new ideas, to defend their passions, and to challenge injustice. This week affirms our rights as Canadians to decide for ourselves what we choose to read. And in honor of this week and in recognition of all of those who are denied this fundamental freedom, I encourage all Calgarians to read a book or to listen to someone read a book. Reading opens up amazing worlds that will challenge you, entertain you, and I hope will inspire you. And I should also add my personal overwhelmed feeling at receiving the award. There are so many more who are so many more deserving, who work every single day to make sure that these rights are guaranteed to all every single day. But thank you all for joining us today. I encourage you all to celebrate and to participate in the events taking place during this wonderful week. Thank you all. Question period. On question period, Alderman Collier-Cart. On question period, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the council agenda, there's a report that refers to ridership that was realized during 2009 and 2010. And I know you'll probably say I sound like a broken record here, Your Worship, but it's something I raised during budget debate that was further exemplified within this report. So I was wondering if it'd be possible for administration to provide members of council with a written response as to how transit made up the shortfall in revenue as a result of the increase of 150,000 man-hours that were put into transit in 2009. The ridership went down, which was further reduced by 60,000 man-hours in 2010. So there's still 90,000 increase from 2008 for a total of 240,000 man-hours. And even based on the report even that we have within this agenda, it clearly states that ridership did not increase from 2008. So I would like to know if administration could provide a written response to council as to how transit made up the shortfall that wasn't realized through increased ridership.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. You know, I'm still learning the difference between question period at the beginning of the agenda and administrative inquiries at the end of the agenda. That one sounds like maybe an administrative inquiry, but I will ask Mr. Logan if he'd like to respond now.
Your Worship, I'd be happy to respond to that. I think it would be beneficial if we could get something in writing. What I heard there was that council increased the hours of service in our base budget. However, we have reported that our ridership did drop off. And based on our fare recovery target of 55%, how do we manage that gap? I mean, I can give you a verbal response to that, but I'd be happy to give you a written response as well. Give all of council a written response on how we manage that gap.
Actually, Your Worship, respectfully, I would really like a written response if that's all right, and for all members of council.
Your Worship, I'm at your... Sorry, Dan.
Sorry, a little drama up here.
Sorry to pressure you, Your Worship, but Alderman Chabot, you really should put an admin inquiry because as quick as we are, we weren't able to capture all the words that you said. So if you could just put what you said in writing in an admin inquiry, we'd be more than pleased to answer that.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thanks for that commentary, Mr. Tobert. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I think the record from the city clerks probably had caught all of those words. I'm not sure whether or not city clerks can actually recover my comments based on the recording. Madam Clerk, is that?
Your Worship, we wouldn't put the whole amount in. We just put the question in. That's under question period. That's all we do is just reiterate your question with a small amount of background, which would be that there's a report in the agenda for today.
Didn't catch all those words, I gather. I'll be happy to write it up as administrative inquiry, Your Worship. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Keating on question period?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is basically a verification, and in the spirit of the day, despite my tie and shirt, does my vote still count?
I believe that in the report coming back from the Legislative Governance Task Force, there may in fact be a proposed procedure bylaw amendment dealing with the issue of taste. The challenge is we have to be extremely careful to make sure that we don't inadvertently capture Alderman Marr in such a procedural change. So I think we're gonna have to seek external advice on that one. Anything else? Mr. Logan has turned his mic on, apparently. He wants to respond to that. Any other questions for question period? All right, then let's, excuse me. Let's move on to confirmation of the agenda. On the agenda, Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Thank you, Your Worship. As we discussed last week, I wanted to just add this matter of urgent business on the 2011 Innovation Fund, and I just made copies of the resolution to distribute for members of council to read later. And I think Alderman Lowe had another item.
Okay, so
add
hold
as an
on.
urgent
So you want to
business
add
on the police
9.1 on innovation. Okay, the Innovation Fund.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's here for circulation.
No problem.
Thank you.
Do we have a seconder on that one? Thanks, Alderman Carra. Are we agreed to add that as an item of urgent business? Oh, I'm sorry. I always forget to do that. Can I have someone move the agenda, please? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Seconder, Alderman Pincott. Thank you. And so on the amendment to add the item of urgent business, are we agreed? Any opposed? All right, very well. On the agenda, Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the agenda, 6.2 is amendments to the Park Hill Stanley Park Area Redevelopment Plan and Land Use Redesignation. 6.4 is my notice of motion that was tabled from last week. I request that 6.4 precedes 6.2 because it will definitely impact how we address 6.2.
No problem. Do we have a seconder for that? Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Are we agreed on that one? Any opposed? Okay, very well. Thank you. Alderman Lowe on the agenda.
Yes, Your Worship. Alderman Colley-Urquhart referred to an item I might add, but I believe it came in as a notice of motion. This is the adjustment
The
to
police
budget.
piece? Okay, yeah, we've got that.
We already have it in the
It's
agenda.
already
I
in
believe.
there.
Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, any further changes then to the agenda? Oh, excuse me, I have some changes to the agenda. I would like to add 2 in-camera items, one on the corporate scorecard and one on personnel. Can I have someone move that for me, please?
Happy to do that, Your Worship, but also on a point of order.
Yes.
In regards to Alderman Lowe's notice of motion, is that not urgent business? Does it not?
I know
need to
he
be
got
added?
it in as a notice of motion in time.
But
for
it's urgent
this.
business, so it requires 2/3 vote?
No, it was in time for the agenda. He slid it in as a regular notice of motion, so it's
Sorry?
already in there.
I thought it was urgent business. No?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, he got it in before the normal deadline for notices of motion, right, Madam Clerk? Thank you. So sorry, Alderman Chabot, you're moving my 2 in-camera items. It's one on the corporate scorecard and one in-camera personnel item. Do I have a seconder for that? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Are we agreed? Very well then. Any other changes to the agenda? Oh, right. I have a blue sheet, and I'll be happy if someone could move this for me to add City Manager's Report to Council as number 7.1.9, which is LOUISE Station Comprehensive Review Deferral Request. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Keating. On that one, are we agreed? All right, great. Anything else? I don't know where this one came from. Okay, Madam Clerk, I have a report from the Land and Asset Strategy Committee here, proposed amendment to method of disposition, Great Plains Industrial Park. Was that meant to be added as well? Urgent business? Okay. Will you move that, Alderman Chabot?
Happy to, Your Worship.
And Alderman Carral, will you second that? Second. Thank you. So to add this item, LAS 2011-03, which we would add, I suppose, is 7.5 on our agenda. Oh, it's a matter of urgent business, isn't it? So we'll add it under urgent business as 9.2 in that case. On that one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Okay, very well. Okay. So on the agenda as amended then, are we agreed? Any opposed? All right, carried. So there's no minutes this week, so we'll go to the consent agenda. Can I have someone move the consent agenda, please? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Seconded, Alderman McLeod. Any discussion on that? Very well then. On approval of the consent agenda, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. That takes us then to tabled reports. 6.1, that's CPC 2010-129, land use redesignation in Aspen Woods. Alderman Putmans.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of this tabling was to give the developer and the community a chance to learn more about the development and explain it to the affected parties. The developer held an open house at the Calgary Academy. The affected parties were invited. A number of them participated in the discussion. I've subsequently spoken to one of the affected parties at some length and believe that while it would be an overstatement to say there was any great enthusiasm for the project, there's an understanding that this project should now go forward. So on that matter, I think that I'm prepared to move the recommendation. I'm just not sure procedurally what happens pulling a tabled report back.
I believe all you need to do is move the recommendation and 3 readings of the bylaw. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you. So thank you. So then, yes, I prepare to move the recommendations of CPC. Should I read the entire? No. So number
CPC 2010-129.
As found on packet page 6, CPC 2010-129 exactly.
Okay.
And move for 3 meetings.
Great. And Alderman Stevenson is seconding. Very well then. Any discussion on this item?
Okay.
Okay then. So on the recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Hodges is opposed.
Because I don't like it.
It's just going to be one of those days, isn't it? It is Valentine's Day. And I'm spending it with the people I love the most, all of you. All right. I love the one you're with. Folks, hopefully we can get out of here by supper and you guys will be able to enjoy Valentine's Day with with the ones you love more than me. First reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Hodges is opposed. Carried. Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Hodges is opposed. Third reading of the bylaw, authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Very well then. Third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Hodges was opposed to third reading. All right. That takes us then to 6.4. Thanks, Mr. Tully. 6.4 in the agenda, Alderman Carraw's notice of motion that we tabled from last week. Alderman Carraw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Last week, I brought forward a notice of motion requesting a draw from the Calgary City Council Innovation Fund that we established during the budgetary debate to address a stretch of Mission Road that under item 6.2 in this agenda is up for a ARP amendment to the Park Hill Stanley Park ARP and then land use redesignation. As I explained last week, this is sort of a upzoning that fits the intentions of Planet Calgary and is supported by administration, but maybe definitely does not fit the aspirations of both communities abutting Mission Road, Earlton, and Park Hill, Stanley Park, and also probably represents a compromised upzoning that does not maximize market efficiency. And I came to City Council with the intention of trying to, in I think our collective mission to transform municipal government, I wanted to bring some of my expertise in helping to potentially transform the planning process. And I've been working with administration on a pilot project to bring forward here. Now, I had established the terms of reference with administration, and there were a series of questions that came out of debate last week, resulting in the tabling of this item. And so over the past week, I have addressed all of the issues that Council brought forward in that debate. Primarily, is this a specific project focused on Mission Road, or is this a project that has more transcendent impact on how we do planning? And the answer is the latter, and I've revised the terms of reference that you guys have before you to explain exactly how this is really about innovating the whole process, and Mission Road is just an opportunity to experiment with this new process. The new process is based on the charrette, and it's based on something called the SMART Code. And I have also distributed to you a little visual aid that talks about the evolution of Mission Road, our conventional land use regulation process versus a charrette process and SMART Code regulation process. And I think it shows that there are savings in terms of time, in terms of effort on behalf of staff and volunteer input, and in terms of private industry. And it creates a tremendous amount of certainty that transcends individual properties. It addresses the full public realm. It addresses mobility for the entire area. And again, it's not about a property-by-property basis. So my hope is that this evolution can streamline inner-city redevelopment so that we do comprehensive planning, establish land use up to the development permit stage, and then allow building permit to move forward. And I mean, that's a pretty ambitious goal. And the reason why Mission Road was selected was because it's topical and because it's bite-sized. And we've got a lot of buy-in from the landowners. We've got buy-in from the communities, and administration has expressed a willingness to work on this. So the other thing that I did, listening to it, you guys, is we had requested a dollar figure, and there was a lot of questions as to whether that dollar figure was enough or not. I have put together a budget, but at the recommendation of some members of council, I've kept that budget confidential, with the understanding that we're going to be asking for a competitive request from proposals from the private sector, and rather than let them know what they're bidding for, see what they're willing to come in at in the event that it's radically less than or more than what I have suggested. So you guys should have a confidential budget distributed to you. Is that true, Madam Clerk?
That was the piece that you asked me to hold back.
It's distributed.
Okay, I see. So I guess the question to council is whether we go in camera and review the budget behind closed doors. I know that some people would like to do this in camera. I know that some people are loath to go in camera. I typically am loath to go in camera, but this is sort of a bidding process, and I would be willing to go in camera just to let you know how I think the dollar values shake out and why I think that's the amount we should be requesting to draw from the Innovation Fund.
So my sense on that one, Alderman Carra, is I know you've had discussions with your council colleagues. The total amount is in fact in your motion, so it's part of the motion. So I suspect that folks probably have had their questions answered by what you've distributed and the conversations you've had in the past.
Is the motion, I think the motion has been amended, has it not? Or
No, it's still in there, so.
oh, well, that was a clerical error. So, c'est la vie. Then maybe we should just distribute the potential budget, or is that not necessary?
You can if you'd like. I would suggest that the breakdowns are probably beyond the level of detail that council needs at this point.
And I mean, I think that the money that's
But I
being-
appreciated
yeah,
your doing
okay.
it very much. It helped me.
Thank you. The money that's being requested, I think, on a move-forward basis, two things should be noted. Number one is that I think that can be applied to entire neighborhood scale rather than this smaller scale. And the reason why I'm asking for the full amount for the smaller scale is because it is an innovative process. It's going to require a tremendous amount of alignment with administration, and it's going to take a longer time the first time around. So that's why I chose a smaller geographical location, and the full amount. The other thing is that this money that is being asked for from the Innovation Fund, I think in the future should be borne by the private sector and sort of accrued to each property, because there's going to be a general lift throughout. But of course, this being an innovation process and we having no idea where this is going, that's the point of the fund as far as I'm concerned. And I look forward to and I welcome Diane Colley-Urquhart's urgent business later in the agenda that's going to ask us to maybe get a little bit less loosey-goosey with this Innovation Fund money. But I'm convinced that what I'm asking for here will fit perfectly within whatever terms of reference we solidify around the Innovation Fund, because it's really about a city department and multiple city departments finding a new way to working with a private sector firm to come in and help us do that. And it will have, if it's successful, transcendent impact on how we do business, particularly in the planning and development side of the city.
So you really do see this as an experiment, that this isn't really about Mission Road, but this is about determining whether this NCI charrette system is something that we should be looking at as we do neighborhood planning.
Yes, it is. And I mean, and just to respond to some of the debate last week, it was stated that, you know, we do understand what a charrette is. Administration does understand, and a charrette has been deployed to varying extents. I'll tell you that a full-fledged charrette has never been deployed, because a full-fledged charrette takes policy development and approvals process and it welds them. And so the idea is to have policy planners and the CPAG teams working together. And that, I think, is the true innovation. And whether we can sort of tackle that here at the scale of a small couple blocks, then we can start potentially deploying it at the scale of a neighborhood and really making inner city redevelopment a cost-effective or cost-competitive proposition to greenfield growth, which is something that the city has been struggling to do.
Great. Thanks, Alderman Carra. Anything else?
No, I will.
Okay. Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Chabot.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Well, I found this very interesting reading, Your Worship, the proposal as well as some of the background information. And I can't help but wonder what the implications are of moving forward with this. And the whole smart code issue almost sounds like it's something that will actually supersede any other legislation and possibly override other legislation, which is, to me, somewhat troubling. And there's also some issues here in regards to a work plan. Administration has a work plan, which we've approved for 2011, which pretty much commits all of their resources to achieve the objectives that we've already agreed for them to do. And in here, under project startup and pre-charrette, it talks about, on the third bullet, under number 1, it says a list of key milestones where city administration input and support is required through the process with an estimate of time requirements. This will include a summary of types of decisions that will be required at the charrette and post-charrette. Now, where it says time requirements, to me that means resource requirements. And there's a pretty big backlog of work that individual members of council have come forward asking for area structure plans or area redevelopment plans to be moved forward because they're outdated and no longer effective. I'm just wondering if we're not setting a precedence here by doing something in one area that, based on what I could see, including some of the information that's been attached here, that it could have significant cost implications. And when we're talking about money for infrastructure, money for public realm, money, period, in this day and age and these economic times, whether it comes from the municipality or from the public sector, I'm somewhat reluctant to support those kind of initiatives. And the whole idea of moving this forward ahead of others without having gone through a vetting process on where the highest priority lies, to me, Your Worship, although I understand the intent and I think it might be a good way of moving forward into the future. I think it's something that should be weighed very carefully, and we should look at what our priorities are based on the feedback that we've received over the last, or administration's received over the last 10 to 15 years in regards to our work plan moving forward. What's next in line? What did we have proposed for 2012? Because I know through my discussions, there's been quite a bit of input on that. Mr. Watson, can you comment on what I've said? I'm not sure if you've been listening.
The question
assume you have.
basically, Mr. Watson, is this one jump in the queue? If we were to propose this, would this be an area of priority in any case? This particular street be an area of priority in any case in terms of your work plan? Is that a fair way of putting it, Alderman Chabot?
Was one part of the question. The other question would be, what kind of resources do you envision that this would require from your department, and a rough guesstimate on costs?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Alderman Chabot, the short answer to the first question, is this an area that we would be doing work regardless? And has it a high priority? The answer is no. We've got other corridors and nodes within Planet Calgary, which we want to start working on this year, and we're designing much of our work program around some of that. Having said that, though, and we are supporting this because it is an innovative idea in the sense that we've never done a smart code in Calgary. We have done charrettes, and as Alderman Carrar defines a charrette, we've never done one to the extent of having a smart code at the end of it or some kind of combination of policy all the way to the actual permitting side. So we feel this probably is a good idea to try to do this to see whether or not it is applicable in some of our other work. But this wouldn't be the first place we would have tried it. The second question, in terms that there will be staff involvement, there has to be, if only to coordinate. However, the price, the number in the motion and so on is at the extent it is because we're expecting whoever we hire to do the bulk of the work. The staff will only be coordinating, attending meetings, measuring the progress. We want to have a full report come back at the end of this to say whether or not we think this is successful or not successful. But there will be staff time. Some rough estimates would suggest half a staff person during the course of this, so somewhere around $50,000, but that's just a back of an envelope sort of guess at that. And we'll have to work on that once we get the contract, the RFP awarded, the contract signed, and sorted some of the details. But it will not be, we can absorb that. We're prepared to absorb that in the spirit of trying to see where this work takes us.
Okay, there's some other issues here. It talks about financing some of the capital requirements, water, wastewater, public realm improvements, and financing. Now, I'm not sure, but how do you see that as all rolling out from a financing perspective? Is this something that you envision as being private sector contributions and paying for all the infrastructure, or is this some sort of maybe a joint venture? And maybe that would be a better question for Alderman Carrar in his close.
Alderman Chabot, can you point me at what you're looking at, or exactly where? I got this just before the meeting this morning, so I haven't had a chance to read it in great detail.
Okay, where did I highlight that? Sound cost, public rights of way to ensure achievability, accurate costing, station studies. On page 2 of 4, there's a few bullets there that talks about a housing and retail market study will allow the determination of market supportability or supportable mix of housing and retail uses. Servicing studies to ensure that proposed development schemes can be serviced for water, storm, sanitary, shallow utilities, gas, telecom, electrical, including the identification and costing of any necessary upgrades. Such studies will also serve as the base for any public realm design within public rights of way, ensure achievability and accurate costing. And if you continue on, basically suggests that somehow we're going to finance this.
Well, through the chair, Alderman Chabot, I think, and certainly the aspect that is a bit different in this is we are combining, as Alderman Carr said, the policy and the development work. We'd get to a point that we would understand the state of the utilities that are existing, whether some of them are due for either maintenance or upgrades, or whether upgrades are required because of what we're proposing on the street. That then takes it to the next step. Exactly, can that be handled through some kind of levy on the development? Is that something that would have to be absorbed through the utility budgets in terms of maintenance? Do we have to relocate? I do know that we had done some work on that on Mission Road before, which had some designs which didn't go too far because there's some major pipes down the middle of the road, which of course precludes or certainly makes it more difficult for street trees, which was one of the original designs. All that would be some of the study that we'd come into, and we'd have to report back at the end of this process what we could and couldn't do, what the gap would be, and if there is any ways that we could actually either internally or perhaps get the private sector to contribute in terms of a development. It's all gathering information. I can't go much farther than that because we don't have the information right now.
Okay, now there's some references on a number of different departments that will be involved through this process. What I didn't see in that was protective services. So that would be somebody who would also be circulated through this process and have.
Certainly, we would be looking at it from the entire gamut. I mean, if we're talking about utilities, we'd be looking at both the shallow and the deep utilities. So I suspect we'll have to have conversations with TELUS, with Shaw, with the cable companies. We're going to have to look at the whole ball of wax, as it were, as well as talk to the protective services areas.
Again, resource requirements there as well.
Yep, absolutely. This is kind of like combining, as you can see in Alderman Carrar's thing here. It's taking a policy and taking it down to a development permit level of detail and trying to approve it at that point. Once that's approved, then you hope that then you're going to save time at the building permit or by simply going to building permits.
Okay, Your Worship, one final question, and I would like to have an opportunity to debate further, but I see the other lights. I'm consider this to be just questions, but if you consider this for me to be my opportunity to stand up and ask questions and debate, then I'll go directly into debate. It's your choice.
Why don't you go directly into debate when you're done your last question, Alderman Chabot?
Okay.
I'm a bit overwhelmed by the number of lights on this issue, but we'll have some good debate. Oh, yeah, when you finish asking your question, I have a couple of procedural things we need to do, which I may ask you to help me with, but why don't you ask your last question, and then we'll go from there.
And then I'll go into debate. Mr. Watson, this is tied to another CPC recommendation. If this notice of motion gets approved, what happens to the subsequent one? It's actually a two-part question, Your Worship. Mm-hmm. And the second part of that is, was that supported by CPC, the subsequent proposal?
Let me try the first part, and then I may ask you to reword the last part. My understanding is if this is approved, then the actual redesignation application, which was before you a week ago and held a public hearing, or you held a public hearing on it, would be tabled until, and I believe the date is December, something like that. There was an amendment, and I'll have to check back, where there'd be a report coming back, I believe, in July, and I don't know whether that had been dealt with or not, or as part of, I'd have to ask Alderman Carrar if that got put into the motion. So there'd be a progress report in July. The item would be tabled to December, so it's still live, but it's parked. And then we'd be reporting back at the end of the year with the results of this work. And council at that time would either approve a smart code for this area, deal with it that way, and then the other one would be abandoned, or if the smart code and all that didn't go anywhere, that would be abandoned and you deal with the tabled item.
Okay, the second part of that was CPC's recommendation to approve or to refuse?
CPC's recommendation was to approve the redesignation application that was before you. There was
you
no
for that.
debate at CPC about the charrette and the smart code.
Yeah. So was it carried fairly strongly at CPC? I can't recall off.
It's in here.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it is, but I thought you might remember, although you probably deal with a whole bunch of these, so you,
It was 5-2, Your Worship, at CPC.
in favor of, okay.
Right.
All right, thank you for that. No further questions for you, Mr. Watson. So, members of council, although I think this is probably a good idea to do in the future, and it is certainly different than the way we've been doing planning. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I'm a little reluctant to move forward this quickly on this sort of an idea, especially in light of the fact that we've had so many other things in the queue. I remember Alderman Hawksworth debating at length about how much he got lobbied from his communities wanting to get area redevelopment plans done, and how long they'd been waiting, and how he was hoping that they could get into the queue when he was on council, as well as other members of council, former members of council, that had made the same pitch, looking for ARPs to be redone because they were outdated, and because of the work plan and the workload that the planning department had, those things got pushed back. So there is a queue that's already been established in regards to the workload into the future. Do I think this is something that's, that could take a precedence? Absolutely, I do. I think it could be moved up significantly on the list of priorities. Do I think it's warrants to be at the top of the list? No, I don't. What I see here is that this will in effect render the subsequent application as moot or not even relevant. So I'm not supportive of stopping that application. I think what's being proposed there is a good plan for that area. It certainly would increase the density. It does meet the intent of the municipal development plan in regards to increased density. There are some challenges there from a geotechnical perspective. Slope adaptive type design work will have to be done there and will be done there because we have a slope adaptive procedure that council has approved just recently. So I can't support this because I see this as delaying or even stopping the other project. And I do think this is a good idea, but I think it should be put in a queue, assessed from a priority perspective before we move forward to make sure we've got the proper resources to do it. And we don't push out some of the other projects that are currently underway because we are adding this workload to the planning department. Although they say they can absorb it within their budget, that's true. But whenever you add work to administration beyond their current workload, something's got to give. So what is that? I know they're doing a lot of work in my area, in several other aldermen's areas in the north, in the southeast. I don't want to stop things moving forward in what's already currently envisioned. So I can't support this, although I applaud Alderman Carra for bringing it forward, and hopefully council will not support moving forward on this today, but rather refer this back to administration to maybe put it in the queue in regards to where it falls in priorities. So thank you, Worship, for that.
You were just suggesting that. You weren't actually making a referral motion, were you?
Not yet, Your Worship, but if
Okay.
I make a referral, I believe I still have a right to stand up after debate. And so if no one else makes it,
I'll recognize you at that point.
thank you, Your Worship.
There's a couple of procedural things, folks, that we should just get through on this. Number one is I neglected to ask for a seconder for the main motion. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Oh, I looked left. So that, now the other thing is when the motion to table went forward, we actually did have an amendment on the floor. What I would suggest is let's just move to file the amendment for now, so that we can continue with debate on the main motion. It was just one of those weird moments that the moment we tabled it, there was something on the floor. Could I have a motion to file the amendment? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Keating. Are we agreed on that? Agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot, thank you. Okay, now we're back to the main motion. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for administration. Now, Mr. Watson, Alderman Chabot had just suggested that the capacity of your department would be significantly impeded were we to do this. How much would that be? And can you characterize that for me, please?
Through the chair, Alderman Marr, I didn't hear significantly impeded, and I don't believe it will be. I mean, it certainly will be increased work, but we're able to absorb it.
And you're able to absorb that?
Now, and let's be clear, Council, this is not just my department. There's representatives from transportation, parks, engineering, other parts of the organizations. It's not simply planning.
No, I understand. Well, perhaps the city manager could address the organization as a whole.
Well, I'll assist Mr. Tolbert if I could. We
Please,
have
whomever.
looked at that across, it's through the CPAG process, so there is representatives from the other parts of the organization, and we've had conversations about what we are guessing will be the call on resources.
And are we, in effect, queue jumping here?
I would suggest this is a different queue. It's we're going
something
off
new and
sort of
innovative,
going off
is it
to the
not?
side. We're not doing an ARP here. We're not doing a development permit. We're not doing a land use redesignation. We're doing something that we've never done before. It's not in our work program, but as I said, we are supporting it because we would like to see, again, whether or not this is something we'd want to use elsewhere in some of our other work. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to support this for several reasons. Number one, I think that Alderman Carra has made his case. I think that this is something that could potentially have wide sweeping ramifications for our organization should it work. I think we're trying to be innovative, and fortune favors the bold in this situation. While I understand and generally agree with Alderman Chabot when he suggests that we have a process, sometimes as elected officials, we have to step outside that and look at the broader picture. Look at what can be done in an innovative sense and how we can best manage our communities and our city. I think that as a result of that, we may have an opportunity here. This is exactly why we've been elected, to make these bold decisions and to move forward in that vein. So I will be supporting this, and I thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Putman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I, too, am excited by this proposal and thank Alderman Carra for his initiative and doing some of the work for us, perhaps, in leading the way. A couple of quick questions. You'd mentioned in passing that this would be a good model for inner-city development. I'm wondering, perhaps in your close, if you could address that. I'm guessing this isn't restricted to that environment, but I would like more details on that matter, please. Similar to the comments from Alderman Marr as it relates to queue jumping, I have some concerns about that too, and perhaps there are protocols and equities involved with other communities. I just want to get some clarity from you, perhaps beyond the planning process, if initiatives such as these, in your mind, might tend to conflict with some of the priorities and fairness involved and what other communities might have been waiting for. So if you could address that one as well, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Putman. Alderman Hodges.
Thank you, Worship. Just briefly, I think the background information supplied by Alderman Carra is sufficient to convince me that this is certainly an effort worth our support, and I congratulate him for bringing it forward at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe this is exactly the reason for the application to the Innovation Fund, because of the statements earlier and talking about queue jumping and the fact that what we're talking about is doing things slightly differently in an effort to speed up the possibility of work in the past where the queue may be much shorter and much easier for administration to handle. So I think this is definitely the way to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Without repeating what many of my colleagues have said, I'm quite excited about this opportunity as someone who's gone through several transit-oriented development projects, 16th Avenue, ARPs, where we're trying to embody planet. They're laborious processes and can be quite contentious. And so any opportunity to streamline the process and have it so that at the end of the day, more people are satisfied is something worth doing. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Demong?
I must admit, I'm rather intrigued. Mr. Watson, I'm just curious. You've said several times you've never done this before, but you have done charrettes on in the city. Can you just briefly explain what exactly makes this unique and innovative that you haven't done before?
Your Worship, through the chair, Alderman DeBong, the unique thing here is the connection from the charrette, which we've certainly done before, and we've got people trained to do it, but taking it all the way to the smart code, which we have not done in Calgary. And if you look at the colored diagram that was handed out, what is being proposed is that we'd end up, or you would end up approving a smart code for this Mission Road area, and then that would move it straight to a building permit approval if someone came in and fit within that smart code. So that means that there wouldn't be a development permit, there wouldn't be land uses, that would all be rolled into this process. We have certainly had conversations with the law department, and they are part of the administrative work that would have to be included in working on this, is to try to figure out how we would do that in Calgary. Certainly it's not unique in terms of North America, but we've never done a smart code here. And that would actually then set, if you think about that, the community associations and other interested bodies would not be in a position to appeal any development here. Once we got the smart code in place, people would go straight to building permits and start building.
So in some ways, even though we're front-ending a large cost in the back end, it would be saving quite a deal of time and effort on this administration's behalf.
Exactly. If it works, that's exactly the upside of this.
Okay.
And certainly, as Alderman Farrell said, there are examples where we have laboriously gone in, frankly, she's right, and done ARPs and then done rezonings and done development permits and then building permits, which can take a long period of time.
Now,
we will be writing a report back to council on, from our perspective, administration's perspective, whether or not we think this is an applicable method or where we would see it being used. I'll be frank, council, I don't believe this is something that we should use everywhere all the time, but I think there could be a point or places in Calgary we might be able to.
Well, it's funny, you just touched on my next question. If this is a pilot process, pilot project, would you be looking at doing this on an ongoing basis? And if so, would the cost be coming down requisitely?
Through the chair, I mean, that will be part of our analysis. This is not either from a manpower, if we go out and hire consultants all the time to do this, then I'm here to tell you it's going to be expensive. If we do it internally, we might be able to save some. It may mean a reorganization about how we do our work, which may be a good idea. I guess I'd ask you to wait till we do the work and come back with the analysis to tell you whether we think this was successful or how successful is where we could do it.
So I take it from your tone you're somewhat excited about trying to do something different, something innovative along these lines?
We are always looking at new ways of doing our work that make it easier both for stakeholders, citizens, communities, development industry.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
You can't really do these. You can do these in theory all the time, but you really have to actually do the work to find out where the theory plays out on the ground.
Thank you. I have to admit, the idea of doing something new and unique in the city to try and find different ways of doing the processes, that's one of the reasons I was elected. For that reason alone, I'm going to be supporting this. It is a great, there is a certain amount of funds involved, but the fact is, if this is a way that we can start streamlining the methodology that we do the business of the city, I'm all in favor of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Demong. Alderman Lowe.
Your Worship, through you to Mr. Watson, you've often heard me talk about franchising workout, and I picked up on something that Alderman Carra said about embodying the cost of this process to the applicant as part of the doing business there. Now, I also clearly heard you say that this involves along the process several city departments, but is there a possibility that this could be one of those areas of which we could franchise and move it outside of the city, with the exception of perhaps some management of coordination with city departments.
Your Worship, through the chair to Alderman Lowe, in effect, we asked applicants, and this applicant has paid in terms of the redesignation. So you could say that was kind of not really a franchise. They gave us money, we did the work. But absolutely, this could be something that we could look at, and I'd be pleased to make that part of the analysis coming back, whether there's an opportunity there to say if council, perhaps, and I'm just brainstorming here, said this is an area we think this process would work in, we would tell the landowners, council would pass a resolution to that effect or something and tell the landowners, here's what we want you to do, and here's the terms of reference, and you figure out how to pay for it.
Or conversely, if there was someone or several companies in town that got into this business.
Oh, there absolutely are consultants in Calgary and certainly elsewhere that could, we're going to go seek one, as a matter of fact, that can do this work. So the trick is at the back end of this, where we're actually working with a law department to figure out how we're going to actually do this in terms of a statutory bylaw of some sort to make it work, where we're collapsing the land use, the development permit, and all that into one piece, and then allowing people to go straight to building permits, hopefully at the end of the day. I haven't got that figured out completely.
Okay, I see that only as difficult, not impossible.
There's nothing impossible, just some things are more challenging, that's all.
Okay. Well, Your Worship, to respond in part to one of Alderman Chabot's concerns, when Ms. King was up with one of her landowners during the public presentation, I directly asked the question about the impact of the delay. And if I recall correctly, the answer was, well, there's some nervousness and concern out there, but broad acceptance of it. So
as long as it doesn't go on too long as well.
Well, and the suggestion we had before us, I think, is time limited at the end of December, is it not, Alderman Carra? And I'll let you speak to that, but I think we've met those objectives. So I'm actually quite interested in supporting this, particularly if we can move it along, and then we're coming right back to my favorite thesis about starting to franchise out some of our processes here and distributing the cost, providing that we keep the ability to coordinate within the city for those other departments where it's essential. And I think this first one's going to be interesting. It's going to be expensive. It may fail, but then it may do a lot of wonderful things too. So for that reason, I'll support it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Your Worship. As I mentioned before, I was contemplating putting forward a motion to refer. But it does sound like administration will be able to meet the needs through the dollar amount that's being proposed and won't further encumber their resources. Therefore, I won't be putting forward a referral motion. Your Worship, I do think this is jumping the queue, however, so I will be voting against it, not because I don't think it's a good idea, just because I don't think it's the right timing. And it doesn't have a higher than other projects.
Thank you very much, Alderman Chabot. Anyone else before I call on Alderman Carra to close? Alderman Carra to close.
I probably should keep this brief. I think. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to respond to a couple of pointed questions. I did say this is about making inner city redevelopment competitive with greenfield growth. I think that is one axis of the graph, the redevelopment versus development axis. The other axis of the graph that's pertinent here is automobile-scaled suburban growth versus human-scaled urbanism. And Alderman Pootmans has a lot of development in his ward where you've got multiple landowners with different sized parcels, and if they focus on their individual parcels as its own fiefdom with regard to stormwater management, with regard to public realm and all of those things, you end up with tremendous inefficiencies. And if you create a system where you could get everybody playing together and looking at things in a more global way and making it worthwhile for the public, for the private sector to do that, I think you've got a tremendous win. So this does address greenfield growth. It addresses redevelopment, But what it specifically addresses is the complexity of the kind of growth that Planet Calgary is contemplating on a move-forward basis. So it's actually trying to find a way to make that possible. What happens with 6.2, this notice of motion, what we're doing is this project, this whole Innovation Fund project will be done by the end of the year or early January at the latest. But what we have is a mid-course correction, so we have this coming back for a report to the SPC on LPT on July 20th and discussed at Council on July 26th. So if the wheels do come off the wagon, the landowners who do have this active redesignation before you, we know whether this is going to be successful or not, or by that point we will have actually run the charrette and we can say, yeah, let's keep going, we're happy with this, or no, this is horribly wrong and we want to bring this back forward. So that's embedded in the notice of motion. The financial mechanism, part of this is figuring out how to find innovative ways to make this pay for itself, and it's not, there's all kinds of different mechanisms. TIFs are just the first sort of cut. There's all kinds of different ways, and so the idea behind this is to bring someone in who can run the numbers and figure out a way to do the public realm improvements and make it cost effective for the city and for the private landowners. And then just in terms of work plan, this is work that city departments would be doing anyway. It's just realigning them to be more efficient and more effective in that work. Hopefully, if we bring everyone together and you have a comprehensive policy and approvals process, the endless meetings of CPAG can be actually condensed and you can arrive at real decisions. The SMART Code as potentially overriding other legislation. What the SMART Code does is most cities, and we have this too, where you've got a cascading level of plans. You've got, the Metropolitan Plan, you've got the MDP, you've got regional context studies, you've got area structure plans or area redevelopment plans, and you've got outline plans, then you have development permits, then you have building permits. The problem is the land use bylaw sits off to the side. And so when you go to Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, those cascading level, the area redevelopment plan gets trumped by the land use bylaw, which is not part of that cascading level of plans and may or may not speak to it. The SMART Code actually creates alignment, and I'm looking forward to exploring that. And then just in terms of the priority, this is an innocuous little corner of the city. It's not part of any major priority, and the opportunity, that's I think why it works, is because we're innovating and we could find some real wins for this area, but most importantly for the whole city without queue jumping. It's not really a queue jump, it's just something that's happening anyway, and we could probably do a better job. And so that's why I think it's the perfect bite-sized little area to do this experiment, because the ramifications, if it goes horribly wrong, will be minimized. And that's my close. I hope I can count on council's support.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. On the recommendations in the notice of motion, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. And I believe that takes care of 6.2 as well, right, Madam Clerk?
Your worship, it does to a certain extent. It's covered off till July, but I don't think you'd want these bylaws back in July with the update report.
Okay.
So do we want them to come back in December?
So why don't we have a motion then, Alderman Carra, to table these bylaws to no later than a December meeting of council? Does that make sense, Madam Clerk?
Yes, your worship.
All right.
Yeah, can I just talk this out with you for a second? I think the idea is that if things aren't going well, that those bylaws can come back in July.
Then we would table them till July, your worship, so that we're not having to reconsider motions and things at that.
Heard you.
Okay.
Okay, and then in July, we can always
Retable.
dispose with them or table them or file them at that point. Okay,
Good.
so why don't you make a motion to table then the associated bylaws until July? Isn't that in the notice of motion though, Madam Clerk?
It's the second page.
Just asking for a report back.
Oh, we just need the actual bylaws.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay,
I so move.
thank you. And Alderman Marr seconds that. Any discussion on that one? All right, are we agreed? All right, any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Carried. Okay, So that then takes us to item 6.3 in your agenda, tabled report CPS 2010-65, update on expression of interest for city-owned aircraft and next steps. Alderman Marr, are you going to move the original recommendations?
Your worship, I will move the recommendations of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Lowe.
Well, your worship, I tabled the motion, so I thought I'd get to lift it from the table and make a motion, but I didn't. So here we are.
I had to get the motion on the table so you could
Yeah,
go.
okay.
All right.
Well, your worship, I'm not going to support this, and I have put together a counter proposal. Your worship, the issue with this is the use of city funds. For this, I opposed it several years ago when it was 1.4 million. And had we not had a collision with two committees, I would have been opposing it at committee, because to me this is not an appropriate use. I tabled it to seek some information about what was involved in the restoration of aircraft like this with respect to time, planning, and execution. And what I've learned is that to do this, to achieve the goals here, requires a very detailed restoration plan under the direction of a restoration manager, and it requires money, of course. So looking further, I spent some time examining or asking questions about the support that the current proponent, one of the proponents had, and while I find is some support, it's support very, very limited. It does not provide engineering support, does not provide technical support really. It doesn't provide any way of expertise. They don't provide any way of expertise in beyond some of their employees perhaps doing some work on their time and their premises on very small components of it. So, your worship, I'm going to ask council not to support this recommendation. And the proposal I would put forward is that we ask for a request for proposals from that demonstrate the financial capacity independent of city funding, and to accommodate the project within 36 months. That as part of it, we see a validated restoration plan demonstrating completion and restoration of the Hurricane aircraft and return to city's custody within 36 months, reminding council it's important to remember these aircraft belong to the city, not a museum, not anybody else. And that a validated restoration plan for the Mosquito, indicating a time frame and conditions under which the aircraft may be displayed at Calgary. And the council be advised of who the successful proponent is, which I think, your worship, gets one of the aircraft done and back in Calgary within 36 months. These aircraft have been here for 50 years. We finally managed to get them into secure storage so we're not losing bits and pieces. And so at the moment, they're safe. But I'm concerned that after 50 years, that unless we put some tight time frames around this thing, quite frankly, I would like to see the Hurricane restored in my lifetime. And I'm a little further down the road than some other folks around here. So, council, I'm going to ask you not to support the motion in front of you. It commits city money. I don't find any validated time around it. I worry about the expertise that will be put into it. I worry about the quality of the production that will be at the end of it. And there are just a series of issues with this that are unspoken in this matter, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thanks. Alderman Lowe, before you sit down, I notice that the first line of your proposal is in fact a motion to file.
It is.
And if you would like to put that motion to file, Madam Clerk, he can do so now, can't he?
Your worship, it would be contrary
It would be
because the
contrary
motion.
now.
Because it's not a motion to table, it's a motion to file. All right, so in
And
that
was-
case,
that was why
that's why you wanted to stand up first.
exactly right.
So let's see how we dispose of this one. And if this one fails, then I will recognize you again before we get to the next item.
Thank you. And if it does exceed your,
Or now.
If it does succeed, Your Worship, I will have a motion rising.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. It's just procedurally because his motion is quite contrary to the motion on the floor. We were just trying to figure out how to manage that. As always, I'm just interested in council having a full debate on every issue in front of it. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I disagree with most of what Alderman Lowe said. I can't disagree with him being further down the road than the rest of us, but not much down the road, but further down the road. I just want to comment on a few things. First of all, we did get a package sent around from Alderman Lowe where he questioned the support of a couple of the Leavens and WestJet, and I do have a copy of the letter that was sent on May 18th, 2010 from Russ White, VP of WestJet, and he says, in response to your request for support from WestJet in the restoration of the de Havilland mosquito, I feel we would be able to, number one, volunteer the labor on a time-permitted basis, if there is a need to fix any of the sheet metal on the mosquito, and if time permits, you may use the paint booth here at the Calgary hangar to refinish parts. Also with Leavens, the email that was sent says they would be more than happy to help with the restoration. Passing along goods at cost is certainly doable, and depending on what types of items you're after, we may even be able to donate some of the items, and that was from Jeff Leavens, the general manager of Leavens Aviation. The other point that was made was about the capability of the volunteers, and I've got a ton of bios on people that are prepared to work on this, and many of them are aircraft engineers with 25, 35 years, 37 years of work in this, and also many of them are people that have had quite a bit of experience in fundraising. And so the reason why I proposed the motion at committee on this was we've got a lot of response. In fact, 95% of the emails and letters I've got on this, because it is in my ward, 95% of them are saying we need to keep both aircraft here and restore them here. But also the talks that I've had with people, business people that are prepared to financially support the work on this. So at committee, what I tried to do was bring forward an amendment that would come up with a compromise. Many people were concerned that the people objecting to selling one of the aircraft, or the people that were proposing to repair them and rebuild them here, the comments were that there was, first of all, these people had not raised any money, and it's going to take an estimated $1.6 million to do this. They haven't raised any money, and they haven't proven that they have the people capable of doing it in a timely fashion. So what we did with the notice of motion was to put out an RFP. We're asking to put out an RFP, and really what we're doing is challenging these the proponents of rebuilding it to go out and raise money. I know that it's been impossible for them to raise money when they don't have an actual project to raise money for yet. But this request for proposal, if they can prove that they've got the expertise to do it, we will match them in funding, not put the funding up, but if they go out and raise $50,000, then we match it with $50,000 as the project goes on, up to a maximum of the $800,000. And I think this is what we're doing is throwing the ball back in their court and saying, if you're prepared to come up with the expertise and you're prepared to start raising the money, then if you show us that you can do this, then we're willing to back it and allow the people of the Calgary and area the opportunity to actually rebuild these. So I think it's a compromise, and it may be that they are not able to do it. If that's the case, then it comes back and we have to look at another way of doing it. But the people of Calgary, I believe, do not want these aircraft to be sent someplace else than when it could be done right here at home. So I urge you to support the motion as it is put forward from committee. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman McLeod?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to stand here and tell you I know much about the aircraft, but I do know a lot about grant making and matched grants from my background. There are a couple of things on here that concern me one in particular that I did miss in the committee meeting, and that's that we don't have a time frame in this motion. There absolutely needs to be a time frame, and I would suggest 1 year, and I would make an amendment to that effect.
Do you want to put that amendment now, or you want to finish your comments? And
I'll
then we'll-
finish my comments.
Okay.
The other piece that we didn't clarify in the motion is Alderman Stevenson just suggested that if they raise 50, we'll give them 50. We need to know that there's sufficient funds to complete the project, not to get it half done. We need to make sure that the 800,000 has to be raised in order to go forward on this. Otherwise, we have a very high risk of a half-completed project, and that concerns me as well. So I would make a motion to clarify both of those. I think probably it's best if I sit down and write it up.
I'll recognize you again, Alderman McLeod. Alderman Carra.
Just, are we going to receive a report from administration on this before? So is this discussion occurring prior to the report from it? I mean, from administration, or are we just talking about this and voting?
I'll ask the chair of the committee if I'm getting this wrong, but I understand that the committee's recommendation was to direct administration to go through an RFP process, but that the RFP process have to have organizations that can meet these 3 criteria, which basically is one and only one of the organizations that had come forward in the previous process, which was not an RFP. So I'm not sure what your question is.
Okay. My question
Sorry,
was.
this is very confusing. I was reading the timeline on this.
My question is, I mean, generally, when we have a report before us, do we have administration say, hey, this is what's going on, and lay out the groundwork for discussion?
Oh, I see what you mean. No, not usually, because that's usually done at committee.
Yes, okay.
But if you have questions for Dr. Hargesheimer, look at her. She's ready to stand up and answer them.
Okay. No, I'm willing to. I'm willing to just weigh in a little bit on this. I think that.
Sorry, Dr. Hargesheimer.
I think that the motion that we're expecting from Alderman McLeod, I think, would be welcome, and I just want to caution the fact that I just want to ask while you're writing it up, is the timeline versus the assurance of completing the project. I think the assurance of completing the project is way more important than the timeline. The thing's been sitting in boxes for decades. I don't see the rush. I just see what this whole debate was in council is what is the city of Calgary? Are we owned by the citizens, and do we follow the passions of citizens and our volunteers, or are we, the corporation that is trying to maximize our value and do deals? And I think that what the committee's decision was, and I mean, that was a fascinating day we spent in committee, and we saw unbelievable passion from Calgarians. And I can tell you from knocking on doors, I quickly learned that when I knocked on a door and I was asked about mosquitoes, it wasn't a pesticide issue. It was the plane. People are passionate about this plane, and they're passionate about its contribution to Calgary's history. And what is the role of the city of Calgary, if not to empower our citizen volunteers to celebrate our heritage? So that's why I supported this motion. I'd be very willing to support an amendment that clarifies the intent of the motion and gives good direction to the citizen volunteers. But I ask you to really not be hammer-fisted with the timeline, because I don't think that this is something that requires a rush.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you. Just a question for Dr. Hargesheimer around the funding and how we do matching funding. I just want to, and we heard this at committee, is that we do not release funding until the proponent or our partner has reached 90%. Is that, could you clarify that for us, please?
Yes, we were intending to use the criteria that we used for the Community Investment Fund and many other funds. The RFP would go out for the full plan, and no city funding would be released until all of the funding was in place to complete the project. And there was a long discussion at committee about committee members being interested in the bids and the so basically the discussion concluded that we're intending to put out an RFP process, and at that point there is no further council decision in terms of that's a procurement and supply decision, and it's based on meeting the criteria, and we can report back on the progress that we have made, or we can report back on when it has been awarded, but we would not be bringing forward the bids on the RFP for any further conversation.
No, thank you, and that's good, because that would be inappropriate.
Right.
And as to, just for Alderman McLeod, so when it comes to, there is a process in place exactly to mitigate that risk around financing and funding that you talked about. As well, if you are putting a motion on time, I hope it applies to to actually getting funding in place as opposed to completion of the project. Because I think that we can say, I think it would be appropriate for us to say, you know what, you've got a year to, the successful proponent of the RFP, you've got a year to get your funding in place, to get the people in place, to prove, to show that you can do it. And if you can't do that within a year, we've got to move on with something else. So I think that that's appropriate to do that. I also, you know, the fact that committee actually tossed out and said, we'll actually match you to $800,000, I think caught everybody by surprise. Probably the not the least were those who are the most passionate about the plane, the ones who were at committee. And I think it is appropriate. I think it is an appropriate use of city funds. I think it's because we heard, and certainly committee, we heard the passion, as Alderman Carra said, around this project. For those of us who've been on, who were on council the last council, we've heard about the passion about this project several times. This is not, that wasn't the first time we had a long discussion about it. And I think that it is appropriate for Alderman Stevenson's motion and amendments to say, look, we'll match you. We hear you. We understand what you want to do. We believe in that. We believe in this as a community project. Our challenge and our concern is around money. 1.6 is a lot of money to raise. So we said, we'll actually come onto the table with you and we'll match you. And I think that was completely appropriate for us to do that. So the motion that is before us is Alderman Stevenson's amendment. I think it is completely appropriate. I will support it. If Alderman McLeod does have an amendment around timeline for putting together the funding, I'll support that as well.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Keating?
Thank you, Your Worship. It was a fascinating discussion, and the discussion of honoring volunteers in Calgary and helping them through this process is very important. I just wanted to bring up the idea again that this is for 2 aircraft, and if we're doing an RFP and if we're doing matching funds, I would hate to say that you must raise all $800,000 before you can begin work on 1 aircraft. I think it needs to be split in some way so that work can begin on 1 as the other funds are being raised for the 2nd aircraft, rather than lumping it all together in $800,000 completely. I am sensitive to time as well. I don't think it should be open-ended, but I don't think it should be restrictive either. So, thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Alderman Hodges?
Yes, Your Worship, just to clarify, did Alderman Stevenson put an amendment? And if so, can I read it, please?
I think what Alderman Pincott meant was that the recommendation that is in front of us today was Alderman Stevenson's amendment at committee.
Already. That's what I was wondering. That's the other interpretation to adopt. I'd like to be able to proceed with this today, Your Worship, and I support basically support the recommendations at committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Demong?
Dr. Hargesheimer, has it been attempted before to restore either of these aircraft?
Not our City of Calgary aircraft.
It hasn't been sent out to try, somebody hasn't taken
No.
a shot at it? No? Okay. Do we have any...
Excuse me, Alderman Tuong. Dr. Hargesheimer, didn't I read in the notes that it went to Cold Lake at some point and nothing was done and then it came back?
That was a long time ago. So not in the recent history of the whole conversation,
That's fine.
2005.
I'm referring in the last 60-ish years. Like, has it ever been sent out to attempt this before? Has anybody ever tried doing this?
So I'm sorry, I was referring to it may be in the notes and the mayor is probably looking right at it, is he?
He could be in about 5 seconds. I remember reading it last night. Sometime back in 1989. See how good my memory is? It went to Cold Lake, and then in 92 it never came back. Is that right, Alderman Hodges? It came back with nothing done.
If I could help, Your Worship, there was 2 attempts. I think one shortly after it was arrived, it was over in the field hangar, and they actually ground the fabric off the outside. And then the second attempt, it went to Cold Lake. The Air Force were going to undertake it, and they returned it.
So it's fair to say we have not had a successful attempt.
So we don't really have any history on the attempts themselves, why they stopped and sent it back to us,
I'm
per
sure
se?
we do. I'm sure we do.
Okay. It's unfortunate. I was really quite curious to see what the reasoning's behind. I mean, if we have the actual Air Force attempting this and they're not able to do it, gives me some concern. Sidelining that for a moment, do we have any, is there any interest in putting any liability insurance on this one way or another if regards to we send this out and the aircraft is damaged in one way or another?
That would be part of the RFP process
Okay.
in terms of liability and indemnity and all of that.
Okay. And would that be, we would match the insurance costing of that, so to speak?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. Now we're getting into the how the RFP will be and how the contract will be signed. So there will be an RFP. There will be a winner of the RFP. The winner of the RFP will have to sign a contract in terms of the before the tender is let, and all of that will be in there.
So when you say you're sending out to tendering the contract, does that mean that we're going to have different competing groups trying to raise funds to fix the mosquito?
We will have one RFP awarded for this.
I realize that, but an RFP means you're sending it out for bidding and that somebody will try to get the contract to do the job, correct?
Right. We hope that there will be more than one bid.
Okay, I'm a little confused at how this would work if we're talking about having volunteer organizations raising funds.
No, we're talking about a restoration that is professionally managed. Restoration to the recognized and accepted museum quality static display with volunteer participation. However, these assets are quite valuable, and so there needs to be a professional management of the project and a demonstration that it can be completed in a timely manner and successfully.
Sorry, I'm just having trouble grappling how this is going to work. If you need a professional management to organize this, how does the volunteer fundraising aspect of it fit into it? If you could explain that just a
So
little
we
bit.
have $800,000. We know based on an assessment of what the restoration costs would be for this job, for the 2 aircraft, that the cost is roughly 1.6, double that.
Yes.
So the volunteers would need to fundraise
Yes.
the other $800,000. They may be able to reduce the cost by having a hangar donated or having labor donated, but there's still the project needs to still be overseen by a professional who understands the aircraft.
And are there a number of people that we could be sending this RFP to that understand the aircraft implicitly enough to do this? I'm just curious. Everything in the notes say it's 50, 60-year-old aircraft, and nobody does this anymore. And we're looking at volunteers that have been transfixed with this idea and concept. And I appreciate the volunteers may have lots of knowledge of it, but when you talk about a professional management, somebody managing it that has this knowledge, it strikes me as, what do they do for a living?
Well,
Like what-
we have the expression of interest that went out, which 4 of the 5 projects said that they would be able to engage a professionally managed project. 4 of the 5 have that one checked.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Chair.
Thanks, Alderman Demong. Alderman McLeod, are you ready?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a couple of clarifications before I finish this. The 90%, Dr. Hagesheimer, the 90% funding requirement that you indicated, I think renders that part of the amendment as being not required. But I just had a couple of things. Is that cash and in kind? And I think you've already answered my other question about who will receive the funding.
Yes, it's cash and in kind. I think, though, Alderman Pincott's comment about there being a sunset on the length of time that bidders would have to raise the funding would be appropriate. As to whether a year is reasonable, I can't comment.
Yeah. No, I'm going to make the motion on the timing. I just wanted to clarify if there was also policy on the cash and in kind as well. I'll just leave that for now. So the amendment is that the plan, and I'm not sure that if I've got this exactly right, but that the plan and the funding to support this project be in place by 2010, March 31st. It's a little over a year. Yeah, well, Alderman Lowe talked about age and time. I don't know. Yes, 2012. So the amendment is, and I probably don't have it quite framed right, but that the work plan and funding to support this be in place within, by 2012, March 31st.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Can we just pop? Thank you. Do we have that up on the screen, Madam Clerk? Okay, if you could read it back, that'd be great.
That the work plan and the funding to support this project be in place by 2012, March 31st.
And where are we putting that in the motion?
It could be just added to the recommendations, Your Worship.
Just make it number 3?
Perhaps.
Because presumably, Dr. Hargesheimer, that would be a deadline in the RFP. So why don't we make it number D of recommendation number 1? Sorry, I just thought of that.
I'm just wondering if it should read the restoration plan.
Sure.
Seems a little more consistent with the rest of it.
Are we getting it on the screen, Madam Clerk?
It'll take a few minutes.
No
Your
problem, no
Worship.
problem, as long as we're getting there. Sorry, just got a frog in my throat there. Okay, and that was it, Alderman McLeod? Okay, so, and Alderman Lowe seconded that amendment? So on the amendment, any discussion? All right, Alderman, there's so many of you. Alderman Chabot, then Moore, then Putmans, then Pincott.
I'll be very brief, Your Worship. I would like to either see it in writing or something, because
It's
I know
coming.
it came up on the screen and it went by really quick. I didn't get a chance to see it. But
It's coming back. They're just typing it.
okay, thank you. So I can decide which way I'm going to vote on.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Your Worship. That's all I need to know.
Alderman Moore?
Thank you. Sorry, I was just going to read that again. So I've got a couple of questions for clarification. What are we interpreting as administration then? That what is the work plan here? Are we saying that they have to have the financing set up? They need to know exactly where these, who's going to put the bits together, how they're going to compile it within a year?
That's what it looks like to me.
Is that possible?
Well, we heard at committee that the volunteers that were there had not begun fundraising. And so it's really speculation on our part as to whether they'd be able to be successful. But as Alderman Stevens points out, they didn't have a project either. So once the RFP is let and they are successful, then I think they would get cracking with that kind of a deadline.
Mm-hmm. And I know that that can be extremely motivating, which is what I understand the intent of this is. That said, what if March 31st, 2012 rolls around and they're not quite there? What happens then? My concern is that we have something that people are deeply passionate about. We have volunteers that are being asked to raise $800,000. Volunteers that are going to be asked to put together a plan on how to restore aircraft that have been sitting in storage for decades, much longer than I've been alive. These planes are part of our history, and I think that we need to honor these volunteers and Calgarians to allow them to be able to, not to set them up for failure, but to allow them to be able to do this in a time frame where it is reasonable. I think a professional organization like United Way, which is full of volunteers and full of people with backgrounds in all types of different capabilities, would be able to achieve something like this and be able to say that they can put together a plan and raise $800,000. I think that a handful of volunteers being asked to do this is setting them up for failure. So I'm asking you not to support this. And I will actually amend this to amend the date. I don't mind having a deadline. I don't mind motivating and encouraging them to say, this is your project. We're going to help you do it. We're going to commit our resources and our expertise and all of the backing and hopes and dreams of Calgarians along with you. But I think we need to change that to a more reasonable date, 2013, at the very, very, very soonest. So if there's a seconder, I would appreciate somebody to... Oh, I made
you made the main motion.
I did make the main motion. So I'm hoping that there's somebody else that would move that on my behalf, because we heard at committee. We know exactly what obstacles there are before them, and I don't want them to be set up for failure. So if someone would move that on my behalf, I'd appreciate it.
I think you've got someone coming up, Alderman Moore. Thank you, and I did note, by the way, that the city came into possession of these aircraft the year that I was born. So as much as we complain about us moving slowly, sometimes it might be true. Alderman Pincott, then Putmans, then Stevenson, then Keating.
Thank you. You know what? I do support actually putting a frame around it, and I realized, and this sort of speaks a little bit to Alderman Moore, this doesn't actually take into account the time frame of actually doing the RFP. So potentially that could be 6 months before an RFP is awarded, which would leave with this date would leave 6 months for a plan and money to come in place, because the RFP hasn't even been written up. Nobody's won it. Nobody can go out and start developing a plan. So my fear is with this that we would handcuff an organization into, say, if the RFP is awarded in July, August, September, whenever, then that reduces the amount of time that they actually have to put it together. If we want to give the organization a year from the date that the RFP is awarded, that makes sense to me. If we wanted to change it to 2013, that's probably work out to be about a year and a half. But I think we need to be realistic in this, and at the end of the day, possibly allowing the organization 6 months to do it. I think at the end, probably wouldn't be able to do it. So I would, as I was the seconder of the motion, I would, if somebody does choose to amend this to either the date suggested by Alderman Marr or a year following the awarding of the RFP. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. And I just for council's information, I did notice that they talked about casino funding as one of the sources, and the casinos do typically come every 18 months or so, just FYI. So Alderman Stevenson. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Worship, thank you. I was not at SPC. I'm not a member of that particular committee, so was unable to get a sense of the passion and the interest in this project. I'll take it at face value that there are the volunteer skills, the passion to do this project. I'm afraid I see a disconnect. I'm familiar with a lot of projects in the arts, in the university, and in the not-for-profit world where that level of passion and interest raises sums of money, frankly, quite in excess of this budget of $1.6 million. If the level of enthusiasm and interest in this project is indeed as high as it's purported to be, I'm confused as to why the city's being asked to contribute $800,000. I hate to be blunt and frank. I will speak in favor of Alderman Hodges' motion that I think that the group needs to determine where their funding will come from. If it involves engaging professional fundraisers, so be it. But I'm thinking of 5 dead women, a monument to them in Olympic Plaza and on Parliament Hill raised more money than this. These monuments were erected with no government money. I'm thinking of monuments throughout the city where people, if aircraft can be compared to monuments, that groups passionate about their cause raise the money from the private sector and themselves. So I will be interested in anyone who wishes to address that point, but I'm struggling with why the city is being asked to contribute to this project.
We are actually on the amendment, Alderman Putmans, but that said, I will call the recommendation separately when we get to the vote on the main motion for that reason. Alderman Stevenson on the amendment?
Yes, Your Worship. Well, Alderman Marr and Alderman Pincott expressed what I felt is that the timing is not. I was going to ask how long it would take to actually complete a successful RFP process, but what I would like to do is amend it to say that that it would be 2 years from the date that the RFP is awarded. Because that way it gives them the 18 months that it would take to do a casino application.
Okay, so your amendment would be
let me see how that would
the
work.
work plan and funding to support this restoration plan be in place no later than 2 years after the awarding of the
RFP.
Awarding
of the contract.
but the awarding of the contract, I
Right.
guess. Okay. I think Alderman Chabot has already seconded that.
Yeah, it's, I too share the concern that, that we don't want to leave it open-ended because we have to put a sense of urgency out there, but we also have to be realistic that this is a group that would be formalized and put in place and then launch their fundraising program. And so to have it too short so that they're not in a position to complete it is setting them up for failure. So I'm sure that with the passion that's out there, if they can have the money in place in 18 months, they're going to have it. They're chomping at the bit to actually start this work. So by putting a maximum of 2 years, then they can do it as quickly as they want. So thank you, Your Worship.
Do I have a seconder for the amendment to the amendment? Alderman Keating? Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Okay. On the amendment to the amendment then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Lowe, McLeod, did I see another hand over there? Call the roll, please.
On the amendment to the amendment, Alderman McLeod?
No.
Alderman Moore? Yes. Alderman Pincott? Yes. Alderman Pootmans? Alderman Stevenson?
Yes.
Sorry, Your Worship. Alderman Carra?
Yes.
Alderman Chabot?
Yes.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart?
No.
Alderman Demong?
No.
Alderman Farrell?
Yes.
Alderman Hodges?
Yes.
Alderman Jones?
Yes.
Alderman Keating?
Yes.
Alderman Lowe?
No.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
It's carried, Your Worship.
All right. So we're back to the main motion then as amended. On the main motion as amended, I've got Alderman Lowe. You've already spoken on this, Alderman Lowe, but did you have a question of clarification?
I guess my question of clarification, Your Worship, is why would we spend $800,000 when we have an opportunity to be given $2.5 million?
An outstanding question, Alderman Lowe.
am I being asked for clarification of my question, Your Worship? I can expand
Were you,
on it.
I thought you were being rhetorical. Sorry, Alderman Lowe.
I'm
Are you
being
asking
deadly
anyone in
serious.
particular?
Ask me.
Why don't we get Alderman Marr to talk about that in his close? The question was, why would we spend $800,000 of city money when we have someone out there who's willing to give us
2.6 million.
2.6 million? Anyway, I think that is certainly a good question for debate, Alderman Lowe.
And when will I be allowed to debate it, Your Worship?
Right now, you've got the floor.
Thank you very much. So, you know, I'll enter into the debate around the amendment here, because if you go back to committee, which I was only there for part-time of, one of the people who presented to the committee, council, who was just as passionate about these aircraft as anybody else. There were 3 people who presented who said effectively 2 things. Dick Kaiser, who arranged the funding to secure the Sabre, to have it rebuilt and have it displayed, said very plainly that he and another group of oilmen tried to raise the money to restore the Hawker Hurricane and could not. And what they found was that unless you have a human issue, in other words, homelessness, poverty, disease, something like that around an issue, it's increasingly difficult to raise money. And they were unable, despite being very well connected and very well connected within the military, they were unable to raise the money. The other 2 people, Mr. Seaborn and Mr. Madden, both of whom have a track record as restorers, pointed out that a small group of volunteers, without the technical ability, without the jigs, without all the stuff that goes with it, it was not really practical to ask them to do it. So, you know, while we're talking about giving them 2 years to raise the money and now having the ability to go to a casino, that gives them 1 casino, which nowadays, based on community experience or community association experience, is netting them $75,000 to $85,000, depending on how good the casino is, which leaves $720,000 left to go. Why would we do that when we could probably have the 1 airplane done and back here in 3 years, professionally done, and the other one flying 3 to 5 years, probably? Why would we commit $800,000 of taxpayer money to a project that somebody with direct experience in raising money for something like this said, even in the best of times, was extraordinarily difficult? So while I supported the amendment, because I think it's appropriate principally that we put a time frame around how long we give this organization to raise the money, what I would point out, Your Worship, is that the technology, the technical skills in the world left to do either of these aircraft is disappearing at a furious pace. Yes, WestJet said they could do some parts and they can do some things, but thankfully there's exactly none of the technology involved in these airplanes is involved in anything WestJet operates. The airplanes are unique. They're very, very difficult. And I think that has to be brought to bear. So I think putting the framework around this is important. I think spending any money on it, any city money on it, is foolish. I think Alderman Putman's made a very good case that if the project is worth doing in the public realm, the public will raise all of the money. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe, and thank you for the reminder that we still have this amendment on the floor as well. So I've got quite a number of lights, but I will ask everyone if it's on the amendment. If not, I'll keep your light on for the main motion. Alderman Marr on the amendment? To close. Alderman Carra on the amendment?
I've got a rhetorical question, and this is, you know, please excuse the cheekiness, but it's these debates occur in committee, so we don't have to rehash them ad nauseum on council floor.
Is that how it's supposed to work, Alderman Carra?
In theory, and there are aldermen I know who are proponents of that, that concept. Just responding to Alderman Pootman's question of cost, and I think that for me, because Alderman Pootman wasn't there, my approach to the proposition that was before committee and where we ended up was the result of a long day, a long day of seeing of tremendous testimony from all kinds of different people. And I think what it boils down to is that spending $800,000 on an asset the city owns, leveraging that money against volunteers, the way we've set this up is that we end up with an asset that's worth a lot more than that. And, well, Alderman Lowe is shaking his head, but that's definitely the proposition that was put before committee, is that these are valuable assets that are even more valuable when they're not in boxes, when they are actually there. So that was one of the reasons that we're basically putting money into something we own so it can actually be worth what it is. And the other question I have, and again, I do not understand the time frame on this. These things have been sitting in boxes for decades. We've got volunteers who are passionate about not wanting it shipped away and lost from the city. We've got volunteers who now have the opportunity to approach restoration and giving this asset the value that it should have. And why a 2-year time limit? The terms of reference that we put forward protect us. They protect the fact that this isn't going to sort of get frittered away and sort of like scattered across a field, So I don't understand the time frame. Really, the thing is, we've got a business proposition. We've got a eccentric billionaire collector in England who wants our aircraft, and we've got passionate citizens here who say, no, this is our aircraft. We want it here. Why the time frame? And now we're giving them the opportunity to actually get into the boxes. Why the time frame? I don't understand that. And I would maybe ask that the work plan and the funding strategy to support this resolution be in place no later than 2 years. Just putting that out there. I don't know. I actually, because I want to hear debate from council because I do not understand what the rush is after decades of it sitting in boxes and finally saying, we're a city, we're at the brink of being a city that says we value our volunteers, we value our citizens, we're going to let them participate in building our living heritage. Why put this time frame on them? I think that we need to have a work plan. I think we need to have a funding strategy that knows it can be built over the course of the established work plan, but I don't know why we want to sort of like shut the door in 2 years. I don't understand that. So I actually will put the amendment, the funding strategy to support this and listen to my fellow councilors debate.
All right, now we have another amendment to the amendment on place.
If I have a seconder?
To add the word strategy, if we have a seconder. Do we have a seconder? No, you can't. You moved the main motion. Do we have a seconder? Oh, thanks, Alderman Hodges.
They need to have, no, that's not making it worse. It's making it a lot easier for them.
On the amendment to add the word strategy to the amendment, any debate? Just wave at me. Alderman Jones.
Problem is, it gets changed so many times I forgot what my original question was.
We're on the amendment to the
I
amendment.
know, I'm just going to go with what my question was to begin with because I don't know where I should jump in. Dr. Hergesheimer, is there any terms of reference for the RFP? And if so, you haven't started on the terms of reference?
No. The starting point would be the expression of interest. We've been out to the market with this before.
We heard this, about 4 years ago?
5.
5 years ago. I knew it was a long time ago. So you're saying, what's the hurry, Alderman Carra? It's taken us 5 years to get to here. So it could take us another 5 years to get to there. What do you feel the opportune time for the request for proposal is going to be?
Well, it would likely take us 3 months to get the RFP out through supply and make sure that it's correctly put. We would likely leave it open for a significant amount of time if we're trying to get people to put a volunteer proposal together with the caveat on the project being professionally managed, so another 3 months. So it would probably be 6 months before it is awarded. I'd have to make sure that council understands that awarding does not mean the funding will transfer, because the RFP will say that no money will transfer and the planes will not come out of the boxes until the funding is in place to complete the project.
Okay, are we going to allow volunteer time as are we going to put a dollar figure on volunteer time? I guess is what I'm asking. Are we asking for a strict $800,000? Or are we asking for $800,000 including volunteer time?
Well, I think that's going to be a conversation for procurement, but it seems to me that in-kind contributions are accepted as long as the project can be fully completed.
And you know, and I know this is a question that's not fair to ask you, but do you feel that this project would fit the guidelines of CFAP?
Of?
CFAP? Community Facility Enhancement?
I don't know.
That's a really interesting question.
We certainly would be encouraging the proponents to apply for all of the possible opportunities.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Jones, and I'm glad you got your questions asked, whether on the amendment to the amendment or not. On the amendment to the amendment, I think I saw Alderman Chabot's hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I think Alderman Carra, in his attempt to make things better, may have actually made things worse, because this puts additional obligations on the group to come up within that 2-year timeline. And I agree that I don't think 2 years, I don't think we should be imposing these kind of limitations in regards to something that's been sitting for so long. I realize, of course, that in the past it had been stored in a location that may have not have been appropriate. In fact, we know it wasn't appropriate for the storage of both the hurricane and the mosquito. But I made a motion to get administration to look at relocating them in a safer environment, something that would protect our asset better so that it wouldn't deteriorate at the rate that it did. And so we did. We moved the aircraft, both aircrafts. So now they're in a safe location, well protected, not subject to some of the environmental issues that were associated with the former site. So I don't think prolonging the delay or prolonging the whole process an extra 3 or 4 years even is going to cause additional deterioration of the aircraft. So I'm not going to support this, although I supported the amendment to change it to 2 years. And I did that because I thought it was less bad than the previous motion. It's still a bad motion, so I'm not going to support it, but at least it's less bad than what was originally proposed. So that's the only reason I supported that, and I will not be supporting the rest of it.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Alderman DeLong, Alderman Marr, Alderman Keating.
Just because hypotheticals seem to be the topic of the day, we do have an offer in front of us. Maybe I'm posing this more to Dr. Hargesheimer than a hypothetical. We have a proponent making an offer to us at this point. Do we know that in 2.5 years that offer might still be on the table with regards to trading the hurricane in replacement for a mosquito?
Well, Your Worship, at committee, the proponent actually sent his representative, and they were as keen as they were 5 years ago. It would be speculation as to whether the offer is fully open-ended. I mean, it's been on the table for 5 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hargesheimer. Thanks, Alderman DeLong. On the amendment to the amendment, Alderman Marr.
Thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate the comments that I'm hearing around the table, and especially Alderman Carra when he wanted to look at what is the work plan and the funding strategy, and how are they going to be able to do this in 2 years. I'll bet money right now that they can do this. They're motivated. They understand that there's a time frame. They want to do this. The only thing that's been holding them back from being able to do this is us. We're going to give them that opportunity. We're going to allow them the opportunity to work and fix and restore this piece of history for all Calgarians. And that's the reason why we're going to do it, because we own these aircraft. This strategy will allow them to make this happen, and we will be setting them up for victory, not failure. That's why I will support this motion. I think that 2 years is an adequate amount of time, and the insertion of the word strategy makes sense because it allows us to focus the work and understand exactly what needs to be done. So I will be supporting this, and I encourage council to do so as well.
Alderman Keating on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I won't support this because if I read this correctly, what it states is they have 2 years after the RFP to develop a strategy. They may not raise a penny in that 2 years to make this fulfill. I think we have to make the decisions and move forward. We've been doing this for a while, and I think when the time comes, you make that decision, you move forward. If in 2 years they are successful, then fantastic, we move forward. If in 2 years they are unsuccessful, then we have to go a different avenue. We can't continue down the same avenue over and over. And if that's correct, that's the way I read that motion. I was going to have an amendment, but this is an amendment to an amendment, I believe, and I will wait till my time is correct. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Alderman Stevenson?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could ask Dr. Hargesheimer, in the RFP process, would funding strategy not be a part of the submission?
Well, yes, but now we've said we'd give them 2 years to develop that. I think that you're quite right. I mean, the RFP is going to be awarded on the merit of the proposal, and part of the merit of the proposal is a work plan and funding strategy that's submitted right when you press the button to submit.
Yes. So, Your Worship, I won't be supporting this amendment to the amendment because I think what our objective was to put a sense of urgency on them to actually raise the money. And I think 2 years is sufficient for them to do that. And so I think it was better without the word strategy in there. So I won't support the addition of that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Alderman Collier-Kurt?
Speak now just to the whole thing. Similar to Alderman Stevenson, I would have assumed that part of the RFP process would be to incorporate their ideas for a strategy, a work plan, funding, and to even constrain that with putting the 2 years in there. That's why I have so much difficulty with the whole thing, the amendment and the amendment. So just to clarify, Dr. Hargesheimer, is there any value added in doing an RFI first before an RFP? And what would the differences be as it relates to this matter?
Well, Your Worship, we have done an expression of interest, and basically what we found is summarized. We had 5 groups come forward, and basically it's that triangle: quality, time, and cost. And we've defined the quality as static display. So now all we're kind of looking at in terms of weighing the RFP will be the time it'll take and how much the full cost would be of the project. And we've heard that 1.6 million is the full cost of this restoration. So in terms of an expression of interest, I'm not sure we would get any further ahead. I think that what we heard at committee is we're wanting to move ahead. The restoration itself, most of the proponents said that they would be able to do it in less than 5 years if there was funding provided by the city. Otherwise, it was 10 years plus. So it seems like there's nothing much more than what we have summarized on the attachment here that we would learn by doing another expression of interest.
Right. So the RFI, for all purposes, has been done. We acquired a certain amount of knowledge and information from going through that process. It's still timely, or relevant, I should say. It's still relevant. So could we use that as part of the RFP process now?
Yes, so we would be building,
incorporate
absolutely.
it and build it,
yes, we
take
would
it
be,
forward?
Yeah, we would be using the findings from the expression of interest to build the RFP.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Collier-Kurt. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, on the amendment to the amendment, that is to add the word strategy, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Marr. Alderman Pincott. Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
Well, yeah.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart. Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
No.
Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
No.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Thank you. Back to the amendments then. Any further debate on the amendment? Oh, Alderman Keating, was it an amendment or an amendment to the amendment?
Well, I was thinking of adding an E because I still go back to the idea of this is two separate jobs, two separate airplanes. But in rethinking it and hearing, I think in 2 years, if we're not in a position to move forward in this regard, then we have to look at a different avenue. And I would hate to separate them so one is done and the other, we may lose that other possibility.
So
So I
you're
will
gonna leave it for
not
now?
be amending it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Anyone else on the amendment? Alderman McLeod, did you want to close?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's a couple of things that I'd like to say in closing. I think because of the community interest here, I'm willing to support the $800,000 of city funds being allocated to this as a priority. There are many, many, many other projects in this city that could surely use that money. And I'm supporting this, but not ad infinitum. I think that there has to be a time frame, a clearly established time frame. We can't keep $800,000 sitting around forever until somebody raises the money. There has to be a demonstration of support for this, and it needs to be demonstrated clearly that this group has the capacity to raise the money and to do the work that's necessary. I think that 2 years is too long, quite frankly. I think 1 year is plenty. I also do not think that I can't see any reason why the fundraising cannot start while the RFP is in place. We know the RFP is going to be issued. It's not like this project is not going to go forward or that there's some reason that this wouldn't. We know that from the expression of interest that there's capacity to do this, and the fundraising should begin immediately and the strategy put in place immediately. It doesn't take that long to do that. And as having done funding in my past career, there are plenty of people that come forward all the time saying we've got $800,000, we need to raise the other $800,000, and can we get your support commitment? And people will set aside, funders will set aside the funds pending the RFP and the commitment. So 2 years is plenty. I wish this group well. I have concerns. I also have concerns that the alternative offer is not going to be around forever. But I understand there is significant support, and I will support this with the amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. On the amendment then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Demong's, call the roll, please.
On the amendment as amended, Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott. Yes. Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried.
All right. Back to the main motion then. On the main motion, Alderman Carra?
No, I don't. I mean, we've rehashed everything I possibly could say.
Okay,
no.
I'll speak then. All right then. Okay. But point of order, Your Worship.
Yes, Alderman.
Main motion or Alderman Lowe's motion to file?
No, main motion. Motion to file does not take precedence. I made a little error at the beginning, so main motion. Contrary, exactly. It's not the same as a motion to table. You were actually next on the list, Alderman Putmans, if you had anything. Okay, Alderman Chabot?
Yeah, well, I'm going to support the motion, albeit it's not necessarily what I was hoping it was going to be. I don't like the idea of putting in a specific timeline to this in light of the fact that these aircraft have been sitting for so long. The issue about the fact that these were hand-built many, many years ago, and that those skill sets may not exist anymore. I think, of course, the sooner we move forward, the more likely we're going to be able to find those skill sets, because people can only live for so long, and those skill sets are lost once they're gone. So the sooner we move forward on this, I guess, restoration, the better, especially with regards to the carpentry skill sets. I think that one in particular is one that some of those arts of the day are lost today. They don't exist. All the old guys, they all remember that stuff. The new guys, they may not necessarily use that same kind of, you think so? Well, that's good, that's good. Insofar as all of this steel work and whatnot, I can't imagine that there was anything that was built back then that couldn't be built today. Everything, like all the machinist stuff that I've seen nowadays, you just punch it in and it spits out your part, no matter what it is. So I just can't fathom that we couldn't rebuild these aircraft today if they were able to build them back in the 40s. So I'm going to support it. Okay, I'm going to support it, and I hope members of council can support it as well.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Mar, if I may just say one sentence before I call on you to close, with your permission. I too am particularly interested to see the volunteer interest in this, and I'm certainly very, very willing to give the volunteer group a try. But I do want to say that I did find committee's decision very odd to put city funding towards people who never actually asked for it. And I hope that we don't get into a trend of giving people money who don't actually request the money. It would be a troubling trend for me if we were to do that. And I am going to call the two items on the recommendation separately.
Thank you. Well, there's some questions that were brought up, and I would like to address them. Number one, Alderman Lowe was suggesting, why are we going to spend money, city money, in order to, or where we could get $2.5 million. And the reason why is we own these aircraft. They belong to the citizens of Calgary. And I, for one, and what I've heard from my constituents and from voices around the table, we don't want to sell piecemeal our heritage. This is part of our past. It's a shared history that we have a connection with the past, with the veterans of World War II, with the airmen that flew in service of our country, that mapped the northern parts of this country. And I think we owe it to all Calgarians to ensure that we retain this part of our heritage. The RFP process gives direction. It tells the volunteers that not only are we going to prepared to put our money where our mouth is, we're going to entrust you with this valuable asset and trust that you will be able to fix it, that you will be able to restore it to a condition that we will be able to share with all Calgarians for generations to come. Not something that's going to be stuck in a box somewhere, forgotten. Alderman Lowe also mentioned that the ability to restore these aircraft is being lost. This art is dying out. That tells me all the more reason why we need to move forward now with a plan to be able to give this asset over to the experts, to the volunteers that will be able to restore this for generations to come. We own these aircraft. I'm prepared to put $800,000 up because of the fact that it is a huge part of our history. Calgarians have spoken to us. We've heard them. Let's do the right thing, Calgary. Let's support this. Closed.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. So we're going to take them separately. So on recommendation number 1, as amended with the addition of D, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Lowe? Alderman Demong, is that your hand? Alderman Lowe and Demong are opposed. On recommendation number 2, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Recommendation number 2, Alderman Pincott. Yes. Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. Sorry, Your Worship. Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Big yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
It's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you. Alderman Lowe, did you say you had a motion arising?
Actually, Your Worship, listening to Dr. Hargensheimer, I think the conditions around the RFP will pretty much reflect the motion arising I was going to put. But Dr. Hargensheimer, will we have any further advice about what this RFP might contain?
We were not contemplating bringing the RFP to council. We'll be working with procurement and supply.
Okay. When we award something like this to a volunteer group, do we subject the progress of the group to the city auditor?
Well, we're requiring a professionally managed proposal with a volunteer component.
So we could subject the project to audit at some point during the process.
Well, I think any time the city puts money in, that can be subject to audit.
Okay. Your Worship, I'm going to, I know a motion arising is usually immediately afterwards, but I need to wrap my head around how I put a control on this. So I noticed that I could stand here and talk for 4.5 minutes and you could drop the gavel, which would allow me to do it. Or if you do me the courtesy of recognizing me, if I think necessary, immediately after lunch.
So Alderman Lowe, if you really, really wanted to put it today, then you could put a motion to recess a few minutes early right now, or you could always bring that forward once you've had a chance to really think about it through the regular notice of motion process.
Yeah, I think, Your Worship, I'll bring it. I need some time to work with Dr. Hargensheimer on this because I have grave concerns about establishing a paper trail in this project and this group.
So in that case, my advice to you, Alderman Lowe, would be bring it through the notice of motion process. Nothing's happening before our next council meeting anyway.
Well, nothing's going to happen here for quite a while.
Yeah.
So I will do that.
Get
Thank
it
you,
right.
Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay. We do have 5 minutes, so why don't we move to item 7.1.1 and at least get this one on the table. This is online archive of legislative video. Do I have someone willing to move these recommendations? Thanks, Alderman Pincott, seconded Alderman Keating. So now they are on the floor. Did we have, Madam Clerk, did you want to say anything by way of introduction to this piece?
Your Worship, not unless council has questions. I think it's pretty clear.
I actually think this is a very well-written report as well. Thank you. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, what's left open to a further recommendation, I think, from council is the question of who keeps the official record. So I think that's important. The law department may have some comment about that. And where it's left open is on the right-hand column of page 1. The city would not keep an independent copy of the video. Should council wish it, second last paragraph, should council wish it, storing video at the City of Calgary would result in a one-time cost approximately an additional $10,000 per year. So that's something I think, Your Worship, is necessary, would be worth it, and
okay.
I'd be prepared to amend it unless the city clerk has, or law department have some violent objection to it.
So let me ask Mr. Tully first, is it appropriate that it live at the city clerk? And 2, would you have an objection to us keeping the video forever and ever?
Could I
Or Madam
clarify?
Clerk, do you want to get in there?
Your worship, the issue isn't around us keeping the video forever and ever. I don't think we want to do that. Technology changes, all the other things go on. What this recommendation is in here for is because the vendor that we would be purchasing the time from would keep it for a year. If we personally, or if we wanted to keep a copy archived in the record downstairs for other purposes, it's $10,000 per year of storage. So the first year is $10,000. The next year would add another $10,000 onto our budget. It gets exponentially larger. When Edmonton did this, they said for 3 years maximum, which is one elected term. So that would be $30,000. Now, there is no issue with our vendor keeping it. That's the official record are still the minutes under the MGA. It's up to council for how long you think it would be valuable. And at which point during business planning and budget this year, I would bring back another line item to say, do you want it for 2 years, 3 years, whatever.
Great. So right now, Alderman Hodges, in the main recommendation, it says a retention period of current year plus 1. Would you like to put an amendment to that?
Yes, indeed, Your Worship. Current year plus 2, that would give us the 3 years, I think.
So you'd always have a rolling 3 years.
Right. Your Worship, just to remind everyone, I don't think anyone needs a lot of reminding. In the case of the LOUISE Station controversy last September, October, that goes back at least 2 years in terms of when Land and Asset Strategy Committee and Council dealt with the LOUISE Station issue. So I think 3 years is not unreasonable. I think 3 years is the life of any given council.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that amendment then? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Any discussion on the amendment to change it from current year plus 1 to current year plus 2? Alderman Lowe, then Chabot.
Yeah, it's probably appropriate. I can ask my question, be it 1 year or 2, and I think I heard it partly answered, Madam Clerk, because my question was define storage. And so it's bulk storage by the vendor at their location as opposed to on-site storage in some media.
Your Worship, the reason we've been waiting is we have a really good vendor that we have worked with on your agenda system, and we've waited for them to prove themselves. Right now, they're saying that they may give us unlimited storage, but if you actually want us to store it on site here, the issue comes in with the city with bandwidth and people accessing it. And being a perennial optimist, I'm sure millions of people will want to watch our council meetings. And so it's better to leave it with the vendor for those current meetings.
Okay.
But when we get into the stored meetings, they would have to come down to our archive here to look at it and to watch it afterwards.
Okay, so what we're saying is we would get 2 years now by the vendor, is that?
Well, and we would keep 1 year on site here.
Oh, so, okay, with current year plus 1 year at the vendors, 1 year on site here.
Yeah, and then the next year we'd add a year if this motion passes, and the year after that, 1 more.
Okay.
So that would give us 3 full years or 1 council term.
It's a bulk storage system that.
Well, it would be
They have to
servers
come
and they
here.
would access it, yes.
Okay. What, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, do you have any idea what the capital cost of having the on-site system would be?
It would be pretty minimal.
Pretty minimal?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Thanks, Alderman Lowe. We're recessed. We'll be back here at 1:15. And we're back. Now, I believe that we have an amendment on the floor, Alderman Hodges' amendment to change from current year plus 1 year to current year plus 2 years. On the amendment, Alderman Putmans? On the amendment, Alderman Chabot? Oh, he's not here. On the amendment, Alderman Pincott? I'll come back to you, Alderman Putmans.
Okay, yes, I can ask questions around the amendments. It's sort of indistinguishable almost. First off, after 3 years, so if we're doing, current plus 1 or current plus 2, what happens? Do they go into archive on a disk, or are they just gone? Netherworlds.
Your Worship, I would delete them.
You would delete them. Okay. Is there a reason to delete them rather than having them on a disk in archives?
We could put them on a disk if there's a lot of usage, Your Worship, but we'll have to see what the usage is as we go through it, and then I'd probably come back with another recommendation.
Okay.
But they would be considered a transitory document?
Right. Well, even if they are thrown on disk, I think that's a transitory medium, is it not?
No, they would be considered part of the archives permanently then.
Oh, okay. But that is something that would be looked at given use, whether we amend it to plus 1 or plus 2 right now.
Yeah.
A couple other questions I might as well ask just to get it over and done with. The $10,000 per year incrementally up, is that based on a quote from from a provider?
That's from our IT area.
Okay. All right. So that was something that we got a quote on. The other question I had was, it was my understanding that one of the challenges that we had around video and video storage was that it needed to be on Canadian servers so that it would be following our FOIP laws, not subject to the U.S. Patriot Act, which is one of the barriers to YouTube and Google and the like.
Because Rogers puts this out in the public domain, it's not subject to the Patriot Act, because it's authorized, or Shaw rather, it's authorized by the City of Calgary to go out on Shaw.
Right.
And so anybody can, and they do, record it.
Right.
So the only reason we would put it in-house is to ensure the accuracy and marry it with the minute system, so that when you click on it, our video will be time-stamped. So if you don't want to watch the whole council meeting, you could just go to the item you wish to watch, and it will come up for you along with the minute, the agenda item.
Okay. And we can't do that every time I turn on Google, they tell me how many thousands of megabytes I have of my personal storage that just keeps getting bigger. We can't use it on sources on those types of servers?
That would be YouTube in some of those, and they are in the US. And again, it's the accuracy and the ease of access for the citizens of Calgary. When they look for your video, they tend to go to our website and look for the minute, the agenda item, and then they can have the debate with it at the same time.
Okay. And it's not practical to throw a link on there to an offsite?
No, it's security.
So that's a security issue. Okay. Damn, I thought of one other one. And see, I don't want to. Now I'm concerned, right? Everybody's going to know about all the little brain farts that I have. Forever, for the next 3 years.
3 years they've known, Alderman Pincott.
Oh, 3 years they've already known.
Some of us longer than that.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Alderman Putmans, you ready for us?
Thank you, Worship. Apologize to Council for the lack of decorum. I had questions. I thought I was in queue for the motion, not on the amendment.
Oh, I can put you back on the motion. That's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Your Worship, perhaps to Madam Clerk, under risks on page 2 of the motion, speaking to members of Council's qualified privilege, I'm not sure what that means.
That means you really don't have privilege like the legislature does. If you want more details on the legal opinions, I would suggest we go in camera to discuss those.
Perhaps when we're in camera at some other point, if I may bring this point up then.
If you think it'll be relevant to how you vote on this issue, then we can accept a motion to go in camera now or before the expiration of the consideration of this issue.
Maybe a sidebar would be sufficient if the clerk's amenable.
Mr. Tully, is there anything you would like to say in public on this question?
Sorry, I didn't mean to walk into this. It's a completely
No, it's
innocent
fine.
question. Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine. Mr. Tully?
Your worship, the qualified privilege means that council has a very limited privilege in terms of defamation matters as opposed to the privilege that's granted in superior legislative chambers such as the federal government and the provincial government. So there's a very limited privilege that attaches to members of council when they make statements that may be defamatory on the floor of council.
Thank you, Your Worship. Then perhaps, Mr. Tully, does this imply that my qualified privilege is reduced or diminished if it goes into the public realm?
I'm simply saying that if there is a statement that could possibly be defamatory, that statement will be caught and will be readily available to those who may be adverse in interest.
Are there any, Your Worship, are there any other, through the chair, are there any precedents to case law on this matter? We might be a little ahead of the curve. No other legislatures for sure are doing this. How have they dealt with it?
I don't know how other legislatures have dealt with this, Your Worship.
In your opinion, is this a serious issue for us?
I don't believe so. It has benefits of being able to have an accurate record. It has some potential downsides from a litigation perspective, perhaps periodically. But so there are pluses and minuses either way you look at this, Your Worship.
It does, okay, let me just go down that road a little bit further with your indulgence, Your Worship. Does this mean that we would be outside of the ambit or the responsibility of the city's legal department for but we are protected in council? We're not?
Well, there is nevertheless a qualified privilege that attaches, Your Worship. So I would feel more comfortable about talking about that in camera, Your Worship.
Okay.
Move to go in camera at this time.
It's not a point of privilege, but it is it is a motion that takes precedence. Do you have a seconder? Alderman Chabot, on the motion to go in camera to discuss this question of qualified privilege, are we Alderman Lowe?
Do I sit now?
Well, Your Worship, my light was on. I wanted some of the information where Alderman Putman was going. I had another question, but I wondered if it wouldn't be appropriate to table this matter now. We have other in-camera items that we're going to just go in camera once and come back, rather than in and out and in and out.
Uh-oh. Alderman Lowe, every day a new one for me. Can one table a motion when there's a motion to go in camera on the
it's
floor?
just simply a suggestion that the council may wish to consider while they vote.
Okay. I'm also looking at the mover to see if he wants to withdraw his motion.
In here?
Do you want to withdraw your motion and we'll table this to the in-camera portion later? Okay. All right, then, on the motion then to go in camera to discuss the question of qualified privilege, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
No, mic doesn't work.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott. Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Alderman Pootmans, you still have the floor.
The next question was to ask about the implications of, no, I'm stuck. Can we table this to go?
Yeah, you can make a motion to do that if you like.
Table for the, as we
To
suggested.
table this item until the in-camera portion of the agenda.
Second.
Thank you.
I think I heard Alderman Lowe second that. Very well then, a motion to table is not debatable. So on the motion to table to the in-camera session, are we agreed? Any opposed? Very well then, carried. Thank you. All right, that takes us then to 7.1.2, C 2011-09, identification of efficiencies in planning. For the 2012 to 2014, oh, what did I say? Oh, it says in planning here. For the 2012 to 2014 business cycle. Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Mr. Tobert, did you want to introduce this item?
Members of council, if you remember, there was a motion before Christmas with respect to looking for additional efficiencies, and there was a tax reduction associated with it. I severed the two and gave council a choice to do an immediate tax reduction. You took it, and then we did some work on how to work on efficiencies. In fact, I had a meeting last Friday on this point, another one this coming Friday, and I'm actually quite excited about being able to bring council, when we report out with BPBC in June, a package of efficiencies that could relate to performance goals for management, along with inclusion in business plans, and then the management review sessions that we currently do could be reconfigured to become a form of zero-based budgeting involving all members of council. So there is a lot of work being done on this, and it'll be coming back to you no sooner than in June, Your Worship.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Tobert. Mr. Tobert, before you set, a question from me to you, which is, you and I have talked a little bit about a process around red tape and cutting red tape and making more efficiencies. Do you see that as dovetailing with this work as well?
Yes, this is work that I think the council would love to take responsibility for in directing the administration to undertake. And this would be work that would be accomplished over the next 3 years of the business plan. As I understand it, Your Worship, the red tape program is actually going to start right away. So they complement one another, but they're not the same thing.
Very helpful, thank you. I've got 4 lights. I don't know if these are left over from the last item, but Alderman Chabot. I'm going to clear you. I'm going to clear you. Alderman Pincott? All right. Any further discussion on this item? Alderman Lowe, did you want to close? Okay, very well. To receive this report for information, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. 7.1.3, then, C 2011-10, E-Services Business Case. Would someone like to move these recommendations? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman McLeod is seconding. So, E-Services Business Case. Mr. Watson, did you want to say anything about this? I'm happy to say something about it too, but.
Maybe I should say something first then, Your Worship. This was, Council, a motion that came out of the budget adjustments in November. We were pleased to prepare the business case. It's a program that's been underway for a number of years. In fact, it comes out of the previous council's, 2 of the previous council's priorities, although we would have been working on this regardless. It is a fairly major initiative. We have sort of dipped our toe in the water a couple of times over the last couple of years. We now feel we have a very strong program in place now to proceed. This is a combination, there is aspects of eliminating red tape through this in terms of making some of our decision-making more routine and putting rules and regulations, or not regulations, rules around it so it becomes consistent across decision makers and decision-making bodies. It is a multi-year program. It is not inexpensive. The money is coming out of the DBA Reserve Fund, so it does not have a direct mill rate connection to it. We have had some modest gains last year with three different projects that are up and going now. There are some that actually predate even that. Conforming tentative plans, for example, we've been receiving them for a couple of years now through an e-submission. But we would be more than happy to come back at the end of this year because we're hoping to bring on about 5 more programs this year and certainly make sure you understand how we're doing on this. We do have a governance structure in place. I feel very confident that we're going to be able to show how we're spending the money and show the kind of results that will And this isn't bleeding edge stuff either. A number of cities across North America are doing the same or similar things, so we're learning from some of their knowledge, and certainly some of the work that we've had. Mr. Elliott and Mr. Zucker, who will be here on Wednesday, are helping us in this, and I believe we've got a really good foundation to go forward. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if I can.
I do have one, and just tell me if this is an unfair question, because maybe it is. Does this project really about changing the processes, or is it automating and bringing online the existing processes? Will it be sort of the same workflow, just online, or are you using this as an opportunity to streamline the various procedures as well?
Very good question, Your Worship. One of the major pillars, and there's 6 pillars that underlay this whole piece of work, is change management and changing processes. So it is both. Certainly, I would suggest that the main thrust is automating what we have now, but there are several other pieces of work underway looking at some of those processes as we speak. And if we find through those, and as we do this work, that there are changes to the processes or elimination of the processes, we'll be taking those into consideration too.
Great. And just to be 100% clear, you're spending $11 million from the reserve over a 5-year period, and you're expecting benefits of a little over $11 million, so that's just tangible. I know there's intangible benefits, to accrue back over about a 7-year period?
That's correct.
Okay.
And those will be ongoing.
Yeah.
Although I
You just cut it off.
hesitate to try to predict. I mean, 7, even 5 years is a long horizon for some of this work. Things are changing so rapidly around some of the ITE services side of the equation that we're moving fairly rapidly.
It will all be different when we have hover cars.
That's exactly
Great.
right.
Thanks, Mr. Watson. Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Your Worship. You asked a lot of questions that I had, actually. I'm just curious, Mr. Watson, in light of how much we've invested in IT over the last couple of years, this is something that's going to be over and above that, right? It's going to be dedicated just for your department?
This is through my department, that's correct. I mean, we're certainly, one of our major partners is IT, and in fact, we're one of the highest users of IT, and we have a very strong relationship, and we're a definite partner with them on this, but this is over and above.
Okay. The reason I'm asking the
And
question...
also, sorry if I could, Your Worship, partly because we are a DBA, that is a cost recoverable piece of work. We also have to spend our money in order to do this, as opposed to going elsewhere to look for the capital fund.
Okay. Are you operating independently of IT in regards to the acquisition, or is this all
not at all, no.
coordinated as
We're
one
deeply
economies of scale?
embedded. You know, IT people are working on this project. We're working with IT. We're not off doing our own thing at all.
Okay, great. Happy to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Watson. No further questions.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Any further discussion on this item? Alderman Lowe, did you want to close? Great. So on the recommendation to receive this report for information, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. And thank you, Mr. Watson. I know it was my impetus to start this one and 2 others that are a little bit later in the agenda, but I think it is important that council see the kind of thinking that goes beyond these multi-million-dollar decisions that we're asked to make every day. Speaking of multi-million-dollar decisions, 7.1.4 then, options to manage the LRT park and ride. Who would like to move this? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Are you moving recommendation option 2 or option 1? Option 2. Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. It's sort of a funny recommendation. It's written with both options in it. And do I have a seconder? Second. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Stevenson, did you want to introduce that?
Your Worship, we have been talking with Transit on this, and I believe that what they've come up with is a way of, one of the concerns that I had when we first were listening to it was the idea of making 50% of the stalls available for reserve right off the bat. And what we've been assured is that it will be done portions at a time. If there's a demand for them, then they will move a little higher until they see when they've been able to fill the demand. So that caused me to feel a little more comfortable about it. So I do think that it's the way that we should be going. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Marr?
Thank you. I have some questions before, if I can get administration's wisdom. First of all, if we were to do option 2, and I'm not convinced that we should, given the fact that we told Calgarians that we were going to eliminate it entirely, how are we going to manage this reservation system? And would it be preferential? How would they do that? Are they buying tickets, or are they? Can you enlighten me somehow? I'm not familiar with this program.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, Your Worship. Our vision would be that as a parker, you would be able to purchase a monthly pass for the reserve parked area. That would be registered with the Calgary Parking Authority. We would use them as a service provider. You would register your license plate or plates, and they would be able to use their enforcement vehicles to drive through that part of the lot and monitor the plates that are in those stalls and whether they do or do not have a pass for the month. We're working with CPA to be able to do that online so that somebody could renew or register online so that we could avoid some of that inconvenience of having to go to the machine each morning.
And so presumably they could also, in the event that they were taking their spouse's car or brother or sister's car, they could also input that information, or no?
We're advised that they can handle up to 5 plates.
Okay.
And they have the technology to make sure that there aren't 2 different plates showing up on the same day, even in different lots.
Okay. And what's the rationale for 50% versus, say, 25 or 18 or some other number?
Well, Your Worship, that's a fair question. I think it's, I would say that that's more of a qualitative decision than a quantitative decision. If council's decision is that we do charge in some way, shape, or form or put a value on the spaces, then we were trying to find a way to come up with a reasonable balance between having a free system so that we don't dissuade users and addressing the certain group of users, which is currently about 25% of the people we surveyed, that said yes, they would be prepared to pay more if they were virtually assured that they would have a stall when they arrived. So if you take 25% of the people that we surveyed today, that only applies to certain lots. I don't know. Sorry, it's a long-winded decision. Maybe you can help me get back to exactly the piece that you're looking for.
Well, I was looking at the rationale as to 50%, and you're saying that it was a gut decision rather than something that was backed up by any kind of study or evidence.
50% is, not more than half of the lots over time would be absorbed for that kind of a preferential treatment, if you will.
And administration believes that this will allow you to continue to have revenue stream, which would be able to be used to funnel directly into these lots?
Exactly, Your Worship. It would offset our expenditures towards the lots and the security and the cleaning. Yeah.
Okay. And my last question with regards to, in the event that individuals that had reserved stall and show up one day and it's been either A, oversubscribed, or B, somebody else has parked in it unwittingly or deliberately or whatever, what happens then? Do they get a refund, or do we know, or is that too far down the line right now to contemplate?
To be honest, I don't think that's a detail that we've sorted out at this stage.
Okay. No, and that's fair, because the recommendation is to come back to committee anyway. Those are my questions for now, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. I should point one thing out, just because I did hear you say it. And we should just point out that in the motion that Council passed on November 29th, and after much, much debate, the motion actually does say that the parking fee be eliminated for the majority of users with a reserve parking system put into place. So I know there's been some talk in the media about this is not what you said you would do in November. Actually, administration has come back with precisely what we asked them to do in November. So we should just make sure that that message is clear.
I don't recall, frankly, what we said.
It's in the motion. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have several questions. And if I may, Mr. Logan, we talked about the up to 50%, and I take it that's just a qualitative decision you made rather than quantitative, so if I understood what you said correctly. My question is, how did you arrive at $70? What's the average cost of a reserved parking lot downtown?
Your Worship, I would suggest that the downtown parking would probably be in the order of $225 to $250 right now per month.
Mm-hmm. What's wrong with 50% of the average?
We surveyed, as part of the survey, we asked.
You asked the people who were going to pay, and they said $70 that's a bargain.
Well, the way that it was asked actually was, would you pay X? Yeah, if you got a yes, you'd go to would you pay X plus 10. If you got another yes, it kept going up. There was a bit of a methodology to the survey question. The other way to look at it is, if you were parking on average 20 times a month, which is fairly a typical month.
Yeah, it cost you $60.
It would cost you $60 plus the extra convenience of having the reserve. And we know that currently about 2/3 of those stalls are occupied with people that are prepared to pay that amount of money today. So we were fairly confident that we would be able to.
Which really, Mr. Logan, begs the question why we're taking the $3 off in the first place, but that's another issue.
Oh, council.
We set another day. So $70 is sort of the response you got from the people who were, you asked them how much they're willing to pay. They said $70.
We had a pretty high degree of confidence that we wouldn't lose. We would be able to.
Are we really interested in losing them?
Well, Your Worship, one of the questions that Council asked us back in November was, did the fee have a barrier to usage? And we were able to determine through looking at our statistics that it did not. That there was a slight decrease in ridership, which could be
picked right back up.
But we saw a shift to the shuttle buses. Mm-hmm. So that was the first question you asked. And then the next thing would be, based on the demand that we have on our high demand lots, and we're saying that this would be most appropriately applied to our high demand lots, that we're confident that we would be able to fill those spaces up.
Okay. My next question is in the narrative here. You talk about these parking stalls being reserved from 2 a.m. till 6 p.m., I believe. Why not 2 a.m. till 9:30, which would then allow Mrs. Smith or Mr. Smith, who wants to go downtown at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, to have access to a slot rather than having it sitting there open and exposing himself to a fine if he parks in it illegally?
Your Worship, that's an excellent question. That was actually something that you'll see in the report. I think it's page 14 of attachment 1, where we suggest the other way we could implement this would be to apply the reserve in the morning rush and take it off at 10 a.m. so that if there's any residual supply at 10 a.m., then we would be able to, backfill that at 10 a.m. rather than holding it all through the day and frustrating people that show up.
Okay.
So that's completely adjustable.
That's something we could do here today.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry, Alderman Lowe, I just want to make sure I heard that right. Did you say that the motion as written will allow you to make that adjustment, or you would take that recommendation from council if they made that change today?
Well, actually, if we struck the detail on the 2 a.m. to 6 p.m., 2 a.m. to 6 p.m., we could manage it appropriately. It is something we've been talking about internally, Your Worship, is that.
Yeah, I saw it in the report.
10 a.m. could be a reasonable time where your morning rush is over. We have an asset there. Fill it up, get somebody on the train instead of them driving downtown
for lunch, that sort of thing. Okay. All right. You make that amendment, Alderman Lowe?
I will when I get there.
At the end?
Worship.
Okay,
Yeah,
no
thank
problem.
So I've already indicated I really don't understand the $70 for the convenience of a reserve slot at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd of January when it's 25 below and the wind's howling. So I will visit that one too, Your Worship. And I'll tell you now, I'm going to suggest 50% of the average cost of reserve parking slot in downtown Calgary. CPA should be able to give us that number and we can establish it. My next question, and I think you answered it in part to Alderman Marr, you'll accept up to 5 license plates on one reservation, and the technology is available to make sure that I don't park in Crowchild and my son doesn't park in Brentwood and my daughter doesn't park in Dalhousie.
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay.
Yes.
And what sort of a fine are we, or a penalty are we looking at imposing for that? Because I see that one as a big chunk coming through.
I would suggest, Your Worship, that we would apply the same fine that we're applying today on our, you didn't pay the $3 to park in the park and ride.
Which is?
What's the number, Neil? I don't know. I'm not positive. Sorry, Your Worship. I just wanted to make sure. My understanding is it's $60 with an early payment discount, and I know Calgary Parking Authority in the past has had a practice that sometimes your first one is a warning ticket, so
okay.
It's a bit variable.
Yeah, I would.
So you'd effectively pay for the month.
I would. I was going to say effective. If we could adjust that to effectively pay for the month at the rate I'm suggesting, it would be appropriate. The on page 4 of 6, the left-hand column, the bottom, the last couple of sentences of the first paragraph. In future years, the lack of revenue from parking will mean a higher contribution from either property taxes, transit revenues, or lower growth in transit to address park and ride operating costs, which will challenge Calgary Transit's ability to meet its 55% revenue. So you're telling us up front that by removing the park and ride, putting this in, the lack of revenue from the park and ride as we have it today is going to result in one of 3 things, actually. Lower transit hours, transit service, we hit the property tax, or I guess there's only 2 in here. Could you comment further on that? How much do you expect over 12 to 14? What's the impact that you see going forward?
Your Worship, we've identified that our operating cost for the elements that we've sort of tagged to station cleanliness, security, and operating, maintaining the lot is just under $5 million a year. So I'm assuming that there would be inflationary cost increases on that component. And if council had similar inflation or added similar growth to our base budget, we would be able to offset that cost. If there are trade-offs that council has to make for their budget and they're not able to grow transit space budget at the same rate as our costs increase, then obviously we would have to decrease our operating in order to maintain the same level of service. And I think we were clear in the fall that safety is paramount, and then the cleanliness has a large amount to do with how comfortable people perceive they are on our service, if you will. So that's why we believe that generating some revenue from something that we believe has a value helps to direct more of our base budget towards core service.
Okay, and that leads me right into the next question I had was, let's assume for a moment you reserve 35% of the parking stalls across the system. What's your revenue on that?
I believe it's, right now, the numbers that we're looking at, that would be about $3.5 million. Okay. And I neglected to mention that council did increase our base budget by 3.1 when they removed the park and ride fee. So.
Yeah. So we're 0.4 of a million short at the moment. But you need 5 to maintain the current level of cleanliness and safety.
Yeah.
So in effect, we are 1.6 short. So if we were to increase the park and ride fee to 50% of the average downtown, and it's $125, for argument's sake, of 35%, any idea what the revenue generated would be?
Not off the top of my head, Your Worship, but I would suggest that on the elasticity of demand, you would, at that kind of a fee, you would probably not be able to reserve 50% of all of our lots.
I talked about 35. I recognize the elasticity
Some
part.
lots maybe. I would suggest it would be less than 5 million. I don't think you would be able to get it to that number. I think your demand would fall off a fair amount.
The part of the, at Fish Creek, it's $90 a month. Are we going to continue the 90?
No, Your Worship, I think Fish Creek would be adjusted to be in line with the other. We did continue.
And how much pushback did you get from Fish Creek at $90?
Not a great deal, yeah.
Is that not maybe a clue why we shouldn't look at $90 for everybody?
Well, Your Worship, I think, not to broaden this debate
on
too
a point
much.
of procedure, if I may. I'm just wondering, this is very interesting debate, and I think it's very worthy of having. I'm just wondering whether this is the appropriate location and whether or not the timing is necessary that we debate it here to be able to have it before us for budget finalization. I think it would
This
be-
one has to come before budget finalization, Alderman Chabot, because council said the fee has to be gone by April 1st. So if we think there's still a big debate to be had, I'm not sure that there is. I feel like some of the issues we're redebating what we talked about in the fall, but I think that some of the issues are actually quite important as to the percentage and the cost and the time. We can certainly do those here. We could certainly refer this back to LPT to get back to us relatively quickly, but I think that Mr. Logan is just conferring, but I would imagine that Calgary Transit would need a decision on this in enough time to be able to implement their new system on the 1st of April, so
I
it would
think
have
they
to come
will
quite quickly.
they need the decisions today, Your Worship.
Mr. Logan, what do you think? Do you need a decision today, or would you be able to take this to LP? When, I don't even know when next LPT is and back again.
The next LPT, Your Worship, is 2 days from now, and that agenda is set. The final one would be March, but then March would have to come to
Back to council.
17th, and then that would have to come to council. Your Worship, I think the key decision that council needs to make today is do we charge or do we not charge? And it is challenging to have these kind of debates in council, not in committee.
But this is my opportunity, Mr. Logan.
Yes, I understand.
That's my point, Your Worship. So I'm sorry, Ms. Logan, I didn't quite catch that. You said LPT?
March the 16th is the next.
You don't really have the floor, Alderman Chabot, but
I thought I still did on a point of procedure, Your Worship.
it's not really a point of procedure, Alderman Chabot, but you're
send it
you're
back
thinking
to
about whether to
LPT.
do a referral or not.
Yes.
But ask him the question quick on the dates, and then we'll give Alderman Lowe back the floor.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get what you said. The
March
sixth-
16th is the next LPT, Your Worship, and there's a council meeting the Monday following, so you'd have to blue sheet the report.
Following Monday, okay, but would that be sufficient time?
Mr. Sawyer, would that give us enough time to put it in the budget? March the
Sorry.
There's a school break there. Sorry.
There's actually an explanation in the report itself, Your Worship.
Yeah, this is way beyond. All right, I'm gonna let Mr. Sawyer answer that question, then I'm gonna give the floor back to Alderman Lowe to continue his line of questioning. And if you'd like to make a referral motion now that you've got the data, you're 2 down on the list.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Sawyer?
Well, Your Worship, one of the things we've got indicated now is the provincial budget is coming out earlier than expected. So right now, we're looking to either bring in March or early April the tax rate bylaw. So it'd be relatively tight to make a change in the actual budget, and especially if we came in March, of course.
Right, because the decision you need from us today is whether we're charging for any reserved fees or not, because there's a budgetary implication. I get it. Okay. Alderman Lowe, I'm so sorry. Please continue.
Actually, Your Worship, that kind of covered off the last part of it, so I will make 2 amendments, Your Worship.
Are you going to put them together, Alderman Lowe, and we'll just vote on them separately?
Put them together and you can vote on them separately.
Perfect.
I find myself a bit unusual. I'm standing at the guy who opposed removing the park and ride fee. I'm standing here
Trying to make it better.
trying to make the removal better, I guess, okay?
Because you're a good public servant, Alderman Lowe.
Thank you. The option 2, item 1, park and ride lots, open bracket, 2 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Alderman Lowe, far be it for me to make a suggestion, but can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Just take it out.
No.
And let them experiment with whether it's 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. or whatever.
Well, the difficulty I have, Your Worship, is I want to set a time that enables leaves, that ensures that it's after the start of the broadly normal workday. And what I'm trying to do is leave some room for Mrs. Smith at 2 o'clock to drive to Dalhousie and
I
get a
hear you.
parking stall. That's my interest here. So I appreciate your suggestion, Your Worship, and I know where you're coming from. And just because we start out with these two doesn't mean we can't amend it later on.
Fair enough. Go ahead. So 2 a.m. to 10. So you want to change 6 p.m. to 10 a.m.
10 a.m., yes.
Okay.
The second amendment, Your Worship, will be in item 2. Establish a monthly parking fee of $90, which I still think is a bargain on any given January morning at Crowfoot.
Let them put them together. We'll vote on them separately.
If I have a seconder?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Alderman McLeod, you're seconding both of those? Thank you very much. So we have 2 amendments on the table. So I'm going to go through the speaker list I've got here because I expect you all will want to speak on these amendments anyway. But the amendments are to change the end time for the pay parking from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. and to change $70 to $90 as the fee. Oops, Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. So, Mr. Logan, $90. I would imagine you would be looking at different prices for different lots, like you would in different areas of the downtown. Chinatown's different than Central Business District. Why wouldn't we just rely on you to determine what the uptake is and assess?
Worship, I would agree with you. I think that's one of the, when you look at the change in demand by lots when we implemented the $3 fee, one of the things that I believe that indicated is that we had to have more flexibility in the charge by lot than a blanket rate. And while $90 may be within the demand curve at Crowfoot, it might not be. It won't be in other lots. We know that for sure.
So I'm not going to support this amendment, but what I think that one of the flaws of the park and ride fee was that we didn't evaluate and adjust. We weren't nimble enough. It had value in certain areas and maybe less value in other areas. Taking transit the other day, one woman I was sitting beside said that she didn't like paying the fee, but she really enjoyed the convenience of being able to find a parking spot. And that is now gone. So I think a lot of people will appreciate being able to reserve. But can we rely on you to be nimble and to assess the uptake and the effectiveness of this fee and perhaps look at a more tailored rate for different lots?
Your Worship, I might suggest that council could suggest a maximum rate, and then that would give us the ability to adjust up to that rate for lots that.
So is $90 reasonable for some lots? I'm not sure whether I would want to support 90 if that's.
Well, Your Worship, we have people who are effectively paying $60 a day now, and you can see in the statistics that some lots are full. As the economy heats up and as we see a whole bunch more office development in the downtown, I would say that we'll probably be able to get that without too much difficulty.
Okay, so I'll say I'll make an amendment to the amendment up to $90 then, with the understanding that administration will know which lots will.
Why don't you actually put that in, Alderman Farrell?
Up to.
Since you're making an amendment anyway, up to $90 for reserve parking, comma, with the expectation that we may charge, the differential rates may be charged at different lots, something like that. I think that's what you were getting at.
That's what I was getting at.
Okay.
Yeah.
So establish a differential monthly
Well, we can just stick it in like this. So a monthly fee of up to $90 for reserve parking, comma, with the expectation that different lots may be charged differential fees.
That's,
I just wanted to make sure I was capturing what you were saying.
does that help?
I need a seconder. Yeah, it is in the wrong place, but we'll fix it. But I do need a seconder. Okay, thanks, Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you moved the main motion, sorry. Alderman McLeod? You moved the amendment. Can she still seconded the amendment? Can she second the amendment to the amendment? No. Someone else, please? Thanks, Alderman Carra. Okay, Alderman Putmans will second it, sorry. Okay, I'm just going to make a speakers list. Carra, Moore, Keating. Okay. Just to be picky, I think the for reserve parking should go before the with the expectation that. It just reads a little nicer. So on this item then, Alderman Carra. Yeah, we're on the debate on the amendment to the amendment. I've got a new speakers list. Oh, jump the queue. Oh.
All I do is jump queues, Alderman Chabot. Two questions. First off, can I get some opinion from administration regarding differential fees? Because I was under the impression that we sort of were afraid of doing that because, you know, the northeast, the parking lots were empty. The southeast, the parking lots were chock-a-block. And that's why we came up with the reserve parking sort of solution, because we couldn't charge for some lots and not charge for others. So I just need to get some sort of clarification on sort of like our philosophical grounding on charging differentially within lots rather than charging differentially between lots, or, you know, am I making myself clear?
Well, Your Worship, there's two different elements there. We're charging different rates within a lot.
Yep.
To place a value, and then I guess we're saying by charging different rates at different lots for that reserve space that we'd be recognizing that the demand varies. And the demand varies for a variety of reasons, and I don't think it should be necessarily a characteristic of a part of town from an economic point of view. There's different reasons why park and ride demand is lower in the Northeast. Probably a lower percentage of people work in the downtown core, easier access to the downtown, good bus service to the downtown.
Yep.
There's a number of reasons that contribute to that, and some lots are just small.
I certainly wasn't implying any sort of.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think we've seen in the Northeast that everyone's gotten onto the buses and taken them downtown. But the question I'm asking that I need some clarification on is sort of the philosophical. Where do we get off charging differential? Like, is differential charging? I mean, it makes sense to me. But is it? What's our philosophical right to do that?
Your Worship, I would say there's two. From a policy point of view, we have a user pay policy, which is embedded in a number of councils, like the Calgary Transportation Plan, for example. So charging period, I think, has a basis in policy. Now, charging differential rates, off the top of my head, I can't think of the policy that we would point to that, and I welcome input on that. But I guess it's really trying to operate this more like a business and recognize a difference in demand.
I would be very interested in hearing, sort of weighing in from anyone on administration or any of my fellow councillors on that question. Fellow alderman, my apologies, Councillor Marr. One other question now, and this is sort of potentially another amendment to the amendment that we're considering, and that is, if we are going to be charging differentially, is there a way to use that system to maybe prioritize carpooling? Accommodate and prioritize carpooling in some capacity, because, you know, that's definitely the kind of
Your Worship, carpooling is philosophically, I agree. Enforcement is the really difficult part there. In a parking garage where you have an attendant, it's quite a bit easier to enforce. If we could figure out a way to actually enforce it, I would suggest that we could make it work.
Yeah, I think off the top of my head, if everybody in the carpool had was identified as part of the carpool group, their license plates were thrown in together, and everyone had a monthly pass, that might give us the ability to track that within our current technology limits.
Maybe that's a way that we could expand and adjust. That falls under the innovation piece, Your Worship, that I think we'd have to continue to, and this won't be the only time we look at this. That's an interesting suggestion.
Is there any way, so are you recommending, if we want to pursue that gets added in an amendment or not? Because
Your Worship, I might suggest that we add that as a follow-up amendment. We have a report back obligation under the current option 2 recommendations, and that could be a component of that we investigate the ability to. I assume that you would want to discount carpool or provide some incentive for carpool.
yeah, you'd want to incentivize people carpooling to the station and taking advantage of reserved spots on the proviso that they're carpooling.
I mean, I would suggest that you could either amend the motion, Your Worship, or the gentleman who's probably going to be writing the report sitting right here and would be able to incorporate that in our November report back.
Okay. I'm going to think about making that kind of amendment, and I just ask if there's any further debate to this amendment, if my fellow councillors or aldermen could weigh in on sort of the philosophical side of this. I'd appreciate that, because I haven't quite wrapped my mind around it yet.
Thanks, Alderman Carra, and thanks as well not trying to make an amendment to an amendment to an amendment, which you can't do anyway. Alderman Marr, on the amendment to the amendment.
Well, I think that as fascinating as this all is.
And it is.
It is. It's riveting. Riveting. I know my wife is watching right now, riveted to the screen. I think that the magic referral should actually be coming in right now. I think that the appropriate place to have this discussion and work out all of the kinks with administration is not at the council chamber, but is actually at committee. So I would like to refer this to LPT on, what is it? What was the next?
Well,
Next
the next main meeting of LPT is not until March 16th, which I think we heard from Mr. Sawyer would be too late to keep council's original motion that this has to go starting April 1st. That said, one could send it in as an item of, one could refer it as an item of urgent business to LPT, which is on Wednesday, if the chair's brain doesn't explode, and it looks like his brain is about to explode.
That's exactly my thoughts, Your Worship, if we could do that. I'd like to see his brain explode, though. I think that would be, he's suggesting community protective services, but I don't think this belongs at community protective services.
No, this really does belong at LPT, I would argue, but. Well, we can, luckily, referral motions are debatable. All right, so you want to refer it as an item of urgent business to LPT on Wednesday, February the 16th, to come back to council on March the 7th.
Correct. I may or may not be there. God willing, I'm not. Hopefully we've had our baby by then. But
is that legit, Madam Clerk?
That is my motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Madam Clerk, remind me about the notice of motion to change the seating plan up in here, will you? Alderman Hodges is seconding. You missed what happened there, Madam Clerk. It was quite entertaining. So seconded by Alderman Hodges on the referral motion, on the motion to refer. Wave your hand if you want to talk about it. Alderman Chabot. Chabot, Carra, Farrell.
Thank you. Well, we've already heard from administration the challenges that that's going to pose. So I'm not going to support the referral motion, and yeah, I'm going to debate this issue after this referral motion fails. Thank you, Your Worship.
Crystal ball, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Carra.
Yeah, just a reiteration from administration whether this is a real backbreaker. I mean, this is a decision point. I'm hearing from you guys, or can we go over this? Can we belabor this in council to better effect for you? I mean, in committee to better effect for you?
Your Worship, we were asked to report back directly to council with the intent being that we would know what the bottom line impact was on the budget. So by referring it to our meeting 2 days from now, we would still have that ability. A month from now, I would suggest it would delay its implementation probably until May. Council's motion was to get rid of these charges on April 1st. If you still want to get rid of them on April 1st, then you need to deal with it soon.
So I'm hearing from you that we could refer it and make it in under the wire.
Your Worship, as long as we were to defer it to February and then bring it back to council by March 7th, then yes.
Okay. Well, you haven't made my decision on this vote any easier.
Your Worship, on a point of procedure, I just thought of something. I thought in the procedural manual it says that if a report is complete and it's at council, that it can't be referred back to a committee.
That is an outstanding question, Alderman Chabot. I don't know the answer. Mr. Tully. Madam Clerk, anyone? Anyone?
General provisions on.
No, council refers things back to committee.
I feel like we do that all the time, don't we?
Yeah. It's maybe a possible amendment that we could look at and make it 170.
Will you have a motion arising on the procedure bylaw?
Your Worship, I'm
Where are you
going to do
looking,
a little
sir?
bit of reading because I'm just going from memory. But
I feel like we do it all the time, as a matter of
I
fact.
think-
But jump up again if
I saw something in here. I'll see if I can find it.
jump up again if you find it, or send me a note. Alderman Farrell, on the motion to refer. Oh, sorry, maybe I didn't see your hand. Alderman Putman's on the motion to refer.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Just had a question perhaps to the chair of LPT, Alderman Chabot, through the chair. We have I think, a big agenda on Wednesdays. Just point that out. Thank you.
Alderman Lowe on the motion to refer.
Your Worship, no, and the reason's quite simple. I mean, administration was directed to bring a report here. They need a decision if, in fact, we're going to remove the park and ride fee on the 1st of April. We can do it here today, and then, I mean, there's enough room in this motion, even as it's currently written, that coming back in September or in November at budget, for the budget debates and changing some components of this, I think would be perfectly acceptable. So I see no need to refer this now. I think we can make the decision here today and allow Mr. Logan and company to get on with the job. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Anyone else on the motion to refer? Very well then. On the motion to refer, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll.
Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones.
No.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott. Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Thank you. Back then to, we have all these nested amendments. We're back on the amendment to the amendment. On the amendment to the amendment, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to get back to the possible idea that there's a philosophical school of thought for variable rates for the same service within the city, and I believe there absolutely is not. I believe where the variable aspect in here is allowing different number of stalls in different lots to accommodate demand. I don't think we can ever get into the possibility of charging different rates for different parts of the city for the same service. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alderman Keating. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Pincott, Lowe, McLeod, and I heard a yes over there, Hodges. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, on the philosophy of differential, Rene Descartes talked about substance dualism and the difference between materialism, emergent materialism, and non-emergent materialism. And I think he clearly laid out that yes, from the philosophy of dualism, you can actually have differential rates. I think actually we're getting down to having a debate actually we should have had when we were talking about the $3 park and ride in the first place, where we should have, we didn't, the discussion we're having right now around differential rates for parking lots and differential percentages of reserved parking should have been one that we applied to the park and ride fee rather than just disposing of it completely. We should have looked at the various demands and actually done that. We didn't do that, which is unfortunate, and now we're trying to sort of cobble something together that resembles what that might have been. I will support this, mostly because Rene Descartes says I can.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Lowe, please.
Well, Your Worship, I think Alderman Keating put it very well. I might have put it a little bit differently. And, no, I can't support the different, we charge, it doesn't matter where you get on a train, you pay the same price, no matter how far you're going. So I can't support the concept of differential rates at different lots. I do agree that I think the differential is in the number available at any one parking lot, and that I think answers that piece of the equation for me. Thank you.
Alderman McLeod, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think differential rates is absolutely the way to go. We do that with the parking authority. We charge different rates for the day of the week, the time of the day that you're downtown. This is, and the place in the city, and I think that we should absolutely be doing this with the location. We know the demand is different in different locations. There is a cost to this service, and I think this is the best of both worlds where we adapt and try to be as nimble as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Alderman Hodges on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, Your Worship, I think the amendment to the amendment complicates things, and it's going to confuse the public. If we have reserved parking from, just as a scenario, 2 a.m. to 10 a.m., someone who believes he's paid for and has paid for reserved parking comes in after 10 a.m., can't find a place to park. He then is faced with the prospect of paying $3 to park elsewhere in that same lot, perhaps. Or if he doesn't, he still has a problem, or she still has a problem of finding a space in some lots which we know are full by 7 or 7:30 a.m. in the morning. So the point is to stick with the 2 a.m. to 6 p.m. would be more consistent than to change the time that's perhaps would be understandable if it goes to the end of the workday, to some people's workday, 6 p.m. Just a further comment on rates. The average rate for parking in a private lot in the downtown is $475 a month. So 50% of that $475 would be $237.50. I checked with the parking authority, and that's the information I have. Thank you.
Sorry, Alderman Hodges, can you just say that number again? 237?
Yeah, it would be half. $475 is the average cost for renting a parking stall in the downtown.
I thought Mr. Logan was being a little on the reasonable side
Yeah,
there.
it's being generous.
Are you moving to 75?
So I'm saying $475, and if we were blue skying something, half of that is $237.50, or $237.50. Well, that's right. Alderman Pootmans, I agree. So I didn't phone the CP to see what they collect on their lots or Imperial Parking, what they collect on their lots along the CP tracks. But of course, it would depend on which lot you're talking about, what location in the downtown you're talking about. But in any case, the average cost is fairly high.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment before I call? Oh, Alderman Stevenson?
Your worship, we have three different parts here. Is it possible for you to call them separate? Because I can...
Right now, Alderman Stevenson, we're only on the amendment to the amendment.
I know, but...
So the amendment to the amendment is only the words up to and the little bit at the end. So basically it's about differential.
We're not doing the 10 a.m. one?
No, we'll get to that in a second.
Okay, so then up to $90?
Up to and the words at the end of that.
Well,
phrase.
can we call those two separate? Because I'll agree with the up to, but I don't want to agree with the other part.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can call them separately. Oh, I think I know why he's doing it, Madam Clerk. Because if we say up to 90 and we reject the rest of it, it means that Mr. Logan has the ability to set the rate. It'll just be the same rate for all of them.
I understand the rationale, Your Worship. It's just that we have to split them out for the minutes, so that each piece of it stands on its own. So may I make a sentence out of the with the expectation?
Yep. Absolutely. Oh, come on. Really? Now? All right.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. Up to is, I don't believe in supporting this kind of a rate for parking, although someone wanted to make this kind of a recommendation for zone-based fares, I'd be more inclined to support that.
Sorry, Alderman Chabot. The reason I said, oh, really, is because you waved the orange book at me, and I thought you had another procedural bylaw issue. Anyone else before I call on Alderman Farrell to close? Alderman Farrell to close.
Thank you. Well, I think Alderman MacLeod said it. We have different needs in different parts of the city. We had different uptake in different parts of the city. And we do it in the downtown where we have a busy area. Our parking, I really don't see this as any different. So thank you, Alderman MacLeod, for your reasoned comment.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. So we'll vote on the amendment to the amendment separately. The first is just those words up to. On adding the words up to before $90, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe. Alderman MacLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans. Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
9, no.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell. Yes. Alderman Hodges. Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried.
All right. On the second part, the not particularly grammatically correct second part, with the expectation that differential rates may be charged at different lots. We'll fix it before we finish it. But this is about differential parking. So on the notion of differential parking, that's really what we're differential parking rates. That's really what we're voting on. So on that, are we agreed? No, she's already closed. She closed on both of them. We're just taking the recommendations separately. So are we agreed? Any opposed?
Opposed, Your Worship.
Call the roll, please.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman MacLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Nope.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot. Pardon? No. Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Nope.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
No.
Alderman Jones. Mayor Nenshi.
Does it really matter now, Alderman Jones? You could have let me have it. Yes.
Lost.
I meant you could have let me have the tiebreaker for once. All right. So now we are back to the amendment from $70 to $90, okay? The amendment from $70 to $90. Any further discussion on changing 70 to 90? Alderman Chabot.
Finally, get to speak on this $70, $90 thing.
Oh, and the 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. while you're at it.
And the 10 a.m. Sure, why not? Let's kill two birds with one stone. Oops, I can't. Pardon me. Yeah, $70 to $90. There's been some debate and discussions about what the rates are downtown if you had a reserved lot, and what's not reflected here in the $70 or $90 is the fact that those people also have to pay for a round trip on transit versus parking downtown, where then they wouldn't have to pay for a round trip on transit.
$90.
So you factor that in.
$90.
$90 per month? Oh, if you, yeah.
Yeah, that's
for a monthly pass.
The one you
Okay.
wouldn't let me give back.
All right, so.
Should have been $88, Alderman Chabot.
Yes, well, I think $90 is a good rate. Anyways, now that's assuming, of course, that they're buying a monthly pass, which would be wonderful. If they weren't, they would be paying, could be paying $5.50 a day, 20 days, 100 and some odd bucks. So anywhere from 90 to 150 bucks plus that. And we're keeping those cars off the street. That's why I didn't support the idea of up to and the differential rates, all that kind of stuff. I still think it should be $70, especially in light of the fact that right now our lots are not fully subscribed. None of our lots are fully subscribed. The 10 a.m. issue, I don't agree with that either. If I'm paying for a reserve spot, that's the one thing I said before. This oversubscription idea, I don't subscribe to that. I don't believe in that. I know the airlines do it all the time, and it bugs me. And this idea of 2 a.m. to 10 a.m., somebody pays for a reserve spot. They sleep in, banker sleeps in, and shows up at the parking lot at 10:30, and he has no place to park. And he paid for it. So what does he do? Parks on the street. Just want some clarification, Mr. Logan. The motion that I put forward on the free evenings and weekends that I allowed Alderman Connolly to co-sign with me. Do you recall what the current timelines are? Is it 6 a.m.? Is that, I can't remember what I wrote, sorry. 6
Your
a.m.
Worship,
Evenings and weekends.
I remember that was there was two adjustment. The evenings and the weekends both came off the charge and holidays.
So it was like 6 o'clock till it's like 6 in the morning or something like that?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have it in front of me, sorry.
Yeah, so I think the original recommendation of 6 o'clock was a good one. And anything after that is already free anyway. So I'm not going to support either of those amendments, Your Worship, and I'd encourage other members of council not to either.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Putmans.
Asked and answered, thank you.
Alderman Jones on the two amendments.
Yes, Your Worship. Your Worship, Mr. Logan had said that they had done a bit of a survey with the residents of the city of Calgary, and based on the recommendations, the recommendation was $70. That's what people would be prepared to pay. So I'm not going to vote for the $90, but I will agree with the 70, and I'll agree with the 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. so as to free the lot up for the rest of the day for those that aren't using.
Thanks, Alderman Jones. On the two amendments, Alderman Demong.
Well, I can't say as I'm happy with the 10 o'clock. I agree with Alderman Chabot. If you happen to sleep in, you should have that reserved parking spot. Doesn't really apply to people that work shift work if they start work at noon and work till 8 in the evening. My question kind of deals with this, but it doesn't really refer to any. Are we reserving any for daily parking? Is there going to be anything for somebody that comes in and wants to pay $3, $4, $5 on a daily basis?
Your Worship, no. That isn't our proposal at this time. They would be able to just park for free for the whole day, provided that the lot wasn't full at the time they arrived.
Mr. Logan, we currently, sorry if I may, Alderman Demong, we currently set aside some spots for short-term daily parking for the kind of situation that Alderman Demong might be describing if someone wants to come downtown for a doctor's appointment or something. I imagine that would still continue. They'd be free now, but there'd be different.
Yeah, I believe there's a couple of lots where we have that sort of 3-hour parking. That was to address exactly the kind of problem that we were experiencing before the pay for parking was a fully subscribed lot. But we did that in lots that weren't full.
Sorry, Alderman Demong, I just wanted
That's
to
okay.
clarify
I was
that
actually
piece.
done anyway. If you just waited a moment, you could have done
Sorry.
it anyway.
Oh, is that everything, Alderman Zwang? Sorry, I really did cut you off, didn't I? I apologize. Again, on the amendments, Alderman Carra.
I just want to say that I think our abandonment of differential parking, which apparently is done in Toronto and Vancouver, makes the $90 sort of unnecessary, because we know that $70 is the general fee, so I won't be supporting that. I'm totally torn to shreds about the 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Like, I do think that we have to accommodate shift workers and all of that. At the same time, the main thrust of this is to provide free LRT parking to the majority of citizens, so we get people onto the LRT. So we're not using that as a disincentive to transit ridership. And I can only imagine how angry you would be to arrive at a free LRT lot to take the LRT and find that there are spots just sitting there, but you couldn't access them. So I don't know how to respond to this. I think I'm going to support the 10 a.m. thing, though.
On the two amendments, before I call on Alderman Lowe to close, anyone else? Alderman Lowe to close.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I think the 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. has been pretty well discussed. Shift workers, if you're working an afternoon shift, you now have an opportunity to get to an LRT lot and find a parking lot in a reserved area where you can park your car. Today, or once the charge comes off, if you're an evening a shift worker showing up for a 3 to 11 or a 2 to 10, you don't get to park, period. So this at least gives the shift workers a chance. It also, as I say, gives Mr. and Mrs. Smith in Edgemont, who has a doctor's appointment downtown at 11 o'clock, an opportunity to use LRT and not worry about driving downtown. So I thank you for that. The monthly fee, what we heard from Mr. Logan was, I wished I'd seen the survey, because I think what was one of the, I'd love to know if one of the things was we'd like a reserve lot on a lottery basis for free, because I think there'd been a big uptake in that one. So $90, I think, was what we were charging at Fish Creek. I didn't hear a lot of pushback on that one. We did away with the differential pricing for, I think, valid reasons, so I'd ask you to support. And you'll note it's up to $90. If, in Mr. Logan's view, a lesser rate is appropriate someplace, then he's free to do so, and we're free to look at it and deal with it in November. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. We'll take them separately then. On the amendment to change 6 p.m. to 10 a.m., are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe. Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott. Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
No.
Pardon? Mayor Nenshi.
There
Yes.
you are.
Carried.
Sometimes I feel like I have a role in life. Okay, on the second one, which is to change $70 to, remember up to is already there, but to change $70 to $90, up to $90 in recommendation number 2, are we agreed? Any opposed?
Opposed, Your Worship.
Call the roll, please.
Alderman Lowe. Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott. Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
No.
Alderman Jones.
No.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
That's lost, Your Worship. Your
Alrighty.
Worship, the up to was part of the amendment to the amendment, which was to this item. So up to would now also be
So
out
up
of
to
there,
is
and it
also
would
out.
also be back to where we
Thank you
were
very
before.
much. Thank you for the reminder, Madam Clerk. So now it just says establish a monthly fee of $70. The up to is also gone. If someone wants to put it back, however, they certainly could. No, because it was up to 90 before. So one could put an amendment to put up to now if they wanted to. On the main motion, Alderman Chabot.
No, I'm not to close. I second. I didn't.
It was Alderman Marr, I believe, who. Oh, sorry, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Stevenson.
Okay, I got a couple questions, Your Worship, before we vote on this. Mr. Logan, I noticed here in part of the report, Grace Baptist Church is referenced a number of times. Grace Baptist Church, which used to operate as one of our lots, is now being told they can't operate. You know anything about that? They were part of transit, and now, because they're trying to operate independently, although they were free before, now that they can charge, or now that they're charging, they're not allowed to operate that way. So just curious as to why they would have been referenced in here when they're, I guess, legally not allowed to operate without having a land use change.
Your Worship, that was exactly what I was going to say, is I suspect that has to do with their land use, why that was discovered now and not before. I can't speak to.
Okay, so this report was probably drafted before, because this was just recently identified that they were actually allowed to charge based on their land use. Your Worship, I've got a couple of suggestions on some amendments, because it's kind of challenging. This report, it's kind of complex trying to deal with this, to provide reserve parking for those people that are willing to pay for cost recovery to enhance the security on the system versus providing for those areas where they're undersubscribed. And in the report itself, and unfortunately I went and closed the page here, but there was a recommendation, or one of the suggestions that might occur would be that we establish different maximums. Here it is on page 14 of 21, which I think packet page 148. It says, instead of a reserve maximum per lot, there could be a maximum for each LRT line, allowing a higher percentage of reserved stalls in one lot and less in another. This concept could be administered based on demand. So I'm just wondering if we couldn't make an amendment to accommodate that, and I've kind of drafted up something here kind of roughly as to what I think might accommodate that.
Alderman Chabot, I wonder if the motion, see, I guess the difference is that if we were to do that, it means that a given lot could have more than 50%, but the whole line would have the 50%. The motion does certainly allow, just for clarity, the motion certainly does allow for a different percentage to be in each lot, just no more than 50% total in each lot, which is consistent with council's original direction. If you wanted to make that amendment, you could, but I just want to make sure I understand what effect you're looking for.
Yeah, I wanted to take out the 50%, actually, Your Worship. And because some lines was indicated that the subscription rate currently is in excess of 75%. And whereas other lines, the subscription is like
nothing,
25, less than 25. So we could have, say, 25% for the northeast line and maybe 75% for the south line, which would probably still be fully subscribed with people that are willing to pay, and leaving it only open to the other 25% for the free spots. Again, those lines or those lots are not fully subscribed right now. I think the highest was 86% or something like that, from what I recall. And so that means it's still left 14% unoccupied that could be used as free lots. I think the northeast line in particular, setting the maximum at 25 would probably still not be fully subscribed, and it would probably never achieve that. Still allowing the flexibility to vary that rate, but leaving it based on the subscription, but not to exceed 75%. So what I was going to suggest is on recommendation number 3, establish a maximum takeout of 50 reserved spaces, maximum reserved spaces within each parking lot on each line independently. And it's only 4 words here. So I'm taking out 2 and I'm adding 4 words, on each line independently after lot.
Oh, bad news, Alderman Chabot. You seconded the main motion.
Oh, I can't make an amendment. Okay, I'll continue on with my debate then.
Please continue. And if you were to pass that note to someone to put the amendment for you, you certainly could.
Anyways, it's just a suggestion that I was going to make.
The one thing I will caution, just in case you do pass the note and someone else wants to put the motion, we just have to be very careful with math, because council's direction was that it must be eliminated for the majority of park and ride users. So it would have to somehow mean that 50% across the whole system or more were still free.
Yep, and I think we could accomplish that on the basis of what the ridership is in the Northeast. If you have like 25% there, even though you may have 75% in the South, you average those two out, you still end up with 50%. Now, if you end up with a limit of, say, 50% in the Northwest leg, you could vary it by lot, but have a maximum for each line. And again, I think if you, based on the current subscription rate, that you would probably still achieve the objective that council wanted to, plus look at increased revenue for those areas where people are prepared to pay extra to have a reserved spot. I don't like the idea of the 10 a.m., although it passed. So it would still allow for that opportunity for people to park in those off-peak hours, which again would probably go towards council's objective of allowing for the majority of them to be free, which I don't think was a good amendment, but having said that, and so there was some additional comments that I was going to put in there, which was by taking out that 50% and leaving it open, and then having it to be determined based on subscription, but not to exceed 75%, because as we saw in the report, there's a few lots actually that are above 75%, and I'm sure that those people, if they're paying now, they will be willing to continue to pay into the future, especially if they knew that at least between 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. that they would be assured of finding a spot. So, like you said, I seconded the motion and I can't make an amendment, but I'm putting that out there for anyone to think about doing, because some areas certainly won't be above 25, and some areas will probably not be happy if they're currently paying for a parking spot, and they're probably getting it because it's paid. And if that opportunity isn't provided to them in the future, it's going to be what? Based on first come, first serve? Who's the first to subscribe to the service? There's going to be some people that are paying now that won't be happy if they can't continue to pay to have their spot. So I'm not going to support it the way it is. Hopefully somebody can make that amendment so that I can support it.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Carra on the main motion.
Yeah, I have a amendment to add, and I've written it as point 4 to sort of go right after point 3 and to knock the current point 4 to point 5. And it reads that administration study the potential for incentivizing, and I don't know if incentivizing is a word. Incenting.
That's not a real word either. Just say it and I'll help you with the language.
Incentivizing carpooling by supplying reserved spots for carpoolers at a discounted rate or for free, and report back to the SPC on LPT as per point 5.
Okay, so how about you just, Lord help us, but remove some words. The administration studies supplying reserve parks for carpoolers.
Okay.
You can get rid of that whole potential for incentivizing blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
There we go.
Oh, great editor work there.
Pretty good at
Your Worship.
it. And a discounted rate or for free.
Or for free, comma, please.
And instead of saying as per point 5, let's just make it a bit cleaner. No later than 2011 November. It's not like you're about to have a baby or anything, Alderman Moore.
It's not like it's Valentine's Day.
All right. While we're waiting for that to go up, I should have said I had an announcement at the very beginning, by the way, which was today is not only Valentine's Day, but it is the 90th birthday of the longest-serving mayor in Canada, Mayor Hazel McCallion of Mississauga. So on your behalf, I did send her a very nice 90th birthday present. Happy birthday, Hazel.
Happy birthday, Hazel.
All right, Alderman Carra?
I'm comfortable with that. I will close to respond to whatever debate emerges from this amendment.
Okay. On the... Yeah, can you just change as per point 5 to no later than 2011 November? Just so it's a bit cleaner. Alderman Marr on this one?
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Logan, how many carpooling lots are there available right now? Where do we normally carpool and rally them?
Your Worship, we don't
At all?
have any carpool lots at the moment.
None at all?
No.
So in your opinion, and I think that we want to have carpooling, we want to create that opportunity, but what is this going to do? Is this support transit? Does it take away from transit? Do we know?
Your Worship, it's a more efficient way to use the parking lot if we were to get people to actually do it. It'll be very challenging to enforce with the way we currently enforce people. You basically have to have somebody there to enforce it, or at least spot enforce it and put a pretty significant penalty on.
So what this says is corrals a certain amount of stalls, whatever that is, 5%, 10%, we don't know yet, and put a sign up saying that these are for carpoolers and hope that works. I like the idea of having carpooling, I really do. I think that that's something that we need to do, and this makes sense that we would have it at these locations. But from an enforcement perspective and just the implementation, it's difficult. What are you envisioning in terms of percentages of stalls?
Oh, this would be pretty modest in my opinion, at least to start out.
Like 10 stalls per lot or something like that?
We, even in the downtown core, Your Worship, we see less than 10% carpool into the core of the vehicles that are on the road. So it would probably be a similar ratio. I would suggest maybe not more than 5%.
Okay. And it's coming back to committee, so I can live with that. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. On the amendment, Alderman Lowe?
Well, Your Worship, the incentive for carpooling is $70 divided by 5, which, sorry, my mathematics just failed. Whatever.
Stick with divided by 3.
Well, okay. Divided by 3, divided by 4, whatever it is, that's the incentive for carpooling, is your reserved park. Because you can put 5 license plates on one reserved parking spot, according to what Mr. Logan tells us. So 5 people theoretically could buy one reserved parking spot and carpool to it on a rotational basis. That's the incentive. It's just a question of initiative. I don't think we have to do it, so I'm not going to support this.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Stevenson on the amendment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'm not going to support it either because I think that we're putting administration into a position where they got to go away and come back with a report that says we can't enforce it.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. On the amendment, Alderman Keating?
Thank you, Your Worship. I also look at this and looking after a building which has leads, you must have carpool slots, but they are not according to price, they're according to location. If I was going to amend this, I would take out a discounted rate or free and just put according to location, means that carpoolers are right up front and you go from there, you still get your $70. And let's go with that, please. I'll amend it to say that.
Alderman Keating, I'm going to suggest that one would probably be contrary. So I don't think we can take it, but if you'd like to move it, should this pass or fail, either way, we can do that.
Your Worship, I'd be willing to entertain language that doesn't speak to the cost, but speaks to some sort of form of incentive?
Oh. Also, you're the seconder on the amendment, Alderman Keating, so you can't amend it further. I thought it was Alderman Keating. Oh, never mind. Anyone wanted to second this amendment?
Oh, no one seconded it.
No one seconded. We were so enthralled by your introduction. Thanks, Alderman Putmans. All right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Alderman Putmans on the amendment. But you can't amend it now because you just seconded it.
Right. This is Alderman Keating's. Is it this amendment on the screen? Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. That's one I wanted to speak to. Perhaps through the chair to Mr. Logan. Are there technologies off the top of your head or some methods we can accomplish this, or is this likely a very long shot to have any kind of realistic chance of enforcing?
Your Worship, the drive-by technology that we're proposing wouldn't work. We would have to do spot checks as a minimum. You'd probably have to have people in place fairly early so that if someone showed up, got a ticket, said, well, I was there at 5 a.m. with my carpool, not 6 a.m. when you were there, and wrote me a ticket. And then if you're only going to do spot checks, you have to make the fine prohibitively large. Like parking in a handicap stall, for example, is significant, and so that you would disincentivize.
So,
I looked it up. It's a word. Advise, it is. Dictionary.com. Yeah.
Give an incentive to, take an incentive away. Okay, that's it. Give an incentive to, take a sentence. At dictionary.com, hardly the OED. Move on.
I actually wrote that entry for dictionary.com.
Thank you.
Say Wikipedia.
Thank you, General Manager Logan. No.
Okay.
Second question, please. So what you're suggesting is a labor-intensive exercise. There's no cameras or things like that we can use?
Your Worship, that's off the top of my head. I think what Alderman Carra is suggesting is that we go away and look at it. And that's why I think asking the question to go away and look at it is certainly, why not? I mean, I think that's been one of the themes of this council, is for us to think, go back and think and look at what ifs.
Thank you.
Alderman Keating, I cut you off prematurely because Alderman Carra was saying that he was willing to accept it, and my general practice is to... So hang on, I have a compromise. So I wonder if, Alderman Keating, you'd like to put an amendment that says at a discounted rate or for free or for preferred location. Okay? So we'll just stick it in as an or instead of an instead. Then we can put it in there. Do I have a seconder for that? Thanks, Alderman Farrell. So on the amendment to the amendment, just to add the or for preferred location, any discussion on that? All right. On that amendment to the amendment, are we agreed? Any opposed? Oh, come on. Call the roll.
Alderman Pincott? Yes. Alderman Pootmans?
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson? No. Alderman Carra?
Yes.
Alderman Chabot?
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart?
No.
Alderman Demong?
Nope.
Alderman Farrell?
Yes.
Alderman Hodges?
Yes.
Alderman Jones?
No.
Alderman Keating?
Yes.
Alderman Lowe?
No.
Alderman McLeod?
Yes.
Alderman Marr?
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
Carried.
All right. Back to the main amendment then. On the main amendment, that's what you have on the screen in front of you, whether we should have administration study carpooling. Alderman Stevenson? All right. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. I think what would have been really helpful with all of this, I'm supportive of this because it's looking at something that may be of a service to Calgarians, is it would have been nice to find out what's working in other cities and why it's working. Because we just heard that preferential or differential rates are common in Vancouver and Toronto. I would like some of that information as a backgrounder on how we get to a decision. And then we can tune our transit to more customer service. So maybe for the future, that kind of background best practices would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. On the amendment on carpooling, Alderman Demong?
Have we not heard from Mr. Logan that this is unenforceable for the most part?
Your Worship, I think as I know it today, this would be difficult. It's not unenforceable. It requires labor. I think my comment back was that we could certainly look at how we might be able to enforce it. It would be difficult. I mean, it would require probably other Calgarians being part of that enforcement equation.
So we're talking whistleblowers.
Or drawing attention to
sorry,
my Canadians
sorry
don't
for being
tend
facetious. I look at this and thank you, Ms. Logan. I look at this and I say it's a wonderful idea. I encourage carpooling at all whenever possible. But why would we have administration study something that would, for all practical purposes, is difficult at best to enforce? Why put even more effort into trying to have them come up with a report in how to do this without even figuring out how to enforce it? I just have that great difficulty in that, so I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Demong. On the amendment on carpooling, Alderman Chabot?
Yeah, I agree with Alderman Demong that this is not only not enforceable, the only way you could possibly enforce it is by having somebody at each car lot monitoring them 24/7. Well, not 24/7, but at least between 2 till 10. Again, labor intensive, and what's the net benefit? It's going to be a net cost to try and monitor it, to try and enforce it, and preferred spots. Yeah. Well, I know that in other places where they have carpool lanes, there's been some very interesting innovations that have been used to try and put across the idea that they have more than one passenger.
You and I can go into the mannequin business, Alderman Chabot.
Exactly, Your Worship. Thank you for that. Anyways, no, I'm not going to support this. Carpooling, I think, is a great idea, but it's something that needs to be looked at for the roads where we've got too much congestion on the roads as far as the parking lot is concerned. It may somewhat achieve the same objective, but at least on the road, it's enforceable. So I'm not going to support this.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. On the amendment to add carpooling, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. General Manager Logan, the system that we have where it registers the license plates, is there not the capability to put notes or identify different license plates for different purposes? I'm thinking of technology, and you really should be able to do almost anything with it. Carpools that I've been involved in, you've had a owner of a car who registers and has the passenger sign that registered paper, and then it's filed to make sure that they are carpooling with more than one person. Is there not a capability of allowing that register to be identified with a license plate?
Your Worship, I imagine, given the technology and the way we use it now, you could register a lot for you could register a plate to be specific to a carpool stall, and that person who registered might have a a statement that they sign or something that they submit that says that that's how they intend to use it. The person driving by in the enforcement vehicle looking at that plate number would have no way of knowing if that vehicle arrived with that number of people in the car. I think that's the challenge that we would have. So you would have to, on occasion at least, have somebody there to see that vehicle arrive or depart. Or maybe you set up a video camera, I don't know.
Understood, and I agree with you there. Unless you're on the spot, you're not going to verify whether that registered carpooler is actually carpooling. On the flip side of that is, I don't believe everyone in the carpool is going to be dishonest in that area. So, I mean, it is giving the idea of doing something that we should be doing, and I guess that's why I will support it.
Managing exceptions, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Anyone else on the carpooling motion before I call on Alderman Carra to close? Alderman Carra?
Thank you. Just two things. First off, you know, how much, it's $475 average for a downtown parking spot. You know, what's the incentive to carpool? That divided by 4 or 5. And yet it doesn't happen. The number of single occupancy vehicles that are on the road are ridiculous. Like, I don't get stuck in traffic much by virtue of where I live, but when I do, I just shake my head and cannot believe what Calgarians put up with. I think that this is not as difficult. With all due respect to General Manager Logan, I do not think that this is a technologically impossible thing to solve given the current technology. I think that there are ways that it could be done. I don't want to get into them right off the top of my head, but if you have 5 cars that are appearing in the lots and they say, hey, let's do a carpool, and they all agree that those 5 license plates can't simultaneously show up and only you can have one, then it doesn't really matter. There are ways to get this done, I think, that are within the scope of current technology without having whistleblowers or attendants. And all I'm asking is that we actually explore the possibility of doing that. I don't know whether it's going to incentivize a large number of Calgarians to do it, but I think that every opportunity we have to encourage single occupancy vehicles getting off the road, we should take it. And you know, I don't see this as being a massive input in administration since they're already going to be doing a comprehensive report, and I don't think it's that big of a hurdle. So I encourage everyone to support this because we got to get the single occupancy vehicles off the road as much as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. On the amendment then, on the amendment to add number 4, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Pincott. Yes. Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Nope.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
No.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried, Your Worship.
Thank you. Now we are back to the main motion. Alderman Chabot, your light is on, but you have already spoken on the main motion. Oh, yes, you have. You tried to put in some amendments, and we told you you couldn't.
But it has been amended since then, Your Worship. So on the motion as amended, I have not spoken to it. Correct?
Well, you really can't do that, Alderman Chabot, but I have so much respect for you. So if you want to be brief and you've got a few really pertinent points, take them.
I'll be very, very quick, Your Worship. If you could call them all separately. There are some things in here that I can support. There are others that I cannot. And so...
Are you all right if I call 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separately, or do you want ABC separately too? Actually,
no,
I'll take it back. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because ABC are all together.
Yeah, no, I have no issue with you calling them like that, Your Worship. And that's it, I'm done.
I'm about to call on Alderman Stevenson to close the debate on the main motion. Anyone else before I call on Alderman Stevenson to close debate on the main motion? Alderman Stevenson. Wow.
Point of order. Can you?
Closed.
Yeah. I just have a question.
Yes.
If we just passed.
We added it to the main motion, but we still have to pass it.
And so we're effectively voting twice on the exact same.
Yep.
So can I ask that you call same division?
I don't know, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk says no. That's only on when you're doing the bylaws and it's the exact same thing. So we'll just go through her. All right, so then, on recommendation number 1, direct administration to eliminate the current daily rate and establish a reserve parking program, as you see below, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Nope.
Alderman Farrell. No. Alderman Hodges. No. Alderman Jones. Yes. Alderman Keating,
Yes.
Alderman Lowe,
No.
Alderman McLeod,
Yes.
Alderman Marr. Nope. Alderman Pincott. Mayor Nenshi.
Oh, yes.
Carried, your worship.
We just about did something that would have been embarrassing. Yeah, because we would have gone contrary to council's previous direction. Number 2, establish a monthly fee of $70 for reserve parking. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Lowe and Hodges are opposed. And Marr. Sorry, call the roll.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Collyer-Cart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yep.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr. No. Alderman Pincott. Yes. Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Carried.
On recommendation number 3, establish a maximum of 50% reserve places within each lot. On that recommendation, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Hodges is opposed, and Alderman Chabot. Okay. On recommendation number 4, this is the new recommendation number 4, the carpoolers recommendation. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Collyer-Cart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Nope.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges. Yes. Alderman Jones.
Nope.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe. No. Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott. Yes. Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried.
And on recommendation number 5, that we get a report back to LPT no later than 2011 November. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Very well. Thank you all. I know that that was procedurally challenging, but I think that everyone got an opportunity to say their piece and make the decision. So let's go now to item 7.1.5 in your agenda, which is C 2011-12 Local Improvement Bylaws for Stephen Avenue Mall and Barclay Mall. Would anyone like to move
I
this?
will move the bylaws in 3 readings, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Chabot.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, I hit your button accidentally. Yeah, this is something I think we see annually, if memory serves me correct. And I think what is being done here in the inner city has been tremendous in the Barclay Mall. I don't see this as, it's called a local improvement, but I don't really see this as a local improvement. Local improvement talks about one-time funding of a capital project that typically stays there and doesn't have operational implications. This is talking about operational costs predominantly. And as far as the city contributing to this annually is something that I'm a bit troubled with. I do appreciate what it looks like, the beautification component of it, the maintenance of it, the higher level of cleanliness, all that stuff. But I think at some point in time when we're talking about operational costs, that the funding should come, if it's something that goes above and beyond what is typical in the rest of the city, that somehow the businesses should look at funding it 100%. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Were you asking a question as to whether we should be authorizing this every year, if there was another way to do it, or were you just suggesting this was a weird way to do it?
Your Worship, respectfully, I just don't think we should be financing this, at least not to this level.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I misheard you. Okay, thank you. Alderman Pootmans?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Perhaps through to General Manager Hargesheimer. Through the chair. I'm curious, it speaks to the cost sharing of enhanced maintenance programs. Are these the programs with the Downtown Business Association and the Business Revitalization Zone? It's on page 715, right column, page 163.
Your Worship, that's
Oh,
mine.
I'm sorry. That's you? Okay.
Yes, you are exactly right. That's a number of additional things that they do, sweeping, painting, maintenance of fixtures, flowers, all sorts of different things. Actually, no, I think you get some of the flowers, but yeah.
Apologies to General Manager Hargesheimer. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Putmans. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, I hope council supports this. This is a treasure. It's actually a national treasure. It's been declared a national heritage site, and it, if you want to look at the economic benefits of Stephen Avenue Mall, most of our tourists are drawn to this really beautiful street, and it provides huge value. The work that the Calgary Downtown Association does is really quite extraordinary. They're able to do it in a more cost-effective way, and I think we all benefit from it. So I would hate to see us whittle away in this very important program.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Did you want to close, Alderman Lowe? Okay. Closed. On the recommendations, then, are we agreed? Agreed. Very well. Bylaw 1L 2011. Oh, I'm sorry. Opposed, Alderman Chabot and Alderman Demong. Anyone else? Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself there. Bylaw 1L 2011, first reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Aldermans Chabot and Demong are opposed. Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong. Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Very well. Third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Alderman Demong. Thank you. Bylaw 2L 2011, first reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong. Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong. Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Very well then, third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong. Thank you. That takes us then to 7.1.6 in your agendas. C 2011-13, capital requirements for customer service and communications and information technology. These were two reports that we asked for during the budget process for more information around the capital requirements in these two areas. Would anyone like to? Alderman Lowe, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. So you have the reports in front of you. Any questions for administration? Alderman Hodges.
Thank you, Worship. Perhaps this question for Mr. Tobert. Mr. Tobert, on page 21 of 28 on attachment 3 is the fiber optic network. And if you don't happen to have seen a report lately on the fiber optic network, which I haven't either, perhaps if you could send a bit of current information on what NMAX is charging the city for that, if anything, and if there's any other complications or not with their access to the network.
I think that's a Mr. Stevens question. May we throw it over to him, Mr. Stevens?
Your Worship, I can do that. I can arrange for an update and then a quick memo to be sent to members of council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Stevens and Alderman Hodges. Alderman Lowe?
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, on page 5 of 28 of attachment 3, bottom paragraph, it says after 211, Orica will no longer provide support, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I take it that, you know, the first one, it's the second sentence, will the upgrade enable all those items that are in the second sentence?
Yes, Your Worship. The reference is they will no longer support the current version. So that's why we're doing the upgrade, to ensure that we get support for our critical enterprise support system.
Okay. And that's the HR application? Which I think
that's all of them. It's HR, it's finance, it's procurement, it's all of the modules that we see are kind of core to the suite.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. And closed.
Before you close. That was questions. Anyone else? Alderman Lowe? Closed. All right, so on the recommendation then to receive these reports, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Yeah, the next one's a big one, so we may as well recess now, and we will be back here at 3:45. And we're back. This portion of the meeting we refer to as race to make sure that people can have Valentine's dinner with their spouses.
Move all items.
Seconder? We actually, do we have a motion on the floor? No, we don't. So we're up to 7.1.7. That's C 2011-17, investigative review of higher risk procurement areas. Alderman Pincott, would you like to introduce this item?
Thank you. And actually, I would, with your permission, like to introduce both this item and the next item so that we could have a joint presentation, joint discussion on both items, and then vote on them separately. I think they are, well, there is no question that they're interlinked. So the recommendations that fell out of the cover, out of the review. So this is the investigative review into the higher risk procurement areas that the council asked for work to be done in this area. And we have with us today Deloitte to give us a presentation on this. So with your permission, and not to put the cart before the horse, I would like Mr. Trevor Naka, if you don't mind, Your Worship, to give a brief presentation and possibly answer any questions on this item.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alderman Pincott. Mr. Naka, would you care to join us at the podium?
Thank you, Your Worship. Don't know if this is that appropriate?
Yeah.
You can hear? Very good.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm joined by my colleague, Gina Campbell, who is heavily involved in this process. Perhaps I might seek some direction as to the depth and length of the report that you'd like us to spend some time on.
It is on, but it needs to be turned up, so if we can just let the clerks know. So, Mr. Naka, Council has received your presentation, and I know that they have been poring over the material that was circulated, so there's no need to go through the whole thing. But if you'd like to quickly walk us through the highlights, I imagine there will be a number of questions.
Certainly. So I'll take Council through to page 3 of our report. And just a couple of key points here around the nature of limitations with respect to this type of work. There is a lot of work that is done on a sample basis, and the very nature of impropriety is difficult to uncover. And having said that, we've done a significant amount of work, which I'll touch on momentarily, and outline our findings. On page 4, no real points to raise here other than to highlight again that this was a two-piece focus. The first piece was to coordinate and facilitate an independent review to assess the reconciliation of remaining discrepancies that were outlined between the city manager's reports and those presented by the city auditor. And the second piece of our work was to do the focused investigative review, and our report contains comments on both of those. Page 5 discusses the nature of the work effort that we undertook and provides a bit of a perspective in terms of the level of work effort and the professionals that were deployed during this effort. Page 6 introduces the nature of the matters that were to be considered relative to the reconciliation of the views between the city auditor and the city manager. And I won't touch on those other than to say that they are basically in three aspects. One piece around 100 contracts for goods and services, and that was touched on in the city auditor's report on page 6. There were also some comments made in connection with 462 contracts that are principally addressed on page 28 of the city auditor's report. And the third item being the 740 purchase orders, which increased by more than 50%, which are addressed on page 32. And so the focus of our work was to reconcile perspectives brought to bear on those areas by the city auditor relative to a response made by the city manager. Page 7 touches on a secondary aspect of the reconciliation process, which was around identifying any residual files. So were it to be the case that we could not identify reconciliation between the two parties, if there were any files that we felt appropriate to review after attempts to conclude on matters jointly between city manager and city auditor, Deloitte's role would be to review any of these residual files. As it happened, during the course of those conversations and in connection with our investigative review, we identified certain files that displayed some characteristics of potential impropriety, and so we included those ultimately in our investigation. Page 8 touches on the first piece of the first of the three items that we focused the reconciliation on. And in general, this was not an area that had too much in the way of disagreement. And ultimately, our conclusion was that the recommendations made by the city auditor's office were appropriate, and there were no further matters to address in that aspect. Page 9 touches on the 462 contracts, and the nature of this issue was that on page 28 of the city auditor's report, reference was made that these items, in short, did not contain a sufficient background or information. The city manager disputed that finding and presented alternative perspective on the issue. And ultimately, our conclusion is listed at the bottom half of page 9 and ultimately indicates that the recommendations that were made were appropriate, but there were some items that were addressed by the city auditor that we ultimately found were not substantiated. On page 10, we address our findings with respect to the 740 POs. Again, the city auditor had made some comments, and they're printed on the top of page 10 and are an extract at page 32. The city manager had alternate perspective, and ultimately on page 11, we presented our conclusion, which again is similar. And to summarize it, the recommendations that were made by the city auditor continued to be relevant, that we felt that city administration should continue to agree with and are important, but there were some aspects of the work performed by the city auditor that we've commented on pages 11 and on page 12. We summarize our conclusions relative to the three previous areas. We again emphasize that both administration and the city auditor originally agreed with the audit recommendations, and we believe that those recommendations continue to be credible and reasonable. We did note certain items which were touched on in the previous pages where the city auditor was not able to substantiate certain comments. And ultimately, for all three categories, the 100 contracts, the 462 contracts, and the 740 POs, we felt that there was no further work necessary with respect to those items. Perhaps I might pause on this aspect and entertain any questions that could be relevant to this part of our report, Your Worship. That's very helpful, actually, Mr. Naka, because I imagine that you've hit upon the heart of them so well. My council colleagues are organizing themselves. I'll start. If I can take you to page 11, Mr. Naka, I have a number of questions. Number one is, the first sentence is very interesting. The city auditor's report does not imply nor intend to imply that $747 million of purchases were inappropriate or were gone missing. Now, of course, the conversation in the public has been very much that these were inappropriate or they've gone missing. So this is a helpful clarification. However, it is a very large number, obviously, in terms of change orders that were there. But was it within the scope of your work to determine whether
the fact that there were so many change orders was part and parcel of good management processes, or were you really much more focused on whether they were sufficiently documented and made sense?
Your Worship, might respond in two pieces. First of all, with respect to the perception that was raised in the public, the perception appeared to be that the table was referencing that this money could have gone missing or wasn't appropriate. And we felt that in the interest of appropriate balance and perspective, that we make the clear statement that this was simply a table representing those amounts that met that criteria. In other words, they were POs greater than 25,000 that increased more than 25, or rather 50%. And that was simply a table representing that.
So the whole question then, which the public has been much in the public, of are we not managing our contracts well because there are so many change orders, was really not in the scope of the work you were doing.
The scope of the work that we did was to make sure that ultimately administration and the city auditor reconciled their views as to whether there were issues here.
I understand.
And ultimately, the two parties did concur that there were no further issues to be investigated with respect to these items.
Very well. Mr. Naka, you're being extraordinarily polite today, and I think in this report as well, because you're extremely professional. We can all learn from this. But I find the second bullet on that page somewhat surprising. I'm trying to be polite too. So there was an error in the auditor's report. There was an implication that a sufficient sample had been reviewed, but in fact only 4 files had been reviewed. Is that the correct reading?
4 files were reviewed. The reference in the report was that 17 files had been examined with purchase order increases, but only 4 were actually reviewed that met the criteria of being $25,000 or 50% increase.
Let me just really understand. So 17 files were reviewed, but only 4 of them met the criteria?
Correct.
Aha. It's not that 17 files weren't reviewed, it's just that 13 of them were not particularly helpful.
Correct.
Okay.
When one reads the report, it starts with a table. The table outlines the $747 million and 740 purchase orders. Right after that, the report goes on to say that 17 items were sampled. In fact, 17 items were not sampled of that population. 17 items of purchase orders that did increase were tested,
okay,
but only 4 out of that population. So it did not have the clarity that one might expect.
And in your professional opinion, as you've stated here, 4 is not enough. You couldn't draw conclusions from that small sample?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sure I'll have more, but I want to let my colleagues in. Alderman Marr?
Thank you. When I read this, and His Worship is being extremely kind when he's saying that you're being extremely professional in your assessment of the former city auditor. Now, I don't want to go too much into detail because I know, again, we don't have that right of privilege. But in camera we might. And maybe I'll save some of those remarks for when we are in camera. But the city auditor was, when you say inaccurately implied, what are the ramifications of that on the organization and the reputation of the city of Calgary in your view as the independent city auditor, as the independent auditor?
I think, Alderman Marr, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on what the potential ramifications are. I think our report touches on ultimately what the facts are, but I would defer to the judgment of those in council to understand whether that would have any impact on reputation or image.
No, and that's a fair comment. But what happened when, and maybe this is better directed to you, Mr. Tobert, when we went through this whole process last year, there was a huge amount of public outrage saying that the administration didn't know what it was doing, that it was basically $700 million were essentially gone missing. And this report, in effect, from the independent auditor, exonerates every single thing that the administration had done and everything that you had said. Is that right? Am I characterizing that correctly?
No, I wouldn't say it exonerates everything we said. It basically said that I think it agreed with the final statement we made was that the administration agreed with the recommendations of the city auditor's report, and we agreed with the recommendations. However, statements and conclusions drawn from the context of the report we thought were inaccurate. And I think through the work that's been done by Deloitte, we have brought clarity on those points, and so now we understand them better. There was a mile of bad road.
Oh, I'd say there's more miles than just one. But the point of it is that I think I would like to just go on the record right now and say, thank you for doing this. Thank you to the audit committee, and thank you to the administration for bearing through what was a very difficult time and getting to the truth and having the wisdom of all of us to be able to make sure that we knew exactly what had happened and where all the money went, and that our process and the City of Calgary is, in fact, in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Marr. I'm going to go to Alderman Chabot, and I actually have a follow-on question from what you just said for Mr. Tilbert after that.
Okay, well, I'll be try and get to the point on a couple issues. Just, can you characterize for me the relationship that you've had through this whole process with administration? Has it been a good relationship, a good working relationship? Did you find it adversarial in any way, or?
The very nature of the conduct of work this nature is such that at times there is a certain element of challenge. We're conducting a review to find impropriety, but within the scope of this type of work, we found overall the cooperation to be more than sufficient and appropriate for us to do the work that we needed to do.
Interesting answer, actually. In light of some of the things that have been said from our previous auditor, I would have expected you to have come out and said that everything was great. Administration was just falling all over themselves trying to help you to find the truth. But that answer leads me to believe that maybe it might still have been a little contentious, which is not surprising in light of some of the things that I'd heard from the previous auditor.
Alderman Chabot, I might just comment on your question that I would not want it to be perceived in any fashion that we did not receive the cooperation that we need. I think it is important to recognize that it's not inappropriate when conducting a review of this nature that there are questions and areas of disagreement, and I think that's healthy. But ultimately, there were no matters that we did not receive sufficient cooperation, documentation, or materials that we required to complete our work.
Well, I would expect you would have. Just a couple of quick questions here. It says on the same page that His Worship was on, actually, I think it's the fourth bullet down. It says the city auditor could have considered reviewing more construction management POs and other POs with larger dollar values in order to develop more substantiated audit conclusions than those drawn on the report, pages 32 and 33. In fact, fewer than 40 POs constituted over 500 million of the 747 million in change orders, and 19 POs for construction management reviewed by administration alone constituted 461. That statement says that more of these larger dollar value POs should have been reviewed, but it doesn't really tell me how many of those were actually reviewed. Do you know how many of those were actually reviewed in AR 10-02? Of those larger value contracts by the former auditor?
There were 4 items that were looked at, and I would seek a moment of clarification from my colleagues, but I don't believe that any of them were on construction management contracts. Is that yes? So I believe that none related to construction management.
Okay, you're talking about the 50% or more, right? And so does this page refer to only those 50% or more? Above what was the original agreement? Above the contracted amount? 50% due to change orders. It says at the top bullet, but then it looks like each independent bullet has its own specific reference, not necessarily back to the 50% change order amount. That fourth bullet, like I said, just makes it very arbitrary statement that more of these larger contracts should have been looked at. And you're saying that not many of those were looked at, only 4 total?
Perhaps just to clarify, the 747 million was a table, contained 740 purchase orders that were $25,000 or greater with a 50% increase or greater. All of the references on this page relate to that table and that population of items. The 4 that were audited by the city auditor were within that population. The point that we're making here is that given the magnitude of construction management as a proportion of that population, it would have been appropriate to consider commentary on the construction management aspect of this issue because it comprises a significant amount of the population.
Okay, I thought I saw within this report that were still some outstanding issues that hadn't been resolved for like $4 or $6 million worth of contracts or something. Is that right? Did I see that in the report? I could have sworn I saw that in here.
I'm not exactly certain what reference you might be.
I have to look for it, Your Worship. I know that I saw something somewhere. Maybe it was in another document that I was reading, but you could have sworn I saw that there were still like 4 contracts totaling about 4 or 6 million of the ones that were mostly contentious, that there was still insufficient documentation to support.
Oh, I think you're talking about the investigative findings in the next part of this document that Mr. Naka hasn't quite gotten to
Oh,
yet.
yeah, I think you may be right, Your Worship.
We stopped him after part A.
I may be mixing up the two. Okay, well, I have no further questions at this point, Your Worship, but I'll listen to further questions and would like an opportunity to comment afterwards, if I may, on a close or on debate. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll play it a little bit loose because I know members of council will have many, many questions on this, and I just want to make sure that all of those questions get out. And I, in fact, after that, have more. But we'll go to Alderman Putman's now.
Thank you, Worship. And more in the nature of a comment. That's just to clarify, perhaps for the benefit of one of my colleagues, I've personally been through probably more than a dozen audits in both the private and the public sector, publicly traded companies. And in my experience, auditors conduct themselves in a very formal, professional, and very methodological fashion, as do the professionals on the side being audited. So there is no sense of falling over oneself to please an auditor or to supply information. It is a very formal process and a very professional process. And I wouldn't like us characterizations of it, the city perhaps responding in anything other than that manner to be left out there. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Putman's. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I would like to know is if this is an appropriate question is because I don't know that much about these sorts of things. When we look at 740 POs, what is the comparison or ratio or percentage compared to, and whether you can answer that or not, of all the POs within that time frame? Because, I mean, if this is a 60 or 70% percentage that have increased over 50%, or if it's a 5% within that range, then it has a different bearing on the outlook or what it's here. So I don't know if you can answer that. I'm just wondering how many POs would we have had within that time frame in comparison to 740?
I don't know that I can answer that. There would be thousands, to be clear.
Mr. Tobert is saying tens of thousands. I think it would be helpful, Alderman Keating. I'm not sure if it's the number of POs that's so interesting as to the quantum of the dollar amount. So if you were to look at page 15 of the Deloitte report, you see this upside down pyramid. Sorry, Mr. Naka. I'm jumping ahead, but just I think that answers your question. That the total procurement undertaken in that time period was about $6 billion, right? Higher risk procurement areas of that was about $1 billion. The rest of it was sort of more routine stuff. And then the stuff that they were actually looking at was about $342 million. But it gives you a sense. We spent about $6 billion over that time period, and there was some $747 million in change orders. So it's not a small number, but it's,
and I guess
12% or something of the total.
And I guess that's where I was going. If we look at this in rough comparisons, it's about 1/6 of all POs went over 50%. And don't know if that's acceptable or not, but it just clarifies something. Thank you.
I just want to really ask a question to both Mr. Naka and Mr. Tobert. but really, really underline this, because I think that there has been a misunderstanding from my reading of this, perhaps coming from the original auditor's report, on what this $747 million was. And in fact, I fully admit that I'm one of the ones who misunderstood what this $747 million was. When I read 40 POs constituting over $500 million and 19 of them alone are $461 million, the question that comes to my mind is, do we really understand those 19 very well? Because there's a huge, this is really for Mr. Tobert, because obviously that's a huge chunk of it. And when I read that these are all, every one of them, construction management POs, I think it means that we need to better understand what a construction management PO is.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good question. This was one that we took some pains to answer last May and June when this item was before Council, but some of you weren't here, so I will repeat. One of the ways that we undertake very large construction projects is to engage the services of a construction manager. Someone, large company, usually selected through a request for a proposal based on a weighting, and then the successful proponent gets to build, in one particular case that I know of, the water treatment plant expansion at Glenmore. And that PO for that engagement is for their 1 or 2% for the cost of the total work. So we issue a PO to them to say, go away and manage the construction of the expansion to, say, the Glenmore water treatment plant. That actual construction of that plant is almost $500 million. But they all get appended to that first PO, because the first PO is just for the construction management, and then that construction manager then undertakes to release a tender for the earthworks, a tender for the construction of the concrete works, and then the capital equipment. And so it looks like we take an initial purchase order that may be for $10 million, and through what are called change orders, but are actually chunks of work associated with that first tender, that work starts to get up towards 30 million, then 100 million, then 150 million. And it looks like we're changing the scope, we're changing it's out of control and something. No, it's the way it was designed to function. One of the anomalies that we identified when we went through this is that our purchasing system isn't set up for construction management, so that when we issued those subsequent tenders, they were called by our system change orders. And so when anyone in any sort of normal construction or renovation business sees the word change order, well, you kind of go, oh, this is not right. Something happened. No, something did happen, but it wasn't bad. It was that we released the additional work as was planned, but by using that word change order, it attracted, I would say, unnecessary negative attention. So we've actually changed that.
Oh, that was my next question, because this is very true, Mr. Tobert. It's the language was confusing, right? Because every time one hears change order, one thinks over budget. So for you and for Mr. Sawyer, I suppose, have we changed the reporting and the process around this so that we can avoid this confusion going forward?
Your Worship, I asked for that to be done. I don't have an answer as to has it been completed yet.
Mr.
Sawyer? Your Worship, I'd have to check and follow up on that. I have asked that that be done, and I think those kind of contracts are specifically being referred to around the construction management to avoid any confusion that they're a change and kind of over budget or a different scope.
So there was no point, Mr. Sawyer, when you're looking at your variance reports, you never sat down and said, wow, we spent $747 million more on capital projects than we had originally budgeted for or approved.
Just to be clear, all of the $747 million increase is in the budget. There isn't authorization. No PO will be struck or changed without appropriate budget. So it wasn't an issue that it was over budget. It was the POs changing from the initial level set up.
But it was all in the budget that was originally approved by this council.
Absolutely.
So it might be within the contingency, but it was within the budget.
Yeah, the POs will not be approved if there isn't an approved budget from council for the funding.
Okay.
It's even more profound than that. It was within the budget that was initially established. So this was not going over budget. This was actually authorizing the release of work within the confines of the original capital budget, unless it was adjusted subsequently for small changes that was originally contemplated. This is not new work and unallocated money. This was the way that the process was designed to be.
When you say that, Mr. Tobert, are you referring to the full 747 or the $500 million in construction management?
You know what, I am not, I'm going to rely on the information I got from finance, that all of the money that was released was within our previously allocated budgets. Okay.
This is extraordinarily helpful. Thank you very much. I don't see any other lights on. Do you want to go to investigative findings, Mr. Naka?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll pick up at page 13. And some of this is a refreshment of history and previously discussed material, because this arose during the process of identifying the scope. But the items and the focus is presented at the top half of page 13. About the middle of page 13, we talk about the nature of impropriety and what that means. And this was the definition that the city manager employed, and we found that to be a helpful and a useful definition, and we stuck with that in the conduct of our work. We've listed on the bottom of the page some examples of the characteristics of potential impropriety that we used in trying to identify selections amongst the population of high-risk areas, to give council some perspective on what items could have been, were being searched for. On page 14, just a brief perspective on the procedures that were performed and how we went about doing our work. Page 15 has been addressed and previously commented on, but is intended to demonstrate a perspective on how much work that we did do and the selections that we looked at relative to the amount of procurement undertaken during the review period. Page 16 is a scope of work and the procedures taken summarization of by risk area, the number of files or POs that we looked at, the estimated population and sample sizes, and give some perspective on the overall scope of the work that we had performed. Ultimately, on page 17, we did identify 3 files that are outlined on pages 18 through 20. On page 18, this was a file that was related to hauling services. There were some concerns about contract extensions and a number of negotiations and amendments to the contract price which arose to concern. We discussed this matter with corporate security, the city auditor, supply and administration, and ultimately our understanding, we were advised of the following relative to the current status of the item. On page 19, there was a consulting vendor that we understand was self-employed that was providing hourly consulting services to multiple business units. This individual had a variety of elements related to the file that appeared to highlight concern in terms of the volume of hours billed and a variety of other matters. And ultimately, we raised our concerns to corporate security, supply, and administration. And it is important to advise that this was an issue of concern by supply and corporate security. And we were advised of the current status of the situation on the bottom half of page 19. On page 20, this was an item where consulting services were provided, and there was 2 different vendors. There were some multiple ownership and spousal relationships that also involved city employees. We also raised our concerns to supply corporate security administration, and the outcome of what we were advised is listed on the bottom part of the page. Page 21 summarizes our investigative review conclusions. There were 3 that we've spoke of and covered briefly. We did follow up on these matters with supply, corporate security administration, and the city auditor as was applicable in the circumstance, and we've reported our understanding of the status of each matter. On page 22, this is a summary of the conclusions from both the investigation, which is a repeat of those comments I just made, as well as the reconciliation of matters raised by the city auditor, which we had previously addressed. The appendices just provide additional background and context to procurement profile and some additional statistics around the amount of procurement undertaken during the review period. The final Appendix C has a perspective on the manner in which we undertook the reconciliation process.
All right, so on this part, Alderman Collier-Cart?
It was a question from before. Is that okay?
It's all right.
So, Mr. Tolbert, in the area of, thank you very much for your work on this.
in the area of impropriety and risk mitigation, Mr. Tobert. I wanted to just highlight this one area where they talk about that they observed that certain business units have strong and consistent usage and deployment of supply for their procurement, while others, such as IT, do not, and that they observed that the key accountability for effective documentation and conduct of procurement sometimes lacks clarity. So the recommendations around this was that consideration be given to analyzing and clarifying these interrelationships and potential overlapping of roles, coordination of key parties, mapping of procurement impropriety risks, and so on. I'm just taking this more from the PowerPoint presentation that's in our online, Mr. Tobert. Could I get you to comment on this aspect, or Mr. Sawyer, whichever? Could you comment on it, Mr. Sawyer? Okay, either one would be fine.
I believe you're jumping ahead to the second report, which the recommendations, and I don't know if Trevor is going to be doing a presentation on that. As I understand, you're on, is it page 4? Procurement, impropriety, risk mitigation?
Yes.
That's the next report.
Okay, well, do you want to wait then until we hear their presentation?
I can answer it now.
Okay.
We have actually taken no issue with the recommendations coming out of Deloitte's work. In talking with Trevor and his team, what they said was that they did 2 different kinds of work. They did a reconciliation and then they did an investigation. Yeah. And based on those 2 pieces of work, like any professional auditor, they said, here's some conclusions we drew for some suggestions for improvements. So what they're asking us to do here is tighten up the distribution of responsibility and oversight to make sure that when purchase orders are being issued, those that have responsibility know it and then take action so that they're actually actively involved. And I've talked with Eric about these recommendations, and we have no problems in looking at our systems and following through on this.
Yeah, so it sort of relates to the other presentations we've had. That's why I was wanting to get your feedback on it now. But how difficult is it in an organization this size to streamline that process or have some consistency? Does it take a while?
There's no doubt that imposing more controls takes time. Mm-hmm. But I guess one of the magic things you can do with enterprise software systems is you can put controls in place that people actually have to actively intervene into the process and acknowledge that something is done. So there's a liability record that we'll have. It means imposing more controls, though. And it's always one of those things where, sure, we can actually control everything, but it comes at an expense. It means time, and it delayed 2 projects because we have to make sure that we have, but in the case of making sure that we're good stewards of the public purse, sometimes those things are worthwhile. And so it does take a while to change it, but can be done, absolutely.
Thank you. So to this point in the report, part of what the next, I have another question for you. Part of the next evolution of what we're trying to look at Audit Committee is Council's role as it relates to understanding risk and taking it to the next level. I mean, in retrospect, are there things that Council could have been more aware of or taken on more responsibility for around this issue that's before us?
Well, I know members of Council did run to the races with some of the issues coming out of this audit that I felt, in retrospect, we now know that it probably wasn't appropriate. So I would say that Council should be careful that when they hear things that are untoward, ask yourself the question, does this make sense to me? Is the evidence in front of me matching the words that I'm being told? Because it's not a question that you didn't ask, it's a question you should ask yourself. Does it make sense to you? Because you get told a lot of things in your positions, and a lot of the times people have agendas, different agendas, and you need to make sure that you actually put together a complete picture when you get told something. Look for other opinions, ask us questions, don't just take everything at face value. I'm sure you've learned all that. I have learned it over and over again in my life because I keep forgetting that when I'm being told things, make sure I ask myself difficult questions about why I'm being told this, why is that other person telling me this, and then I check with someone else. But getting back to the risk element alone, there's a great amount of work to be done on risk appetite. I think Council at times says, well, we don't want any risk because we don't want any untoward headlines. But you can't run an organization this big I almost said another word, which is inappropriate. You can't run an organization this big and have no risk.
Right.
And it's a question of how much risk are you willing to tolerate?
That's where we need to do some work, I would
Yes.
think.
Yeah.
I think part of the challenge, Mr. Tobert, is being when you have an auditor that's saying some of these things or reporting some of these things.
So one of the things I said to council back in June, I think it was, is don't take my word for it. Let's get someone else in to verify it. And that's what we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Collier-Cart and Mr. Tobert. Questions for Deloitte on this piece? I have one. And I just want to underline again that, so with our little pyramid, you went through quite a big number, and at the end you really only found 3 files that were worth investigating, and these 3 files were all already under investigation or being handled. Is that a correct assessment?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure that was entirely clear as well. All right, why don't you then take us to, I don't think we need the appendices, why don't you take us to your recommendations then in the second report. So that's for council, that's, I was going to tell you what packet page it was, but it doesn't have a packet page number. But it is nonetheless 7.1.8, starting at packet page 215.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to reiterate, the nature of the recommendations and how they arose, and as Owen had pointed out, these are arising from our work. The principal focus of our work was to do the investigation and provide the report that we just provided. This report is secondary. It's strictly as in the context of constructive recommendations for administration that may be of use and value in terms of continuous improvement. And it's entirely at the city's discretion because we are not appointed to do this work. It's entirely at the city's discretion as to what recommendations and the manner in which the recommendations are undertaken. On page 1, in this item has been raised, and in essence, this is about dealing with the issues that Owen just described in terms of tightening up. I think his characterization of it was accurate in terms of making sure that there's a clear understanding and delineation in the roles of the various parties who have a role to play relative to procurement and propriety. We observed in some cases that there was a bit of lack of clarity in terms of who was specifically dealing with a potential risk related to procurement impropriety, and we felt that that gave cause to provide the recommendation. On page 2, we did find a limited number of items that could point to procurement impropriety, but there were a lot of instances of incomplete compliance with procurement policies and practices, and our point touches on this issue. So we have recommended that the city does take steps to monitor, measure, and evaluate compliance. Somewhat in the vein of what gets measured gets done is the essence of our recommendation there. Procurement structure on page 6, item number 3. The IT vendor group has delegated authority to procure outside of the city's supply management unit, and we recommended that the city evaluate whether or not IT authority to procure should be allowed to continue because it is outside of the city process. Page 4, or rather page 7, item 4, vendor master files. We did find a number of instances where the data with respect to vendors was not accurate or was not updated or had been duplicated in some instances. One way to monitor compliance with procurement policies and procedures is to be able to run a variety of reports or assessments of procurement that's happening by vendor. If the vendor master files and vendor information is not accurate, it hampers those efforts, and accordingly we made the recommendation to improve on the vendor master files. And lastly, page 8, item number 5, procurement system technology. You do use PeopleSoft as your ERP system, and we observed that in many instances the complete application or complete implementation and usage of the PeopleSoft procurement module was not in place, and we felt that because PeopleSoft processes will often drive controls and processes that were commented on earlier to improve monitoring and conduct of controls and procurement, we felt that it was a worthwhile recommendation that there be an evaluation of the degree that PeopleSoft is, the PeopleSoft's module is implemented and used by the city relative to procurement.
Alderman Pincott on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Naka. I just, I guess for members of council, this is this report for us is a bit of a value add. It's outside of the scope of the RFP, but Deloitte in doing the work that we asked of them felt that they actually could come up with some recommendations. So thank you for doing that. That said, I also recognize that administration, normally when recommendations come before audit committee, they have an administrative response. We don't have those here, so that kind of limits how we can discuss them, which is fine. The motion on the report is to send it to administration for response and come to audit committee. That said, of these recommendations, did you refer to the recommendations within the procurement audit itself? Because it seems like they are simpatico with a lot of the recommendations that are in there already.
That's a good comment, Alderman Pincott. We did have, naturally through the course of our work and the work that we did relative to the reconciliation, developed a lot of familiarity with the city auditor's recommendations, and we did find that the recommendations were appropriate and continue to believe that they're appropriate. We did step back from those recommendations, though, and said, in the context of all of this work that we have done, what are some of the most significant matters that we might highlight that could, in some cases, emphasize those points that were made by the city auditor, or in some cases could be of a slightly different style or focus. And accordingly, we developed them somewhat independently of the report. We didn't go back to the city auditor's report and try to ensure there was a simpatico. There certainly is there's a clear consistency, but these were the items that struck us as most significant, that would be of most importance to raise.
Okay. When you did go back then, after you sort of came up with these or were heading down this path around recommendations, did you go back and look at the recommendations and management response within the procurement audit to see if management response was contained within there? Now, I recognize there's been a couple of update reports on progress that we've had from administration since then, but to see if the management response to those recommendations that were in the procurement audit would be appropriate for recommendations you're bringing forward.
We didn't do that in a rigorous manner, but we would expect that there certainly would be some overlap, and we would expect that certain comments that have been made by administration to the city auditor's report may very well find themselves to here. In addition, we would observe that there has been continued progress relative to the recommendations that were made by the city auditor, and therefore, since there's been a pure passage of time, administration's response could differ, most likely with reference to recent activities in this respect.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, and I think this is probably more directed to administration for the report that's coming to audit, Your Worship. But I would really appreciate having the background and why IT procurement was separate, and I'm always interested in why things got out there, if we're going to bring them back, and what we can do. The second part, Mr. Stevens, has to do with Deloitte's reference to PeopleSoft, and will the updates that are coming resolve any of the issues arising?
Two points there. We're fully supportive, 100% supportive of the recommendation. We'll be following up this movement to move supply. The supply portion out to IT was made a number of years ago. So I too, long before I took responsibility, I too would like to see the background to see what the business case was. But we'll definitely follow up as on that recommendation. On the second question, I don't believe a system upgrade is necessary to capture what we're talking about there. I think it's actually an internal process change that we need to update. I think it's something the system can already handle. We just need to use it more effectively.
See, Mr. Naka, any comment on that?
No, other than to concur with the latter part of that comment, that it's not really an issue of whether or not the system is capable. Our view is that there could be additional utilization based on an evaluation on a cost-benefit basis.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Any further questions on this? All right, I think I'm going to call on Alderman Pincott, who I suspect is going to move the recommendations.
Yes, I would like to move the recommendations of C 2011, 17, and 18. I guess if there's no other questions or debate, I'll sit down and see. I'll sit down and see, and then I'll close it.
Do I have a seconder? Oh, thanks, Alderman Marr. I thought it was you. See, I thought he had done that already. Any further debate on this item? Alderman Pincott to close.
Thank you. So we got here because of for a lot of reasons. I mean, one of the things that we've seen in the Deloitte work is that it does reinforce a degree of the work that we saw that was done by PricewaterhouseCoopers in the Quality Assessment Review. But at the end of the day, I think the lesson for us as a council, I think, was put very politely by Mr. Tobert, that we need to be cognizant of not the environment that we work in. We need to be cognizant, and God knows we're very often very cognizant of the camera that we are playing to and the larger public that we are playing to. But we need to be cognizant as well of the 14,000 people that we work with every day. And that the things that we say and the things that other people may say can have a lot of impact and cause a lot of damage. This work that was done needed to be done. There were unfortunate statements that were made that were not supported by a report that was before us, but there were unfortunate statements that were made that were picked up and run with. That meant that we had to do this work. We had to clear it. If we want to continue working clearly with the people that we do work with every single day, the administration who honestly are the ones who do the heavy lifting around here, we needed to ensure that all of the, what I call the pall, left by the public statements and the public sentiment around the procurement audit needed to be clear. I have said that we just spent $1 million on 5 words, and it was probably one of the best $1 million that we've ever spent because we had to do this. With that, please accept the recommendations before you on both reports, and thank you very much, Mr. Naka.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott, and let me also thank Mr. Naka and his team for the work that they've done here. So on the recommendations then contained in, C 2011-17, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. On the recommendations in C 2011-18, are we agreed? Any opposed? It's just to report back to the Audit Committee with administration's reports on the findings. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. That takes us to 7.1.9. This is the blue sheet we added. LOUISE Station deferral request. Relatively uncomplicated. The RFP process went over the Christmas period, and we just need a bit more time to get through it. You're moving it, Alderman Pincott. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Farrell and Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, I hope the lessons learned from the previous item will be extended to this item, because I think they're linked in many ways. It's so easy for us to leap to hyperbole, and So I hope we're thoughtful in our approach with the next item. It's, I think we forget how much damage we can do to people who really care deeply about the service they provide to council and to Calgarians. So I'm very cognizant of that when it comes to this item as well. Thank you. And tomorrow's discussion with NMAX too. Thank you.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
So, Your Worship, have you participated in meetings around formulating this RFP? Could you give a bit more detail?
I sure can.
On
I was hoping someone would ask.
Yeah,
so Alderman Hodges and I, as per the original motion, have been working with Mr. Tobert to develop this. It did take a little longer than we thought it would to go through the process, just because it was Christmas. And we were a bit aggressive on our timelines when we actually plotted out how long we need to have the RFP open for. That's why we need to push it back. But I am actually very pleased with what we came up with for the RFP. It really reflects what was in the motion that you and I put to council. And we can certainly circulate the RFPs themselves. It's open now, right, Mr. Tobert? Yes, what's the dates on it? Can you just remind us?
I believe it went live last Wednesday, and it'll be live for 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you'll go through the interviewing process? Okay.
Yeah, when we work it back for how long we thought the work would take, and going back through the interviewing process, even with a really accelerated RFP and interview process, we realized it would be very, very hard for this to come back to council before early May. So that's why, and our original motion had said no later than April, so we're pushing it back just a couple weeks.
Okay, so you're still thinking that the final report will come in May?
Correct.
So we'll see, right?
Well, we one of the discussions we had around the RFP was really limiting its scope. The first draft of the RFP was very big, and so we really wanted to make sure that we were focusing on precisely those questions that council had embedded in that motion that you and I put.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
You're very welcome. Any other discussion on this item? So on the deferral, did you want to close, Alderman Pincott? Okay, on the deferral request then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. That takes us now to report of the SPC on community and protective services, 7.2.1. Gosh, fluoride last week and dog parks this week. Off-leash dog areas. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to move the recommendations of the committee as well.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Discussion on this item. Really? On dog parks? I have a question. Dr. Hargesheimer, there was one thing in the report that gave me a bit of pause, and that was that there was very little discussion of funding or budget in the report beyond we'll need some money and we don't have it. One question is, do you know have we thought about the idea of increasing the license fee for dogs and using that money as a dedicated fee for dog park maintenance?
Yes, Your Worship. If Mr. Bruce was here, he would tell you that we have an excellent rate of compliance with dog licenses. 95% of dog owners are compliant, and that there is a limit to what people will pay, and that using that revenue for other than what it was intended, which is to help maintain and feed the animals in our care, and also to do public education, would be beyond the scope of that license fee.
What, just for my interest, what proportion of the costs of our animal services activities is covered off by sources of revenue other than the property tax, which I assume would be mostly the license fee, maybe fines?
Approximately 95%, and we're working really towards 100%.
So it's really not a tax-supported function?
It is not.
Okay, but the parks presumably are?
That's correct.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's all I needed to know. Anyone else? I really thought we'd be here for hours. Okay, closed, Alderman Marr? All right. You didn't just say call the roll, did you? No, you didn't. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. On these recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Carried. All right, I'm really shocked by this. Report of the IGA Committee, private bill petitions by Calgary Residents Associations. Alderman Pincott is moving, Alderman Lowe is seconding. Alderman Pincott, did you want to introduce this one?
I think it's pretty, the report is pretty obvious and self-evident. It was a very good discussion.
I'm not trying to lengthen the meeting, Alderman Pincott. I just want to make sure people know what they're voting on.
We did have presentations from the residents associations who are petitioning, and this was the motion that is before you. The recommendations that are before you were, in essence, a compromise motion rather than just the simply dismissing it, and are engaging in conversations to look for it to find a way forward at the same time as protecting our rights around taxation.
Just to be extremely clear, Alderman Pincott, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I did have to leave the discussion just before the end. If these private bills pass, then it's done and it'll never be changed. But the discussion we had at IGA was that there still needs to be room for discussion and debate with these resident associations and perhaps compromise, and that this motion is structured in order to create the time for that.
Indeed, and I think at the end of the day, when it comes to the residents associations doing with private bills, it means that we cannot actually address it. And the anticipation is that with these four that are going, that given their success or lack of success with a private bill, there are other residents associations who would then make that approach. So the motion is, the recommendations are crafted before you to look at how we can actually, in a way, get in front of that a little bit.
Wonderful, thank you. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship and members of council, it's not unusual for organizations such as these to receive a tax exemption of either all or part of the property that they own. I'm familiar with some golf clubs. For instance, Earl Grey, Calgary Golf and Country Club, Silver Springs Golf Club, I'm told, and Elks. Also the Calgary Winter Club. The list that I have does not include, but should have included, part of Canada Olympic Park or Windsport. First started with tax exemption requests in the mid-late 80s and came back for some further tax exemption requests on lands, portion of the lands that are used for recreational purposes about a year or year and a half ago, which did not reach IGA committee, as I recall, and they were granted by the province. So I think the idea of the committee in having guidelines to evaluate these requests is a good idea. And I won't, there's several lights on, so I won't put a tabling motion of this recommendation until all members of council have had a chance to speak to this. But I think that, I think we should be looking at this again, and I don't think that their request is unreasonable. And whether the Tuscany Residents Association said at the committee that their appeal for 2008 was just granted by the MGB, Municipal Government Board, Your Worship, I don't know. And I don't know if it was in whole or in part. They are waiting for a decision on 2009. And given these appeals are fairly expensive, they did not appeal their assessment for 2010. But they did have some success in 2008. So I think those are the things that should be considered before council decides they don't want to agree with the residents associations. And it's true, in the introduction that we heard, there are other residents associations, no doubt, that would qualify depending on, what rules we have to assess them.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges, and I will recognize you at the end for that tabling motion if you'd like to put it. I should point out again that this motion is a little bit confusing in the way it's worded, because the idea here really was to buy time for negotiations with those resident associations. It's just in order to do that, we must oppose the private bills now because the time frame is short, and they could always put them again. I think that was the idea. Because if we don't oppose them, then presumably these bills will pass. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I have been involved in this for a number of years because of my involvement with the lake associations around the city and our lake in particular. But as I said at the committee meeting, you know, we have dropped the ball as a city. We've allowed fights to go on every year through appealing the assessments. And now this is a good thing. What we're saying here in number 1 is to direct administration to develop the guidelines. But we haven't done that up to this point. And there are 3 that I had in my involvement with lake communities. There was Lake Bonavista, Lake Bonaventure, and Lake Mindapore that were a part of the group that I worked with, and they all have had tax exemption for a number of years. So I will, if you'll call 2 and 3 separately, Your Worship, the same as from number 1, same as that we did at committee, because I will support number 1, but I do not support number 2 and 3 because I don't believe we should oppose what they're doing. We should just get our own act together and work with the associations to help them with this. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Your Worship. So intent is to look at exempting themselves from both municipal property tax as well as education tax. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And education tax is not the same proportion that they would pay anyways, so not 50-50 for community associations. They fall kind of
I
under
believe it is, but I'm not sure.
residential.
Shelley, do you know?
Your Worship, generally it would be the same proportion as they would normally pay
for a non-residential.
for education for non-residential, yes.
But that's different than a single-family residential, right?
Well, it's generally the same, I believe. It's almost a 50-50 split.
Don't think so.
That's my understanding.
So it's interesting because we got a report in finance the other day that said that there was a number of Mr. Sawyer, could you comment on that? Residential versus non-residential, they pay the same amount of education tax?
No.
Mr. Sawyer or Mr. Watson? They're both
sorry.
coming up. I'll take them both.
Your Worship, I believe the discussion of the item was around on the residential, the amount that stays with the city versus goes to the province is about 50-50. It's slightly more, I think, on the city piece, whereas on the non-residential, it is a different split, and more of it comes to the city. Don't know if that's
the
who we're
question.
relating to.
So that would fall under non-residential?
Mr. Watson may be able to add.
If I could, if you look at attachment 1 of the report, it actually shows on these 4 sites that we're talking about that are part of the private members bill, the split between the municipal and provincial tax. And you'll see it's not a 50-50 on that.
Okay, that's what I thought. So non-res pay a different proportional share. So this would fall under the same kind of category as a business as well, a regular business. Okay, interesting. So the implications for us from a tax revenue perspective are pretty significant then if this goes through based on the number of residents associations that we have in town, in the city.
Through the chair, if I could answer that, as you can see on attachment 1 with the 4 that we're talking about here, the total tax bill, that's both municipal and provincial, is about $250,000 or $216,000 for 2011.
155 to us.
There is obviously a number of others, I believe, has been mentioned, waiting in the wings. So it's all a matter of to make up the taxes. If it's not, these are going to be exempt, then someone else is going to pay. Bottom line, the bill's got to be passed on to other Calgarians.
Did we consider looking at what the total implications would be to the city if this were to pass and the others would pursue the same kind of designation?
Through the chair, no, we haven't done any kind of broader across the corporation or across the city numbers, but it could be I mean, the other issue I think I have some concern with, frankly, is that the guidelines primarily that we're talking, we don't really believe there's a lot of negotiation with these. Guidelines are pretty clear out of the regulations that are part of the MGA. And we've been trying to apply those. Now, certainly there has been some that predate some of these guidelines that were exempted. COP, we did not oppose, and that was exempted. The issue becomes very much one of access to these and whether there's open access or there's not open access. And our belief is if there's not open access, then using the guidelines out of the legislation that we operate under, then this is not something. Now, council certainly cannot or can tell us not to appeal, or not appeal, but appear at the legislature on the private members bill, and the Alberta government certainly can exempt these and may exempt these. But the amount of negotiations implied in recommendation 1 is pretty limited. We'll be happy to bring back a report and explain in more detail that, but I don't want to get expectations too high that we're going to come to some kind of resolution on this.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it needs to be done in a public type fashion, even if it was just a note to members of council via email or something, to giving us an idea of what the implications might be to the city if this were to pass. And if I'm not mistaken, would this now set a precedence as well in the courts, or as far as the rest of the associations applying for that once, if they were approved?
Well, Your Worship, if the bill's passed, they'd only apply to these particular organizations, but I think you need to understand that there are other similar types of organizations that may well use the same methodology to seek a property tax exemption as well. So if these go through, there's likely a host of other ones that would use the same methodology to become tax exempt.
So this wouldn't set a precedence and change the legislation in itself?
Well, this would just change the legislation for the
Those
four groups, but you can, I think, rest assured that there are other groups that would use the similar type of approach to get tax exemption, Your Worship. That would be my view.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. No further questions.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. Following up on the discussion that happened at committee, and it's interesting because I think there was a division or a comparison between an RA and a CA and how the differences played out. Talking about putting fencing around a basketball court to protect it from vandalism is not accessible to all, therefore it doesn't apply in this case, which some of the RAs do, where in one case an RA actually put up a basketball court and didn't put up a fence, therefore they were exempt. And if I'm correct, I believe Mackenzie Town is exempt. And their fees, even though it was portrayed that they were rather minimal, was actually more than some of these four that were applying. Mackenzie Town's fees are, I believe, in excess of 200, and some of the other ones were in there. So I think the big discussion was the differences that are out there and why here and not here, and how do we move forward. So develop the guidelines for consideration and maybe broadening that narrow view of this is acceptable for tax exemption and this is not. I think there's another example of where we're looking at Cranston. I believe it is, their taxes have gone from 20-some to over 100,000 in 1 year. Granted, they did put up a building, but here is the difficulty. That RA is providing a service, as they all do, and they work very well with a number of the CAs in the area, and there is cooperation. They are doing things that the CAs cannot do because of the structure of the division as it was originally designed. But it is open to all, and I think why we need the number one more than anything else is because there are discrepancies and there are issues of, I hate to use the word pigeonholing, but we put them in here and because that's the description at this point. And I think we need to look outside of that a little bit and go forward. So yes, I agree with Alderman Stevenson. We need to call them separate because I do agree very strongly with number one, but I hesitate with 2 and 3 strictly because we're back to where we started from.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. On number 5, in the administration report, it says the properties are not accessible to all Calgarians and therefore shouldn't be exempt. Can you elaborate on that? This is obviously, you and I just can't walk over there and go into these, onto this property. Is that correct? Mr. Watson?
That's my understanding. That's exactly the difference between a community association where anyone can rent the hall, use the property. On some of these lake communities, unless you live there. And by living there, you pay a fee on an annual basis, which certainly does generate, certainly I'm not going to stand here and say they do not do a great job. They offer a very strong community focus. But you and I, as not owners living there, cannot use those facilities.
Okay, so that's interesting. So what this report or what's being asked here, I should say, is that this overall city taxpayer should be subsidizing, in effect, these private residence associations. Is that what I'm getting out of this?
Through the chair, I wouldn't use the word subsidizing, but as I said, I mean, there's only so many taxpayers, there's money that this council and we all use in order to support our services. If these are exempted properties, then that money has to be found by all the other Calgarians, including people who live in the lake, I guess, but it would not come through the actual facilities themselves.
Which is interesting.
Zero-sum game. The money has to come from
No, and I appreciate that. Also, in the previous page, there's 4 other Calgary private residence associations that enjoy unique property tax exempt status today. How is that similar or dissimilar from what is being asked for here?
Through the chair, they're very similar, and those ones, some of them predate or go back to 1987. I can't speak to the history behind them. Mr. Tully and I were commenting for a minute about what happened there. There has been change of legislation since then to try to make it clearer about when we would or would not exempt. But those 4 did, and as Mr. Tully mentioned a minute ago, once you pass that kind of legislation, it's very unlikely anyone's going to undo that legislation, so they do exist.
So while there is a precedent for this to exist, it was done at a time not, first of all, I was in high school at the time, so it's a long time ago. And secondly, what you're telling us now is that Calgarians generally, the vast majority of Calgarians, don't have an opportunity to use this. And if we allow them to opt out of it, or if we don't oppose them opting out of it, this could create more of more people jumping in and trying to utilize this to also become more tax exempt. Is that also right?
I guess what I believe we're saying on behalf of the administration is we're trying to protect the assessment base that you have here. And by exempting properties, I mean, we've had this debate many times in my career over the last 5 years in charge of assessment, what properties are exempted, which ones aren't. Alderman Hodges pointed out there are a number, but we've actually been fairly clear on which ones should be exempted and shouldn't be exempted. I'm speaking broader range now.
Mm-hmm.
And we do not believe that these fall within that. Obviously, we've had a number of discussions with these 4 and with the developers that set them up. There was a belief that the only way that they could go, or the most expeditious way, would be through a private member's bill, which they have now brought forward through an MLA and is now sitting before the House. And we were seeking permission to object to it. Now, it's up to council to either give us that or not give us that.
Well, from the way I see it is there's absolutely no rationale at all why this city and this council would support that. Sorry? Okay, and my concern is that this would set a precedent, a different type of precedent than what has been done before, and also these are private residents-only associations. It's not something where Calgarians en masse can go to utilize. And I think that asking us to support them in this is absolutely the wrong direction. So I won't be supporting number 1, but I will support recommendation number 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Mar. Alderman Demong.
The comment that this is a subsidy or something to that effect is totally preposterous as far as I'm concerned. In effect, actually, what we're doing is we're penalizing these communities for having gone ahead and gotten a residence association for these community properties. When these were developed, for lack of a better way and simplicity's sake, they took a few square meters out of each person's yard and made it say, let's make this into one big community, one big area that we can all enjoy. These people are paying taxes as if that part of the community was, that part of the lake community or part of that residence association was still attached to theirs, because in effect, their house is being, their land is being assessed to tax value because of that amenity being attached to it. So the effect of actually taxing them for having this amenity and then taxing them to have that amenity as a separate issue is in effect double taxing. Now, with regards to the comment about, that's been referred to several times on the MGA, the Act actually says benefiting the general public. It doesn't say anything that it has to be open to the entire city of Calgary. It's benefiting the general public. You take a community like the size of Lake Sundance, who is approximately 30,000 people, one of the largest cities in Calgary by itself, at least in the top 10, and it benefits that entire public area of Lake Sundance. So to say that it's not benefiting the general public is, again, a misnomer. It's not addressing the fact that this is the community that they walked into, they bought into, they're paying taxes as if that Lake Sundance area was a part of their yard. So I have to say I disagree with part 2 and 3. I will be supporting part 1. Please understand that these people are trying, that they've bought on the idea that this is an amenity that they've bought into as if it's a part of their actual yard, and they are being taxed as that presently. So to double tax them is a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Demong. Alderman Carra?
Couple questions of clarification from administration. Number one, do we have community associations operating in the same areas where residents associations are operating? Yes. And can you just explain to me how that works?
Case. Dr. Hargesheimer can probably give more information, but in several cases I know for a fact there are.
Yes, it is.
So there's actually a residents association and a community association?
That is correct. So for example, in my own neighborhood, the president of the Residents Association, a long-serving community advocate, a great hero of mine, has just finally stepped down. But I served on the Community Association Board, which was a completely separate organization.
Interesting. And depending on who the actors are, depends on how well they work together, I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Okay. So would there be, within the verbiage of point 1 in administration's perspective, leeway for finding ways for those two organizations to maybe work better together? Is that something? Because, I mean, it seems to me that we're talking about tax exempting two organizations that are filling similar roles. Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, you're in a lead a horse to water situation, Alderman Carra, because in some cases they are really quite different. So, for example, in my own neighborhood, the Residents Association that Alderman Stevenson led for many, many years looks after the amenities, the lake, making sure people pay their fees and the staff are paid and so on. And the Community Association has no building, has no facility, and is really interested in advocating for the community as they do on land use and so on, and organizing community events. So they're really quite different.
Can you tell me what you meant by lead a horse to water?
We can tell them to get along.
Yeah.
But they may or may not.
Okay, so a residents association looks after the private property of the specific area, and they're asking for tax exemption.
That is,
as far as I'm concerned, that's a total deal breaker for tax exemption until Peter Demong brings up the idea that they're being, Alderman Demong, excuse me, brings up the point that they're being double taxed. Can I get administration's perspective on the allegation of double taxation?
Mr. Watson.
Very carefully, with respect, I guess Councillor Demong and I disagree. I don't believe they are being double taxed.
Can you respond,
Well,
please, to?
residence associations are optional. Developers make residence associations because they believe there's a selling point by establishing them. And by establishing one, they are therefore able to market the community better, probably market the community at a higher price. And we live on market value assessment here, so the size of the house and the size of the value of the lot, the size of the value of the land sets the assessed value. So I don't believe, I'd love to have the discussion and perhaps.
Point of order. Sorry, I don't know if I may. You mentioned that it was optional?
A residence association? Absolutely.
Well, not once it's installed. I mean, I can't, if I'm a member of Lake Bonavista, Vista, if I buy into that house, I cannot. I'm sorry. My apologies.
I don't mind this. I know it's procedurally a nightmare, but it's informative to me. And
But it
getting
makes
to the
veins on
base
my
of my
head and
question.
Alderman Farrell's head pop out, and we don't want that.
At least on Alderman Farrell's head.
I mean, this is clearly a philosophical distinction. It's part of the debate. Actually, this is a great debate. We have principled opposition on this issue, but I think you're talking about the heart of it.
Okay, so structurally, are you taxed for a portion of your property to cover the residents association, or is it?
Through the chair, and let me be clear, when I use the word optional, I meant it's not something that's required. Community land, the MR in a community is established when a community is developed. The developer decides when he's developing a community whether or not he will try to put a residence association in. Of course, once it's in and you buy into that community, absolutely not optional. So I perhaps misspoke there. Secondly, know my understanding, and I don't belong to one, and some members of council may, your worship, you do, I believe. That's a set fee that is established, and they decide how much it is and send you a bill.
And there's a covenant on the house. We have to pay it, or else Alderman Stevenson sends the lawyers after us.
Okay, well, I'm in a quandary. Well, thank you very much. I mean, if it's, I can't see allowing a tax exemption for a private club that, is not being. Okay, thank you.
I think your quandary was just solved for you by your colleagues, Alderman Carra. So much discussion on resident associations and so little on dogs. Alderman Pincott. Oh, that's right. You're the one who moved it. Alderman Lowe?
Well, I've been listening to this with a great deal of interest, Your Worship, and Alderman Carra actually sort of bounced around all the salient points. And if you come up to Ward 2, you'll find a residents association and a community association that share the same board. They drop the gavel in the middle of a meeting. They get along just fine. We have another one that's similar. They get along pretty good. One sort of enables the other. To Alderman Demong, they're voluntary or optional in that when you buy into that community, if you do your due diligence, you know whether there is one. So double taxation, I don't buy that argument at all. It's a function of knowing what you're getting into, and it's you either want to go there or you don't. Recommendation number 1 here is really an opportunity for the residents associations to make a decision, and Mr. Watson's right. There's very little to talk about here, and the decision is: are you going to open your facility up to all of Calgary, or are you going to keep it closed and private? That's it. It's a yes/no question. Those that elect to open it up and demonstrate that it's opened up, I think we can get into a conversation with. Those who elect otherwise, pay the fee. It's simply to me, it's a very black-white decision made by the membership of the Residents Association. As for establishing Residents Association, more frequently now at Planning Commission, they're either there or we're asking for them because there are community amenities to be maintained when once they're FAC'd over to the city, unless there's a residents association, they become orphans. And sooner or later end up on our lap, and I think all of us have some perimeter fencing in our wards that fall into that category. So, Council, My fingerprints are on recommendation number 1 here, and I would ask you to support that because I think it's a way of going ahead. But in the meanwhile, to protect our assessment base, and that is the critical issue here, to protect our assessment base, recommendations 2 and recommendation 3, I think must proceed, and I'd ask you to support those. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. I thought I heard a question from the other side. Alderman McLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had some questions of clarification. When you buy into a house that has a residents association, you have to pay a fee that is established by the residents association.
Every year.
Every year. And you get to vote on that. It's like joining a club, sort of, except that you have to join.
Yeah. The Residents Association sets the fee, and you could show up at the AGM.
Or be on the board or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. And the association itself pays property tax, and the resident pays property tax. And
Correct.
The association,
most of them. There are some that are already exempt.
Oh, okay. The association pays, the Residents Association pays property tax on the property that is common property.
Correct. The lake, the building, whatever.
Okay, so this is not property that's attached to some individual homeowner that there's, okay, so the double taxation, if I'm understanding it, is in the fact that you're mandated to pay the fee. Is that what you're getting at? I'm missing the double taxation.
I believe the argument, and Alderman Demong will nod or shake his head, I believe the argument was because you are living in a community that has a lake, for example, the value of your home will be higher because the developer made a decision that there would be a lake in that community and they'd build fewer homes, but the value of each home would be higher. Therefore, your property tax is higher. Is that the point you were making? And then through your fee that you pay, obviously a portion of that fee that you pay is going to pay the property tax on the lake or the building or whatever.
Okay, so this is not a lot different than, I've got a community association where some of the residents back onto a lake, if you will, a pond, that is not publicly accessible. So they pay an amenity fee for that. That's levied by the city. So it's the same kind of thing. Their property is worth more. They pay more property taxes and they pay an amenity fee. So
we're furrowing our brows here because we're not sure that there are amenity fees that are levied by the city. Mr. Watson?
yeah, in this case, that's. Sorry, maybe we should take this offline. That's what I was
we'll have
told
a chat about this one
when
a
I
little later,
checked
okay?
into it, because it doesn't have public access, and the city levies an extra fee because the pond has to be drained a couple of times a year, and the city does that on behalf, but it's not public access. Which is anyway. Let's set this aside. My point is that it's not public access. It's the same thing. Okay, I think I understand.
Maybe a local improvement. We'll talk about it offline. Alderman Chabot.
Just some clarification, Your Worship. It seems like the recommendations are somewhat contradictory. Recommendation.
I can explain.
Okay, but the intent of number 3 is that you write a letter
Yeah.
stating that we are not supportive. Is that
At this
sound
time.
right?
At this time. So I can explain that one, actually.
Okay, thank you. If you would.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
And I'll sit down.
Yeah, it is a bit confusing. So let me be crystal clear on this, which is that because of the timeline for when these private bills are going forward, which is now, it was important, well, the majority of the committee felt that it was important for us to state a position. Because once the bills pass, they're done. We'll never go back again. However, at committee, the Residents Association people were there from these 4, and they expressed a real desire to continue conversations with the city. They didn't feel like they had really had an opportunity to negotiate with the city before they put forth these bills. So all 3, and I realize they are contradictory, but all 3 of these together basically have the effect of saying no for now so that we can continue negotiations. If the negotiations fail, then the Residents Association can put the private bills again, but they can only do it at sittings of the legislature, and that's right now. So that's why it reads like that. That was Alderman Lowe, I think, and Alderman Pincott trying to elegantly figure out a way that we could keep negotiations going, given the timeline that the provincial government is imposing on us.
So, if I may, briefly, so for clarification, if we don't want them to get tax exempt status, then we vote against number 1 and vote for number 3. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, you could. I would vote, if it were me, I would vote for all 3 and let the negotiations proceed, because it will still have to come back to council.
But at the end of the day, we don't have any say on whether the province charges them taxes or not.
Well, we have influence, though. If the city writes them a letter and says, please don't do this, that would have a different effect than the city not writing them a letter.
Interesting. Okay, could you call them separately, please?
I was planning on doing that. I'm going to call 1 separately and 2 and 3 together. Okay? Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship, you mentioned a timeline being set by the province, so what is that? Because I haven't seen it, but I know
It's in the report. I believe that we have to write a letter by very early in March 10th. March 10th.
Page 1? No, I missed it.
Yeah, there you are. It's on the right-hand side of the page with the recommendations on it at the bottom of the right-hand column. The city's response is required by 2011 March 10th.
Well, our next meeting of council is March 7th, Your Worship, and I think that that's time for further negotiations to take place before the provincial deadline. So I'm going to we table this matter and it be till March the 7th, 2011, for the discussions to continue between these 4 resident associations in the city.
Very well then. Do we have a seconder for the motion to table? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. That's a non-debatable motion. So on the motion to table to the March 7th meeting of council, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Call the roll, please.
Alderman DeMong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr. Pardon? No. Alderman Pincott. Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Alderman Stevenson, I've got you on the list, but you've had to go. Yeah, sure.
Because you mentioned a couple of times about negotiations. This doesn't say anything about negotiation. The reason why 1 was put in there was because of the fact that we found out that there were others like Mackenzie Town that was a given exemption because they did a small amount available to the public, and so what that was in there was to make it clear to all the rest of the associations what they could do to be tax exempt or tax reduction. That was the reason for that, because they don't know that now. Thank you.
That was a very, very helpful clarification, Alderman Stevenson. Thank you. Alderman, anyone else before Alderman Pincott closes? Alderman Pincott's closed.
Thank you. Well, a lot of the conversation that was had at IGA certainly has been captured today. Yeah, we do that often. That's it. I mean, it's funny, halfway through, or not halfway, at the beginning of the discussion at IGA, I sort of went, oh, I lived in one of those communities. I paid this fee. And you went through a gate and you handed in your card. Reminded me occasionally of South Africa. You handed in your card and you so that you could fish your 5 fish in the stocked lake or skate on the pond. And you couldn't bring in other, you couldn't, people didn't have general access. What we have to do from a timing point of view is that if we want to look at guidelines, we have all kinds of public use guidelines. We want to look at guidelines for resident association. We need to actually say we need to approve 2 and 3, Because by approving 2 and 3, it preserves our options for what kind of guidelines we want to have for resident associations in order for them to meet a tax exempt status, in order for them to meet what are the public use guidelines that we could have, that we put on public property, that we require of public property. We have those kinds of processes in place already. If we just blanket give these a resident association a tax exempt status, and if we allow that to proceed through the private bills, there's nothing preventing a resident association from building a $3 million great private club recreation facility, and we would never be able to tax that private club. And essentially, it would be a private club. So please, Council, approve all 3 recommendations so that we can actually move forward with how we equitably address resident associations.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. So therefore, on recommendation number 1, are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Chabot and Marr are opposed. On recommendations 2 and 3 together, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Farrell? Alderman Hodges?
No.
Alderman Jones?
Yes.
Alderman Keating?
No.
Alderman Lowe?
Yes.
Alderman McLeod?
Yes.
Alderman Marr?
Yes.
Alderman Pincott? Yes. Alderman Pootmans?
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson?
No.
Alderman Carra?
Yes.
Alderman Chabot?
My button, yes.
Alderman Collier-Cart?
Yes.
Alderman Demong?
Found my button. No.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you. No comments, please, about Alderman Chabot's endless quests. Report of the regular meeting of the Legislative Governance Task Force. Item 7.4.1 in your agenda, LGT 2011-01. I need someone to move these recommendations, please. Thanks, Alderman Keating. Seconded, Alderman McLeod. Perhaps I can just say by way of introduction, the Legislative Governance Task Force met whenever it met on the 1st of February. And one of the interesting things that we discussed was that while the mayor has to approve the agenda every week, he cannot actually change it. So it's sort of an interesting red tape situation. And what was being proposed here that the committee is proposing is a little bit of discretion. And I should just be clear. So this is only for the mayor to have the discretion after consultation with the chairs of the SPCs to take agenda items from the draft agenda from the items from administration and committee section and defer them up to a maximum of 2 weeks. Or 2 meetings, I should say. The intent here is quite simple. When we have a monster meeting like last week, it gives the mayor the ability to balance things out across meetings. It does not impact in any way the notice of motion process. Aldermen who want to bring forth a notice of motion will still have that at the first meeting after meeting their guidelines. So it's just an ability to better balance out the agenda, and that's what the committee thought was a good idea, or at least the majority of the committee did. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. And that sums up very, very clearly what happened at the meeting. I know that there was a lot of debate about this and discussion as to whether or not this would put too much emphasis in the mayor's chair versus in the council as a whole. So my concern is in the eventuality when you do one day retire, and there would be supposedly a new mayor that is less benevolent than yourself, then this could potentially create a situation for future councils where that chair has a... Sorry, okay. Well, that chair would have potentially too much discretion as to move agenda items around from administration, and which could change the amount of votes that an issue would need. That's something that I can't support, and I'm encouraging council to maintain the council that we have and retain the structure that we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. I have just been had the clerk note to me that the motion is a bit funny, and Alderman Keating and McLeod, if you agree, as the mover and seconder, it just doesn't say when. So presumably the mayor could defer the morning of council, which is not the intent there. So, Madam Clerk, what were you suggesting by the...
By noon on the Tuesday prior, Your Worship.
Okay, by noon
You
on the
may
Tuesday
even want
prior.
to do it sooner if you have community groups coming to council. I'm not sure when you would have to let them know that.
Well,
it
it's
was
not for
being-
public hearing items anyway, right? So,
Well, it could be, possibly. I mean, generally, most public hearing items are advertised, but there's the odd thing that isn't.
no, but I mean, this motion is only for recommendations from the administration. It's not for...
And committees.
Oh, and committees? No, you're right.
Committees.
You're right. No, okay, yeah, you're right.
So I'm just thinking, say, for example, the fluoride one, it would have been difficult to get that out to everybody. And we couldn't have pulled it, the latest we could have pulled it off the agenda itself would have been noon on that day, so that we could have let everybody know. But I don't know who the groups are, perhaps.
I think
that are
even the
coming.
Monday prior would be fine. Would that give you enough time?
For the agenda, I'm not worried. It's notification of everybody else.
Okay, the Monday should work. So Alderman Keating, McLeod, are you all right with that? All right. So if council agrees, agree? We can just add that to the motion. Okay. All right then, Alderman Demong.
Just a question of clarification, after consultation or consensus with the chairs?
Consultation.
So you can say, this is what I'm thinking of doing, and they may say, no, we don't like it. It's too bad. I'm doing it.
But I suspect they would then get up at council and go, hey, I'm adding this back as an item of urgent business.
Intriguing.
The reason for that, Alderman Demong, is pretty straightforward, just because if it had to be the agreement, then we'd have to have a meeting. And the timeline is not such that that we could have a meeting, because usually I get the agendas on the, I want to say I get them on the Friday, right? Thursday or the Friday?
Usually the Thursday.
Usually the Thursday
Wednesday.
before.
Yeah.
And so this is suggesting that by the Monday at noon, we would have the ability to approve the agenda, and then it gets published on the Wednesday.
Sorry, Your Worship, I've been corrected. It's Wednesday you get the list so that we can get it.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
So I get it on Wednesday. I would consult with the chairs Thursday, Friday, if there's any change. It's very unlikely there would be, frankly. But as Alderman Marr says, perhaps someone less benevolent than me may take over, but then council can always take it back too. On the Thursday, Friday, and then approve the agenda by the Monday.
Okay. Well, I realize that there's going to be some situations where it's going to be long days, but I kind of signed up for that. I'm happy with the way it's working now. If we find that we have some very long meetings, I'd like to be able to revisit this, but I haven't found them too long yet.
Your wife may think differently by about 9:30 tonight, but
Oh, I already lost that one.
mind you, I imagine today is the busiest day of the year for your wife anyway, so because she's a florist. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship, my question relates to something the clerk has brought to everyone's attention. How will we know when we don't know what's coming up? We know generally what will be on an agenda by, say, a Monday or Tuesday, but we don't know what specifically might be deferred. So what would the notification process be to members of council on what might be deferred?
Well, the idea was that, and it's a good question actually, the idea was that right now I'm the only one who gets the draft.
Right.
So the idea was, because it's in consultation with the chairs,
Yes.
that the chairs, or PAC if you prefer, also will get the draft at the same time as me, so that if there's any discussion, we can have that discussion. So this actually gives council, at least the chairs, more notification than they have now, because right now I'm the only one who gets it.
So wouldn't be sooner than Wednesday noon, that kind of idea.
So the idea is now that Wednesday afternoon, so now we're 2 weeks before the meeting. So Wednesday, or 10 days before the meeting or whatever, Wednesday afternoon, PAC and me would get the agenda. We'd have discussions if we needed to. We would finalize the agenda on Monday. That's when council would sort of know about it, and we could forward it to council. And then it would be publicly released on the Wednesday for the meeting the following Monday.
Thank you, Worship. What I would like to see someone concentrate on are the number of items and length of agenda of some of our standing policy committees. What comes to council is fairly predictable, though not always, but some of the standing policy committees, particularly LPT, can get have a lot of items on them, and others like Alderman Jones' comments, UNE. UNE has a small number of items consistently on its agenda. So, that I think would be a progress if we could even out the number of items in some of these SPCs. Thank you.
Well, what's really interesting, Alderman Hodges, about that is that, and I only, because I don't chair an SPC, I didn't know this. I only learned it at this LGT task force, is the chairs of the SPC do have the power that we're asking to give the mayor for council meetings. They can defer items from the SPC agendas and manage their SPC agendas, but the mayor does not have that power for council.
Thank you. Well, a retired mayor gave me somewhat wise advice when I first got elected, saying that you control the agenda, you control council. And so I think that it might be helpful. I'm not prepared to go down this route because I think depending on who's available for a certain meeting can really determine the outcome of a specific item. But perhaps the mayor could undertake looking at the agenda and bringing forward to council at the beginning of the meeting some recommended changes if the meeting looks unwieldy, and then council can vote on it.
I feel like I tried that last week, Alderman Farrell, and it didn't work.
Yeah, and we made a decision to go ahead with a certain item because if we would have waited a couple of weeks when there's a new baby, so the outcome could have been very different. So I think there may be some other ways to manage the agenda. I'm not prepared to give up my responsibility in this area. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Keating?
To close, Your Worship.
Forgot that you had moved it. Alderman Carra. So he's not closed yet.
It's just largely been asked and answered. I think I'm prepared to support this because I think there's enough checks and balances, but I apologize in advance to future councils who have to overthrow a tyrannical mayor.
I can't even say it. Alderman Chabot.
Yeah, maybe you can give me some clarification, Your Worship. I typically, as a chair, and as do other chairs, receive a list of the items that are going to be on the agenda ahead of when the agenda gets printed.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same for you?
Yeah, I get it, but I can't do anything with it.
Okay.
I don't have the power to change it. I can add to it.
You can't manipulate it around?
No, that's what I'm asking for here. Not manipulate, manage.
Manage. Okay. Well, I'd try and manipulate mine, actually, but okay, interesting. And so you're suggesting that you would share that information with us in advance?
Yeah, well, the discussion, you weren't there, but the discussion we had at the Legislative Governance Task Force was that, and I think this has already been accepted because we didn't need a change for it, is when it comes to me, it will also go to PAC, which means it'll go to all the chairs of the policy committees and the chair of the audit committee.
Well, I got there in time for the vote, and I actually voted for it.
Oh, that's right, you did. That's right.
But I didn't hear all the discussion in advance. Okay, thank you for that, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Demong?
Well, as I mentioned, I'd like to make an amendment to this, if that's at all possible. After consultation with the chairs of the SPCs, once a majority, you have four chairs and a mayor. I mean, I have a concern, as has been expressed, that one person determining the agenda, and if we know that 4 people are going to be at AUMA for a certain meeting, it can be manipulated. Not to suggest that you ever would, Your Worship, but others may. And I'm just thinking that if you have the 4 chairs and you manage to get a majority of the 5 of you in one room or on the phone, teleconferencing one way or another, might be a method of going through with this.
So what you're suggesting is a little different, because that actually means that the PAC, the Personnel and Accountability Committee, which used to be called the Personnel and Agenda Committee, would actually approve the agenda, which is not that's fine. I should point out that the reason it's written the way that it's written is not so much that all 5 of them would decide, but that the mayor would consult with the chair of the committee whose issue is being so for example, if the issue was fluoride, the mayor would go talk to the chair of UNE who's bringing it to say, how do you feel about waiting a week? As opposed to all 4 of them deciding.
Intriguing. I like mine more.
You are, no, I don't think that's contrary, Alderman Keating. Shall you accept that as an amendment? But the clerk might.
Your worship, that is the bylaw that I brought forward at the org meeting.
I remember.
So then we would have to have a meeting at the agenda committee in order to do that. You can't do it by phone. It would have to be an official meeting of the committee.
No, not allowed. Because if, as Alderman puts it, if Alderman Demong puts it, you would need, if his amendment passes, you would need a majority of the committee, which means you actually have to have a committee meeting.
You have to have a record.
A point of order, Your Worship?
Oh, here we go. Yes, Alderman Keating.
Is it possible for Alderman Demong to bring this amendment back if this one is defeated? In that way we can adjust his concerns as well as those who have concerns with this.
Here's my suggestion. I think what Alderman Demong is suggesting, and it's just a suggestion, it's up to you.
You've been great at mind reading so far. I'd like to hear you.
My suggestion is this, which is I think that if this one fails, then what you're suggesting is a great idea, but it needs to be baked a little more. So what I'm going to suggest is, if you agree, we'll vote on this one. If it passes, it passes. If it fails, then I will work with you and the clerk to bring back a notice of motion that specifies what you're saying to our next meeting of council. Because I think we just have to get it exactly right procedurally.
Sure. I'll go for that.
All right. Thank you. Alderman Putmans?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps a comment leading to a question. Earlier today, a frustrated colleague mentioned that, we'd been through a lot of this in committee for the aircraft debate. I felt like saying the same thing about the Residents Association tax relief. We'd been through all of that, not at an SPC, but indeed at an RGA committee meeting. And I'm wondering if I might ask or suggest that what you're asking, and what we're dealing with now, to me smells like a bit of a symptom, really, of some of the reporting and governance we have, with lots of work being done at SPC and then being repeated again at Council. So with that in mind, perhaps request casually, without moving really, just a note to those working on Legislative Governance Task Force that I think really this notion of SPC being the carry forward body, we really have to understand that process more profoundly.
I think, so Alderman Putmans, we did actually have that discussion in some detail at committee.
Again, so okay, third time lucky.
And in fact, the broader Legislative Governance Task Force work is very much focused on this issue. The number, the role, the ability of the SPCs to move things forward. But it was decided around that committee table that this little change would help us move things more efficiently while we're continuing the governance work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Lowe?
Actually, Your Worship, I've been listening to comments around the table here, and I'm sensing some angst around this. And Madam Clerk did raise the one point that we really didn't discuss at IGA, and that is the issue of the public being aware and having time to respond to those items where they want to come in here. I haven't in my own mind concluded how we can resolve that, and the thing that is where my mind sort of leapt ahead was the issue of, for example, the summer break or the Christmas break or the spring break, where in fact by moving it 2 ahead, you could end up moving it a very long period of time down the road. So on the basis of that, Your Worship, I think this isn't baked yet.
I think you might be right, actually.
I'm going to refer this matter back to the Legislative Committee, because I think there's some bits and pieces in here that just listening to this conversation, I think we could trip over ourselves if we
Yeah.
don't get into it very carefully.
I don't disagree with you on the second one, though. The public notice one I'm less fussed about because it's before the agenda gets published in any case. But the second one on the recesses, or the breaks, if you want to call them that, is actually something. Okay, so we have that seconded. On the motion to refer, any discussion? Alderman Keating?
I think he's right. I'm a little disappointed because I had a great close.
At dinner time, Alderman Keating, with your wife, I'm sure she will be thrilled to hear the close. All right, then. On the motion to refer, Alderman Chabot?
Your Worship, so the Legislative Governance Task Force is not considered to be a committee of council?
No, we're on a motion to refer. Madam Clerk, it's called a task force. What is it exactly?
It's still a committee of council, Your Worship. Alderman Pincott has been added to it. The chairman of audit is not a member of PAC right now, and Alderman Keating was also added. But it is still a committee of council.
So I guess there's only one other question I need to ask, is this report not complete then?
You are referring to... There you go. Apparently it's not a final report of the committee.
Okay. Just checking, Your Worship.
You're referring to section 121, subsection 4, subsection E of the procedure bylaw there, Alderman Chabot?
Yeah, motions that are out of order, Your Worship. Thank you for
I
pointing that out.
love nothing more than this, Alderman Chabot, as you know.
Yeah, I was referring to this previously, a motion referring an item to a committee if the final report of the committee is complete.
Yeah, this is not the final report.
Is not in order, and that's what I was referring to before, but
Yeah, I know.
as you just pointed out, doesn't fall under that criteria.
And that
Thank
other
you, Your
one was
Worship.
from council, not from a committee, so.
I knew there was something in there that related to something that like
I appreciate it, Alderman Chabot. It keeps us
Thank
on
you.
our toes. All right, on the motion to refer then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Jones, was it? Is opposed? All right, Alderman Jones is opposed. All right, next. Notices of motion and notice of motion 2011-08, 8.1.1 in your agenda. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is really just a housekeeping item. We had asked the police service to look at relinquishing $2 million to the budget. They came back to us and told us they can do it. What this motion really does, Your Worship, is enables administration to do the reduction and to adjust the numbers accordingly in order to prepare the property tax related bylaws in March.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. And just to be 100% clear, what you're suggesting is that we had asked the police commission if they would be willing to take this reduction, but we didn't incorporate it into the budget. They've written us and said, we're happy to take the reduction, and this motion is to clean it up and incorporate it into the budget.
Exactly.
Okay,
Precisely.
thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Demong. On this one, Alderman Collier card.
Well, I just wanted to convey that this certainly generated a lot of discussion and debate at the police commission. It was somewhat divisive. We didn't have anyone resign over it, but I think at times we did come close. But what it got down to was, I think primarily the reason that the commission felt they could support this was that there were considerable excess revenues from fine revenue at year end. And it was felt that it really wouldn't impede frontline service. But what it did prompt, which is kind of a related matter, is to look at the whole area of the reserve funds and the pay-as-you-go. And it was unanimously passed at the commission that we direct or request the police service work directly with Mr. Sawyer to develop a joint proposal for the potential transfer of accountability for traffic fine revenue from the CPS to the city, and to look at this for the next 3-year budget cycle.
And I believe we passed a notice of motion to that effect, didn't we?
We didn't bring it here, Your Worship.
Oh, I thought you had. I'm sorry.
No, I informed you right away as soon as it was passed unanimously at council. The reason that's important, council, is that this is pretty big business, this fine revenue. So officer-generated enforcement citywide revenue is $18.9 million a year or 52% of the total revenue. Photo radar generates 10.9 million, or 30%. And speed on green cameras are 6.6 million, or 18%. So overall, our total court fine revenue this past year was about $36.5 million. So as the chief says, when we first got into this, to the extent that we are, it was sitting at around 15 million. So, and quite often the police are accused of this being a cash cow, and now council's dipping into surplus revenues generated on the backs of people who are getting tickets and so on. So we thought it was a good time to really look at the whole pay-as-you-go and how we consider that fine revenue and what impact it would have on a 3-year basis. So. So it was quite an interesting discussion, but the commission wanted the message to be there that this is for this year, and you know, we still need another 75 officers. We have one of the lowest police cop-to-pop ratios in the country. They're finding innovative ways to deliver the service, but I am concerned that this sets a precedent and really can't support it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Collier-Cart. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. Well, this is, I'm sure, no surprise to anyone in this room that I will also not be supporting this. I appreciate the direction that Alderman Lowe is intending to go. We're all trying to pinch pennies. This says that there will be no frontline service cuts. The Commission agrees that that's the case. However, Alderman Lowe is always talking about back of house. This is exactly what this is. This is digging into the back of the house. It has an impact on our capital at the police service, and will have an impact. You can't cut $2 million without having an impact somewhere. My concern also is that what we are going to be doing now is setting a precedent where we are creating the police service into what it becomes effectively our tax wing of the City of Calgary. This is exactly why we want to be able to have our administration work with the Police Commission to divert all of the fine revenue through into the City of Calgary, where it becomes 100% mill rate supported. And I think that's the direction. Where it is right now and the way it's worded right now, I can't support. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. But as you pointed out, this is essentially just reaffirming Council's previous direction.
That is correct.
And formalizing it. I think in light of the fact that what I've heard today is that the Police Commission basically agreed to our request, that it's pretty much a done deal. Let's move on. Let's get it over with. Thank you.
Just to be 100% clear, they have more revenue than they thought they would have. The choice is put it in the bank. It's not going into their budget to hire more cops. Put it in the bank or return it to the taxpayer.
Like I said, yeah. We asked, they answered. Let's move on.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to thank the Police Commission for taking our notice of motion, our direction, and taking it seriously. The police have the biggest operating budget in the city, and we asked them to participate in a very difficult budget process, and they came to the table, and I'm very appreciative. To suggest that we're impacting back of house, I think is just untrue. They indicated that they would have additional revenues, and what we did is respond by putting that in our budget during the budget process. So this is not impacting the back of house, and it's just asking every one of our city departments to partner with us in a very difficult budget time. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Lowe to close. Oh, anyone else, sorry, before Alderman Lowe closes? Alderman Lowe to close.
It's closed, Your Worship.
Thank you. On the recommendations in this notice of motion, are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Marr and Collier-Urquhart are opposed. Thank you. All right, urgent business then. Is this the first one? Yep. So Innovation Fund, Alderman Colley Urquhart, and when you get up, I do have a suggestion to add a date and a return at the end. So I think everyone has the green sheet that Alderman Colley Urquhart has done. Alderman Colley
Yes,
Urquhart, with your...
it's pretty straightforward, Your Worship, and I didn't put a time in there just because I didn't know how quickly we could get this back, and I gave you the Strategic Initiatives Fund terms of reference. Hopefully you'll find it helpful. There's a lot of good language in there, and do you think
so
that's okay, Your Worship?
Yeah, I'm just going to suggest we should do this very quickly.
I do too.
So draft terms of reference should be returned to PAC. I
Yes.
figure that's a good place to put them. No later than its March meeting, which is sort of 2 weeks from today.
Yes, and as I've heard our colleagues say, we want to put a fence around this. It's a lot of money. And we have a good template for the Strategic Initiatives Fund that's had 5 years of practice now. Alderman MacLeod has said, let's not make this too arduous, too difficult, but still put some parameters around it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Colley Urquhart. Mr. Tobert was a bit nervous about the timing, but we can do it. We'll be fast. Alderman Hodges. Another item. Anyone else on this one?
Just briefly.
Alderman Chabot?
Yeah, can we clarify when it's coming back into where again? PAC on when?
PAC at its March meeting, which is the 1st or 2nd of March, something like that. First. A week from 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else on this item? All right, on this item of urgent business, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right, the next item of urgent business is LAS 2011-03, proposed amendment to method of disposition, Great Plains Industrial Park.
Yes, Your Worship.
Alderman Hodges.
It isn't. It's just, it was added to the agenda because it was from the last LAS committee meeting last week. So, Your Worship, I'm prepared to move the recommendations. They're quite straightforward. It's bringing forward lands to put on the market briefly, and it carves out the proposed recreation site that's been identified on attachment 1A. So
Thanks,
that's in place, and the rest, the other lands that are available for sale can then proceed. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alderman Hodges. And Alderman Carra is seconding. Now, you'll note that this is a reconsideration. I should just note for Council's interest, because it's been more than 6 months, we only need 8 votes, not 10. Any discussion on this item? Very well, then. On these recommendations, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. 5:55. So, folks, what I'll do now is I will accept a recommendation to recess and then to come back in camera for the in-camera items in the Calgary Power Room at the normal time. Sorry. What did I say? Sorry. Corporate boardroom. So, at 7:15. 7:10, how's that? 7, how's that? Okay, I don't have a motion, so whoever wants to make it can make it. Alderman Putmans, what time are you making? 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. So motion to recess and reconvene in camera in the corporate boardroom at 7 p.m. Do I have a seconder?
I've got a second.
Thanks,
over
Alderman
here.
Jones. Are we agreed? Agreed. All right, we're recessed. And we're back, Alderman Hodges.
I'd like to move, Your Worship and members of council, we rise and report from the in-camera meeting.
I have a seconder from Alderman Jones. Are we agreed? Very well then. Alderman Chabot.
Motion to suspend the procedural bylaw to the completion of the agenda of the in-camera items.
Thank you. Seconded by Alderman Pincott. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried.
Say that a little louder.
Now let's, the first one we have back on the table is the video. What item was that in our agenda? You know which one it is. And Madam Clerk, did we still have that amendment on the floor? Or did we pass that?
Your Worship, the motion that's on the floor now is 1 and 2 with an amendment to 2 to increase the retention by 1 extra year.
Oh, so we've already passed that amendment?
No, we haven't yet.
Okay, so right now we've got an amendment on the floor in order to change recommendation number 2 from retention period of current year plus 1 to retention period of current year plus 2. Any further discussion on the amendment itself? Just on the amendment. On the amendment, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Main motion. Discussion on the main motion, please. I have all these lights. Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Lowe? Anyone else? All right. On the main motion then, I can't remember who moved it. Whoever wanted to move it, you want to close? Closed. Alderman Pincott? On the main recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried, as amended, carried. Okay, so then we've got a few items here. I think we start with Alderman Lowe.
Yes, Your Worship. The City of Calgary, excuse me, City of Calgary corporate, excuse me.
Bless you.
The City of Calgary corporate performance scores that the City of Calgary corporate, boy, that's a CBC tongue twister. The City of Calgary corporate performance scores be reported as 8 for the year 2010.
As 8. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Any discussion on this one? All right, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Stevenson.
Yes, Your Worship, with respect to the negotiations with the Calgary Airport, we number 1, receive this verbal report for information, and number 2, that this verbal report and discussions remain confidential pursuant to sections 23(1)B, 24(1)B, 24(1)C, 25(1)C, and 27(1)B of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
All right, we have Alderman Jones was seconding. So on those recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 2 personnel items. So the first is that Council received the verbal report for information and that the verbal report and discussions be kept confidential under sections 24(1) and 23(1) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
All right, do you have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Demong. Any discussion? All right, on this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you very much. I have another,
I think it was Alderman Carra.
Thank you. Good.
Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a verbal report on personnel briefing and decision of council regarding labor negotiations. I move that council receive the verbal report, the personnel briefing, and the decision of council for information, and 2, that the discussion with respect to the verbal report remain confidential under sections 21(1)A, 24(1)B, 24(C), and 24(G of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Keating. Any discussion on this one? Are we agreed? Very well then. Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Hodges, are you going to move the waiving of the reading of the administrative inquiries?
I am, Your Worship, because I think there is one.
There's
However,
3, I think.
I'd like to move the waiving unless council would like to hear these 3. No, I'm good. Requires.
Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Putmans. On the motion to waive the readings of the administrative inquiries, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Hodges.
To adjourn, Your Worship.
Seconded by Alderman Jones. Are we agreed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
By 9:30.